Good morning, everyone. My name is Liz Kruger. I am the Chair of Finance. Today I am joined by, well, every day in budget hearings, I am joined by my colleague from the Assembly, Helene Weinstein, the Chair of the Ways and Means Committee. And I just have lost my opening statement, so 1 second, sorry. And oops. Today's hearing is on environmental conservation, and it's both energy and environmental committees and agriculture and parks. So we have quite a full hearing today, and I will be letting everybody be introduced as I go through the opening statement, which I have found. So this is the fourth day of budget hearings out of a total of 13 budget hearings. We take turns running the budget hearings. Oh, this is the fifth hearing, excuse me, of the 13 hearings. Yesterday we had 2 hearings. So the NCON hearing is sponsored by the Senate today. I just want to quickly go over a couple of the rules of the road. If you're not speaking, please keep yourself on mute. Inevitably, somebody doesn't, and it gets very confusing. Second, the government representatives will be getting 10 minutes to testify. Then the legislators will be able to ask questions. As I just said, relevant committee chairs get 10 minutes to ask questions. Ranking members get 5, and all other legislators get 3 minutes. And we will go back and forth between the Senate and Assembly until we complete any given testifier's questions. Yes, this will be a long hearing today because there are so many critical issues, and so I suspect we will be here till evening. Again, over the course of the day, if you want to ask a question, please raise your hand with the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen, and we will be calling on you. And then after you speak, if you wouldn't mind taking your hand down so we don't get confused and call on you again. So again, good morning. This is a mandatory budget hearing as required by the Constitution and legislative law. This joint hearing of Finance Committee and Assembly Ways and Means will hear testimony from the Department of Environmental Conservation, the Office of Renewable Energy Siting, the Office of Parks and Recreation and Historic Preservation, the Department of Agriculture and Markets, the Public Service Commission, and New York State Energy Research and Development Authority, also known as NYSERDA. Following each testimony, but there will be time for questions from relevant legislators. I'm going to introduce my Senate colleagues who are here, then hand it over to Assembly Member Weinstein. In addition, my ranker on finance is Tom O'Mara, but I believe he has to be late this morning, so I'll also be introducing.
I'm on for now, Liz. I'm on for a couple minutes.
Excuse me, Tom O'Mara. I will let Tom introduce his own members since he is here now. Thank you, Tom. So just starting out with senators who are here: Brad Hoylman, Todd Kaminsky, Chair of NCON, Michelle Hinchey. Always, this is always a challenge for me. So many hands up already. Senator Anna Kaplan, Senator Pete Harckham, Senator Pat Ritchie, who is, I believe, also the ranker on NCON. Then I wasn't supposed to introduce her yet. Senator John Mannion, Senator Rachel May, Senator John Liu, 1 second, Senator Diane Savino, Senator Brian Kavanaugh, Senator Andrew Gunardis. Wow, people who stayed with us all day yesterday are still back here this morning. I'm going to pass it to Tom O'Mara to introduce the members of his caucus.
Thank you, Senator Kruger. Good morning. We have on our side with us our ranker on the Energy Committee, Senator Patty Ritchie, and we have Senator Jim Tedisco with us, and others will be joining throughout the day. Thank you.
Great. And Helene Weinstein, please introduce your members.
Yes, we have Assemblyman Cusick, Chair of our Energy Committee, Assemblyman Anderson, Assemblyman Bronson, Assemblyman Burdick, Assemblyman Carroll, Assemblyman Conrad, Assemblyman Epstein, Assemblywoman Fay, Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas, Assemblywoman Hunter, Assemblywoman Hindman, Assemblyman Jones, Assemblywoman Kellis, Assemblywoman Lunsford, Assemblyman Otis, Assemblyman Santa Barbara, Assemblywoman Seawright, Assemblyman Thiel, Assemblyman Warner, and I do expect other members to join us. Assemblyman Ra, our ranker on Ways and Means, can you please introduce the members of your conference?
Thank you. Good morning. We have Assemblyman Tague, who is our ranker on Ag, Assemblyman Smolin, who is our ENCON ranker, Assemblyman Palmisano, our Energy ranker, and Assembly members Lamondes, Durso, Simpson, and Brown.
Great, thank you. And as more members join us over the course of the hearing, we will try to make sure to spot you and announce you at that time. With that, I would like to, we're not going to go to just the first testifier. The three government testifiers have all agreed they'd like to be on one panel so that we will let each of them speak for up to 10 minutes, summarizing the key points of their testimony. And then when the three have completed their testimony, we will open it up to the panel for questions. So we have first New York State Public Service Commissioner Rory Christian, or the New York State Public Service Commission Chair Rory Christian. He will be followed by Doreen Harris, President and CEO of NYSERDA, then followed by Hutan Moaveni, I'm sorry if I've just messed up your name, who is the Executive Director, New York State Office of Renewable Energy Siting. So let's start with Rory Christian. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me today. Good morning, Chair Krueger, Chair Weinstein, and other distinguished legislative members. My name is Rory Christian, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of the Department of Public Service and the Chair of the Public Service Commission. The Commission's regulatory jurisdiction extends over New York's investor-owned utilities, including 6 major electric and gas utilities, 5 major gas-only utilities, and 2 major water companies. We have jurisdiction over small telephone companies, hundreds of small water companies, nearly 40 municipal utilities, cable companies, power generators, and energy service companies. The department, the administrative arm of the Commission, also provides regulatory oversight of electric utility operations on Long Island. In fiscal year 22-23, we are prepared to take the next steps to implement the nation-leading Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, the CLCPA, which was recently passed by legislature in 2019. As the Climate Action Council completes its work on the scoping plan on schedule required by the CLCPA, Governor Hochul is moving in parallel to accelerate some key actions we agree are necessary to meet the CLCPA's ambitious emissions reduction goals. For example, Governor Hochul has proposed to change the building code to eliminate fossil fuel use in new construction by 2027, and has proposed changes to the public service law that conform to the CLCPA, including eliminating the requirement for natural gas utilities to cover the costs for the first 100 feet of supply line between a natural gas main and the end user. Governor Hochul has also set a target to electrify or make electrification ready 2 million homes by 2030. And the governor is driving investments needed to accommodate 850,000 zero emission vehicles on New York roads by the end of 2025. We will take complementary actions at the Commission while also meeting our statutory mandate to keep all utility systems safe and reliable. We will continue to review rate cases through the lens of the CLCPA so that we keep making progress in achieving clean energy objectives without disproportionately burdening disadvantaged communities. We will evolve our policy proceedings to more comprehensively address the CLCPA requirements. And we will continue to support the electrification of transportation through the successful rollout of the groundbreaking electric vehicle infrastructure program known as EV Make Ready, which will deploy more than 50,000 new public and commercial level 2 charging ports across the state by 2025. This year, we will also commence a proceeding to provide operating cost relief mechanisms for fast charging infrastructure. And with that, I want to thank Assemblyman Cusack and Senator Kennedy for advancing the underlying legislation. Energy affordability remains a key priority, especially as we recover from COVID-19. The department is working with the utilities and our state agency partners to increase awareness of existing consumer protections and utility bill payment assistance programs to minimize service disconnections. The commission has made significant improvements to low-income energy bill discount programs administered by the major electric and gas utilities, most notably by adding $129 million to the program last year. With that, we now dedicate more than $365 million per year to assist low-income families with their utility bills. This year, we have also moved forward with implementing new initiatives advanced by the legislature, which are designed to improve utility services and accountability. These initiatives include requiring utilities to publicly report executive compensation, implementing the new law to crack down on robocalls, analyzing the feasibility of relocating underground all or most existing above ground utility lines, initiating a proceeding that will address proposals made by electric utilities to undertake projects and programs related to storm hardening and resiliency, and making it easier and more affordable for broadband providers to install internet service on utility poles. We will also complete our broadband mapping initiative on time in the second quarter. The mapping will support Governor Hochul's Connect All initiative, which at $1 billion will be the largest ever investment in New York's digital infrastructure. In addition to making it easier for internet providers to use utility poles and completing our major broadband mapping initiative, which will be used to pinpoint where broadband investments need to be made, we are leading the effort to ensure every eligible New Yorker can take advantage of the federal government's $14 billion affordability program that supports an up to $30 a month broadband subsidy for low-income households. We greatly appreciate the partnership that many of your offices in customer outreach related to these issues, including helping to distribute our customer survey for the broadband map and informing your constituents about the availability of low-income broadband discount. To accomplish many new and important tasks before us, the executive budget proposes to increase our staff by 37 full-time employees, the largest increase in 8 years, increasing our workforce of 491 full-time employees. The new personnel will focus on priority areas, including CLCPA policy development, resilience, utility oversight, and enforcement. These employees will enhance the work of advancing clean energy, driving statewide economic growth, and creating jobs in New York State. Further, through positions like a resident inspector at the Indian Point decommissioning site, these employees will help ensure the safety and reliability of our regulated utility system. In sum, we are well positioned to deliver our core mission and meet the governor's ambitious agenda, and we are grateful for the legislature's support. This concludes my remarks, and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get to the questions after all three of you testify. Next, Doreen Harris.
Good morning, Chair Krueger, Chair Weinstein, and members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. I am Doreen Harris, the President and CEO of NYSERDA. I am pleased to appear here today to discuss the many critical climate and energy issues facing our state and nation. Under Governor Kathy Hochul's leadership and guided by the state's landmark Climate Act, we have taken significant steps forward in advancing New York's nation-leading clean energy and climate goals. I am highly optimistic as we focus our work in realizing a more equitable, clean energy future and continue to build momentum in growing our green economy, which is a focus of national and global attention. The Climate Act established the Climate Action Council, which I co-chair with Department of Environmental Conservation Commissioner Sagos. The council was charged with developing a draft scoping plan to reduce economy-wide greenhouse gas emissions and meet the state's clean energy goals while centering benefits to disadvantaged communities. I am happy to report several key milestones were met in 2021 under the council. The timely public release of the draft scoping plan on December 30th, 2021. Also released were the Disadvantaged Communities Barriers and Opportunities Report and the Just Transition Jobs Study. As we look ahead, advances in wind, solar, energy storage, energy efficient buildings, and clean transportation will provide new opportunities to fulfill New York's ambitious clean energy and jobs agenda. I want to highlight some of the initiatives that NYSERDA is undertaking and the many areas in which we have realized substantial progress. As outlined in Governor Hochul's executive budget, our next offshore wind solicitation will occur this year and will include a new nation-leading $500 million investment to develop offshore wind port infrastructure and supply chain and create 2,000 jobs. Additionally, we finalized contracts for the Empire Wind 2 and Beacon Wind projects, putting us halfway to the Climate Act's 9,000 megawatt offshore wind goal. The Federal Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, or BOEM, announced this month the pending auction of new lease areas needed for additional offshore wind projects. NYSERDA also finalized contracts with Clean Path New York and Champlain Hudson Power Express to deliver renewable power to New York City. And if approved by the Public Service Commission, these transmission projects, when combined with the deployment of clean energy and offshore wind, will reduce New York City's fossil fuel use for electricity by more than 80% in 2030. As evidence of our progress, our combined pipeline of operating, contracted, and awarded renewable energy projects is expected to generate approximately 63% of New York's projected 2030 electricity demand. Our New York Sun program has helped make New York a national leader in distributed solar. In fact, 2021 was a record-setting year with over 557 megawatts of projects completed. We are well on our way to achieving 6 gigawatts of distributed solar by 2025, and NYSERDA and the Department of Public Service have now proposed a framework for the state to achieve at least 10 gigawatts by 2030. Scaling up building efficiency is a key priority for NYSERDA. The governor, in her State of the State, announced a commitment to 2 million climate-friendly homes. And this includes a plan to achieve a minimum of 1 million electrified homes and up to 1 million electrification-ready homes by 2030. This is anchored by a robust series of actions, requiring zero on-site greenhouse gas emissions for new construction by 2027, upgrading appliance efficiency standards to reduce energy use while saving billions on utility bills, and requiring benchmarking for large buildings to track energy efficiency. To address healthy public school buildings, Governor Hochul's Clean Green Schools initiative will benefit more than 1,000 under-resourced public schools. With additional funding provided through the Bond Act, if approved by voters this year, the Clean Green Schools initiative will benefit nearly 1 million students. The initiative will help schools plan for and facilitate clean energy and indoor air quality projects. We are tackling emissions from the transportation sector with the state's $1 billion investment that will grow access to and availability of electric vehicles and clean transit. We are also building the green economy workforce by providing career pathways that place workers in clean energy jobs. We have committed nearly $120 million for workforce development and training initiatives directly targeting low-income, veterans, and disabled workers and helping integrate these workers into the clean energy industry. These efforts will help to train and prepare more than 40,000 New Yorkers for clean energy job opportunities and assist businesses with hiring and training. We are also integrating benefits in program offerings. For example, all large-scale renewable projects receiving awards from NYSERDA will be required to meet prevailing wage, and these renewable energy investments will focus economic growth and job creation in environmental justice areas and disadvantaged communities. As you can see, I am extraordinarily proud of NYSERDA's leadership in advancing clean energy and climate solutions on behalf of the people of this great state. I take great pride in the partnerships we have forged with the legislature, as well as with our sister agencies. This concludes my opening remarks, and I will now turn it back to Chair Krueger and Chair Weinstein.
Thank you very much. And next, we're going to hear from the Executive Director, New York State Office of Renewable Energy Siting. And I'm going to ask you to pronounce your name so I don't make a mistake again.
Good morning, Chair Krueger, Chair Weinstein, and members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Hutan Moaveni, and I am the Executive Director of the Office of Renewable Energy Siting. ORAS is a startup agency which was created in the early days of a global pandemic. The challenges that pandemic posed for many areas of New York State government in terms of hiring and access to the office space and the need to avoid in-person public gatherings were also challenges that ORAS faced. ORAS at all times worked to overcome these challenges, so to satisfy its legal obligations and accomplish its mission. This included in the first year of the office existence, promulgating the regulations required by the Executive Law 94C. The new office began accepting and processing siting permit applications, including transfers from existing public service Article 10 applications from the day that the office was created pursuant to Executive Law 94C. To date, the office has issued 4 final siting permits while ensuring the protection of the environment and consideration of all pertained social, economic, and environmental factors with input from local government and host communities. The office decisions follow a detailed review and robust public participation process to ensure that these facilities meet or exceed the requirements of Section 94C of the Executive Law and its implementing regulations. While we are early in the Executive Law 94C process, the progress that we are seeing indicates that the Office of Renewable Energy Siting and the new process is meaningfully advancing New York State toward its nation's leading energy goals in a timely and cost-effective manner. By point of reference, in the 11 years of Article 10 existence, only 16 projects have been certified and only 1 project is in operation. The average length of time for issuance of a certificate under Article 10 has been approximately 3.5 years. I once again wish to acknowledge my outstanding colleagues at ORAS, DEC, DPS, Office of Parks, and Ag and Market for their tireless effort and dedication to the state's renewable energy mission during 2021. We look forward to continuing to work hand in hand with all stakeholders as the pipeline of 63 proposed siting permit applications are developed and constructed. These facilities are vital to meet the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act's carbon reduction and clean energy targets to combat climate change. Again, thank you so much for this opportunity. This concludes my initial remark. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. All right, so because we took the 3 government reps as a panel, and I'm trying to make sure that everybody with their hands up gets a fair chance to ask any or all of them questions. Clock timer person, listen carefully. I'm going to give chairs 15 minutes in total to ask questions of any all 3. I'm giving the rankers 10 minutes in total to ask any or all three. And then other senators, I'm giving you up to 6 minutes to ask any or all three. I still think we come out ahead if we did each of them separately and made you raise your hands 3 times for this panel. So let's see if I can pull this off. I'm going to start with Senator Kevin Parker, the chair of energy. Are you there, Kevin?
I am. Good morning.
Morning.
Madam Chairs and colleagues. Thank you for this, members of the panel. Thank you for this important conversation. I think there's a lot for us to talk about. But to be quick about it, let me ask a quick question from Ms. Harris at NYSERDA, and particularly one that gets some information about Tier 2. I passed the legislation last year. The governor vetoed the program, and the first RFP resulted in about 13 megawatts. And the last RFP resulted in 0. So wanted to kind of see where we were with this Tier 2 program.
Well, good morning, Senator, and thank you for the question regarding Tier 2. So indeed, the Tier 2 program was initiated by NYSERDA and the Department of Public Service through a request from the governor. And it was intended specifically to help retain existing renewables here in New York State. I would say generally it is critical that we maintain our baseline of renewables toward the achievement of our goals for sure. And the program was designed with that in mind. I am pleased to report specifically that this program has worked coupled with buying through community choice aggregation, electricity suppliers, and private buyers, which are collectively supporting about 60% of these resources now. So I believe generally that our Tier 2 program is working in concert with what has become a robust market interest in these resources, which has not only increased the scale, as I indicated, of interest, but also the price. These assets are paid more than tenfold the amount for the renewable energy attributes than they were paid just a few years ago. So generally, I believe a combination of voluntary interest, regulatory requirements, and our purchasing combine to make an effective program together to support these assets. We may need to make small changes to the Tier 2 program as we move forward, and we are certainly committed to doing so.
Thank you very much. My next question is going to be for Rory Christian. And it's really, there's actually 2 parts. The first deals with the issue of hydrogen. And where are we in terms of understanding what we need in order to have hydrogen as a viable source for energy, clean energy production in the state of New York. The second question I have, well, let's ask that one first. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. So the question of hydrogen as a viable source is being considered and discussed throughout the Climate Advisory Council process. That's probably where the greatest amount of discussion is happening within the state at this moment. In terms of application and feasibility, the utilities in the state are engaging in a number of pilots. I can't speak to the details of those pilots right now, but I know National Grid and NFG are each independently participating in a variety of efforts to determine the feasibility of hydrogen in end-use applications, everything from heating, cooking, and everything in between. So those things are being determined, they're being investigated, and the results of those investigations will feed into what options we have available for using hydrogen in the future as a clean energy option.
Thank you. So as a result of the CLCPA, kind of an unintended consequence is that we kind of made peaker plants economic viable in the state. We then had a number of cryptocurrency mining operations come in purchase these peaker plants and start running them 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in order to run their cryptocurrency mining projects. And it seems to me that the operation, not the cryptocurrencies themselves, which I'm for crypto mining, I'm for cryptocurrency in the state, but it has to be, in my mind, done both in kind of consistent policies with the CLCPA and our sustainable energy goals. What is the PSC doing in order to stop these peaker plants from running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and adding more to the climate damage that the state of New York has been doing?
Thanks, Senator. I'm going to try to parse that out. I know you talked about crypto, and your question, I just want to be clear, is focused specifically on peakers independent of the crypto?
Well, I'm just talking about the mining operations and the amount of energy they use. I mean, my biggest concerns is not my bigger concern is not how much they're using, as much as the way that they're producing that energy in a non-sustainable way and in a way that I believe is counter to what we have intended with the passing of the CLCPA.
Got it. Okay. So I'll do my best to answer that question. There's a lot in there. But first, I want to start by discussing crypto itself, crypto mining. The Public Service Commission does not regulate crypto mining in the state. Our regulation with respect to crypto mining at most would extend to the plants themselves and their operations. So I just want to flag that. Now, I believe what you're referring to, you may be referring to the DEC's peaker rule, which was recently passed, asking existing fossil fuel-based capacity in the city to retire by a certain date.
Yes.
Okay. So in terms of that, what I can speak to that is I know there is a process underway to determine what can be what can be retired in a responsible manner to ensure that we meet the requirements and our obligations as a commission. And again, reliability, safety, affordability, and environmental considerations are the 4 pillars of our priorities. So I know for the time being, this effort is underway. It's complicated specifically because of the uniqueness of New York City. As I'm sure you all know, New York City is a load pocket with very significant needs, and it has certain requirements for in-city generation that must be met. So the commission is considering all options available. We're investigating what options are viable that maintain those 4 pillars I mentioned earlier: affordability, reliability, safety, and environmental considerations. So these are all being looked at and investigated as we speak.
Okay. And so although I guess in your first answer, you're kind of punting on the idea of crypto, but these are related ideas, right? Like the fact that these crypto mining operations have come in and bought peaker plants and then are operating them in contravention of the CLCPA. My sense is that the PSC does have some responsibility over that and should be investigating that and understanding how do we keep all agencies and all operating interests in the state of New York operating consistently with the policies that we put forward. I'm just I'm asking for a friend. But just to move on to another issue. And I'm not asking, I mean, that should be a longer conversation that we should have. And I'm not asking you to do a back and forth right now, but I'm concerned about that and certainly wanted to have some understanding about what we're doing policy-wise in the state.
Certainly, and I'm happy to have that conversation with you offline to discuss further.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, just kind of a broader question around the CLCPA. Now that we've actually passed the legislation, the work groups have put in, their first reports. What's your sense about how do we pay for, like, what the cost of the CL, of actually implementing the CLCPA, and what's your thoughts about how we should be paying for that?
Yes, thank you, Senator. So certainly the question of how to pay for the Climate Act objectives is one that has been central, not only to our work in delivering the draft scoping plan on time at the end of last year, but specifically as we pivot now into the public comment period associated with that plan. and notably in the development of the final scoping plan. We now have a clear direction and a directive as to what it will take to achieve these objectives. And we also know that the benefits of achieving those objectives will far outweigh the costs. So I see that all in a very positive light. When we look at the very specific costs associated with the Climate Act's achievement, it is likely true that it will be achieved through multiple means, both, of course, through programs like those that we're operating today, but also through an abundance of federal support, private market intervention, and I would say private market purchasing as well. So the answer is going to depend on the specific initiative, but what we do know is that all of these considerations will be advanced in as robust a manner as they are today, as we consider various programs and policies to achieve those objectives.
Best no answer in the history of this committee, but thank you. I mean, do we have any sense of like what a rough number is, but what we might need to use yearly? Just short?
Well, certainly when we look at costs versus benefits as part of the Climate Act's objectives, we're looking at the order of hundreds of millions of dollars of costs and hundreds of sorry, I'm getting myself turned around. I'm billions, sorry, my units are off. Hundreds of billions of dollars of costs but hundreds of billions of dollars of benefits. So when we look at that generally, Senator, that is a very small percentage of our gross state product, on the order of like 1% or thereabouts. So really, when we're thinking about our investments, it's really looking at spending those billions in a different way. One really interesting thing I learned is a good amount of our energy spending now is actually directed out of our state. So one major finding was that we really have an opportunity to spend those hundreds of billions of dollars within our state to invest in jobs and our energy future.
So what things can the legislature be doing in order to direct our energy assets inward to the state as opposed to our energy going out of the state?
So it literally is an opportunity of what I would say an opportunity of our generation, Senator, to create literally hundreds of thousands of jobs associated with those, as I said, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment. And really, when I think about the role that we can be playing together with you as the legislature, it really is a goal of ours to bring forth not only the workforce that is ready to serve that industry, but also the economic development opportunities that will come with it. We're already seeing investments in our state. A great example was an investment in Western New York recently in EV battery manufacturing. We need to work together to bring those investments here and to have the workforce ready to serve those industries.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I
you.
yield the rest of my time, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And we will appreciate each person who might yield their time. Helene Weinstein.
Before we go to questions, we've been joined since we began with Assembly Member Barrett, Assembly Member Mamdani, and Assembly Member Button-Shawn. And we go to Assemblyman Cusick, Chair of our Energy Committee, 15 minutes.
Mike, you're muted.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair Krueger. The 15 minutes could be a blessing in the sense that I think Senator Parker has asked all the questions that many of us probably would have, but I will piggyback on some of these. Generally, I'd like to ask our panelists, I want to just follow up on the question of the cost going forward with the climate action plan, and to ask, maybe this is a NYSERDA question or a general question, has there been an analysis, or is there an analysis being done as we speak with the Climate Action Council on costs to ratepayers as we go forward? Because that is a big question that many of us get in our districts.
Certainly, Assembly Member, thanks for the question, and I'll try to build on the answer I had just provided to the senator.
Yep.
So the reality is that not all of these costs will be borne by ratepayers in the state. When we think about the future of what we need to achieve, it's really going to be a mix of not only funding sources, but also policy levers that will help to achieve the goals of the Climate Act. A great example would be this year's proposal by the governor to electrify or make electrification ready 2 million buildings. That comes with a robust legislative agenda. And so that isn't a cost necessarily that will be borne by ratepayers, but rather be the product of codes, appliance standards, and other efficiency measures. But in the instance that there are costs to be borne by ratepayers, what we all know is that any of those costs would be considered with the same scrutiny that we see now. As a great example is the filing that is before the commission now I referenced with respect to the Champlain Hudson Power Express and the Clean Path New York projects, where it is literally a significant document looking at ratepayer impacts across classes, across time, and across geography. That's really how we'll be thinking about each of these programs with that same scrutiny, should those costs be proposed to be borne by ratepayers.
Okay, and again, I appreciate your answer, and I would just ask that as the council moves forward with its work, that there is a concern about energy affordability for ratepayers and for our constituents. If at some point as the council is going forward, that something more specific maybe could be worked out, that people will have an idea, maybe not a specific idea, but a ballpark idea how this is going to affect them in paying their bills. I know that many people now, it's a big percentage of their budget, their home budget, and going forward, and folks want to generally meet these renewable goals that we have set. But the concern I do hear, and many of my colleagues here, is how is it going to affect my wallet and my family as we go forward. So I appreciate that, President Harris. I'll stick with NYSERDA right now. I lost the president here, but let's see, President Harris, with the federal funding that we're getting, do we expect to have the involvement with the distribution of federal funds for the deployment of electric vehicle charging stations?
Certainly, Assembly Member. Can you hear me? You said you'd lost
Yeah,
me.
you're back. You're back there.
I'm
Yep.
here. Oh, good.
Yep.
Yes,
I had a
certainly.
big picture of Senator Kavanaugh there on my screen, so I'm glad to see you. So
That can be distracting.
yes.
Well, thank you for the question. And when we focus our efforts for 2022, it is very much through this lens of what I would say is a unique and critical opportunity to leverage federal investments in pursuit of the Climate Act goals. And certainly electric vehicle charging infrastructure is among them for sure. And we are working already with the Department of Transportation, specifically around the formula program that we anticipate moving forward under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It is a massive amount of investment that we see potentially moving forward, around $175 million total. That is going to be hugely critical in achieving specifically the penetration of charging infrastructure that we need to electrify our vehicles across the state. So I would say that is one of our primary focuses, among others, in our engagement with the federal government.
Are there any actions being taken now to facilitate the deployment of the fast charging stations? Is there any specifics you could fill us in on that maybe is happening right now?
Oh, certainly. We have collectively, first of all, contributed to a record increase in the number of electric vehicles sold in 2021. The number I had been told at the end of 21 was about 90,000 EVs on the road as of the end of the year. And we are at about 9,000 charging stations across the state, just to give you some idea of scale. And so when we look into the future, it's really all about expanding on that scale that we have achieved and really need to achieve moving forward. And that is going to be the product of a number of different initiatives that we have underway, both at NYSERDA and then across other agencies as well. Collectively, we need to get to about 50,000 charging stations in the state by 2025. But we believe between NYSERDA, the Public Service Commission's EV Make Ready program, NYPA programs, tax credits, and I said federal funding, we feel confident that we will be able to hit those goals.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll switch over to the PSC right now. Just on that, basically on the same topic, Chair Christian, as was mentioned, I believe in your testimony, last year we passed the bill that requires the commission to undertake a proceeding to facilitate the development of the fast charging stations. What is the status of those proceedings, Chair?
Okay, so I think you're referring to the Make Ready initiative?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just wanted to be clear. So the PSC announced the Make Ready initiative, I want to say 2020, July 2020, and that established the 50,000 charging station target by 2025. The goal of the program was to stimulate, I want to say, $1.5 billion in investment to electrify transportation throughout the state, with renewables representing a greater portion of the state's electrical supply. Having EVs available is a good way to balance that and leverage that growth. There's synergies associated with the two. So the idea through this program is through thoughtful siting and charging infrastructure, we can support reducing installation costs, improve the site, the acceptance of the sites, hosting of the sites, and maximize use from drivers, essentially place the chargers where they'll be used the most. So the program itself is funded by investor-owned utilities in the state, and they create a cost-sharing program that incentivizes the utilities and the charging station developers to site that infrastructure in places that will provide the greatest benefit. So the order that we passed has a funding cap of roughly, I want to say $700 million for the program to run through 2025. And of that 700 million, roughly a little over 200 million is allocated towards equitable access, ensuring that the benefits achieved in disadvantaged communities. Disadvantaged communities are also going to be eligible for a higher incentive level. They could ultimately get charging stations installed where the cost is fully covered. So again, the goal of the program is to encourage private investment in publicly accessible fast charging stations, with the goal of stimulating the EV market in New York State over the next few years. And again, the work is going to be done primarily by the state's investor-owned utilities. And again, it'll run until 2021. I believe a similar Make Ready program after the IOU program I just discussed was also presented in the LIPA board meeting in December 2021.
Great. Well, thank you, Chair, for that. It's very helpful for us in the legislature. I don't want to leave out our panelists from ORES, so I'd like to ask some questions to ORES. Executive Director, I just want to ask how many people work for ORES currently?
Thanks for the question. Since early days of ORES existence, we have pursued two strategies. Strategy number one, we formed a transition team consisted of staff from multiple state agencies, primarily from DPS, DEC, Ag and Market, and Office of Parks, while we were pursuing our second strategy on a parallel path, which was recruiting and hiring permanent legal and technical staff at ORAS. So currently, ORAS, as I mentioned, has a team that, credit to the team, we have met all our statutory and regulatory deadlines and milestones for a pipeline of 63 projects. Currently, ORAS has 11 full-time employees.
Okay. And do you, does that handle all the permits that are coming across your desks? I mean, is there, I'm sure asking this question to a head of an agency, do you need more staff? The obvious answer is yes, but the question really is the permitting being handled efficiently now with the number that you have?
Absolutely, yes. We have, based on our available resources, we have managed the current workload, and we anticipate to be able to manage the anticipated workload in the next fiscal year as well.
Okay, and when we were forming this in the legislature and the process for the siting, there were concerns, and we're still hearing, as chair, I'm still hearing concerns from members. There's a lot of concern that ORAS will take viable agricultural land and override local concerns. Is that happening to your knowledge at this point?
So this topic is very near and dear to my heart. We certainly recognize preserving our most productive farmland in New York State, consistent with the New York State Constitution. And the office position is that both renewable energy projects and agricultural and farmland can coexist and can and should maintain financial viability. There is a balancing act on all renewable energy development, including solar and wind. We have developed a comprehensive set of regulations in consultation with my colleagues from Ag and Market. We strongly believe that the regulatory framework would allow us to consider potential impacts to farmland and come up with appropriate measures to avoid, minimize, or mitigate such impacts to the maximum extent practical.
Appreciate that. I didn't realize how fast this time goes. So I just quickly want to ask, how many sites have been fully processed at this point?
So we have issued to date only 4 final permits. With, again, just going back to the previous question, 3 out of 4 are solar projects, and those they have de minimis impacts to farmland. So
okay, and how many are currently in the pipeline, would you say? There's 4 that are done.
63.
How many?
63.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering the questions. And even though it's less than a minute, I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Cusack. Appreciate the time. Next to Senator Todd Kaminsky, Chair.
Thank you very much. My first question is going to be for Chair Christian. In light of the Texas catastrophe last year, as well as a very interesting Boston Globe story last week about New England systems operators getting together concerned about reliability, Mr. Christian, are you able to just give us a very blunt statement about where you think our grid reliability is right now? How concerned are you, and how confident are you that we're not going to have a rolling blackout situation if there's a snap of cold weather or something similar?
Blunt statement. Well, let me think for a second here. What I can tell you is, having lived through the Northeast blackout in the early 2000s, Katrina, Sandy, and a number of other events, I can say without hesitation that New York's grid today is at the strongest it's been in a generation. The investments that we have made here, the investments the utilities have made in New York State to reinforce the grid and improve its reliability are, in my opinion, second to none. We have some of the highest reliability metrics as recorded by the industry, and if the indication from the most recent storm is any indication of what we can expect in the future, outages are addressed quickly and with intent, with deliberate intent. So I can say, maybe not bluntly, but definitely with certainty, that the grid is better today than it was in the past.
Thank you. As you consider taking peakers offline, so for example, I have the Barrett peaker in my district. How are you going to go about making those decisions? When will we get a roadmap of when we expect to have more renewables, less peakers? And I hope in those considerations, you're also taking into account the populations of the people who have lived there and are certainly going to be losing large amount of tax income and have been polluted on for a long time. And then all of a sudden it goes away, which is good for the air, but may cause other collateral issues. So I just want to get the sense of how we should be expecting that in New York over the next few years, and when we'll get a sense of what will happen when.
Okay. So in terms of the peakers themselves, when I think of the peakers, I don't look at them in isolation. I look at them as a single part of the grid as it is today. And I think of the investments that are being made through Governor Hochul's efforts to modernize the grid, but also through the CLCPA and other initiatives. They're all about creating the grid of tomorrow. And the challenge with the grid of tomorrow, which is not here yet, and we're not entirely sure how it's going to take place, is it's hard to make predictions as to what form and shape that will take. Ultimately, we at the commission have to, as I've said before, stand by our main pillars. Again, reliability, safety, affordability, and environmental considerations. And so those are going to be the guiding principles about how decisions will be made in the future. Specific to peakers, I can't answer that question yet. And the main reason I can't answer that question yet is, though we have a fairly good idea of our ability to hit the 2030 targets that we have set, others have, there's a number of reports that raise questions as our ability to hit the 2050 targets and what technology and how it will be deployed to meet those targets. So to the degree we can lower emissions, we'll do whatever we can to make that happen. To the degree that we can address lost tax revenue, I think we have a fairly robust model for that already in the state. And I believe what we're doing through the Indian Point decommissioning could serve as a template for further decommissioning should they arise. But ultimately, the timeline and the pathway have not yet been fully defined. But as they are defined, again, they'll be in line with the commission's guiding principles and guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. With just to be clear that, there is not yet, there is a template for Indian Point, but there is no conversations going on with local school districts. Senator Skoufis, Gore, and myself, we all have peakers that are going to be losing half the school's revenue over the next few years in light of LIPA and other tax challenges. We obviously don't expect them to be peakers much longer either, but there's no one telling anything to those school districts, and they're either planning for massive tax increases or to shutter. So I'd love to continue that conversation with you in the future. To switch gears very quickly, your commission has worked very closely with us on the American water issue. Nassau residents have been paying exorbitant prices for water. Quick question for you. Have you heard from anyone from the town of Hempstead about the South Shore Water Authority or any Long Island localities about municipalization of American Water's territory?
So the specific question, have I heard from anyone in Hempstead? I do not believe I've heard from anyone directly in Hempstead about the municipalization of New York American Water. I can speak to the provisions in the order allowing for study to investigate municipalization. But aside from that, I've not had any direct conversations at this time.
Okay, obviously I'll allow let you run your commission as you see fit, but it might be worthwhile to reach out to them. We established and the governor signed the ability to create a water authority that could take over this private entity that's really been hurting our constituents. And if town of Hempstead is not going to do anything about it, it might be worthwhile for you to check in to say you realize you have this ability. Do you plan on using it? What do you need from us to help you? The idea that this just sitting there and no one's doing anything about it, I think drives constituents crazy. I'm going to now turn to Chair Harris. On a level of 1 to 10, 10 being the most confident, how confident are you that we are going to reach 70 by 2030?
Oh, I would give that a near 10, Senator, and I'll tell you, it is on the basis of the pipeline of projects that I see moving forward expeditiously, as well as the private market response that we've had to the certainty that we've provided with respect to our goals. I had mentioned in my opening testimony that when we add all of the projects that we have contracted and under development as a state, we will be at 63% by 2030. And we see a future where we see even more offshore wind and other renewables being brought to bear toward that 2030 goal, including our 2022 offshore wind procurement. So
I
the
don't
state, yeah, sorry.
I don't think pipeline is the word you want to use, but I know what you mean. So
Well, hopefully a different version of the definition, but yes.
I know that green hydrogen is one of the things being debated in the Climate Action Council, but it seems that the governor's taken a strong stand on the side of trying to give it a go in light of what's in the budget, trying to be a green energy hub seen through the eyes of the federal government. You agree that we should do everything we can to explore to see if green hydrogen has a place in our economy, trying to reach the goals that are ambitious in the CLCPA?
Absolutely. The governor's State of the State proposal to participate in and win one of the green hydrogen hubs offered by the federal government is an example of that commitment. Just to give you an order of magnitude, that is an $8 to $10 billion commitment by the federal government. We as a state not only have the preconditions, I believe, to not only advance a hub in New York, but also really to think about hydrogen and specifically green hydrogen as a resource that can be brought to bear to help us with some of these tough to decarbonize sectors across our economy, as well as the innovation needed to really bring solutions forward to address some of your earlier questions around reliability. So we're excited and believe the time is right to not only advance the work we have underway, but also in concert with the federal government.
Can you flesh out some of the details in the governor's budget about the electric school bus mandate by, I think it's 2035? School districts and operators are asking me, where does the money come to do this? How is this going to happen? How soon? Are there any other details you could provide for us about that exciting mandate?
Certainly, it is exciting because when we think about our Clean Green Schools initiative that I had described in my opening testimony, it is also the case that we see a need to electrify transportation in the form of buses as well. So we've already, through our truck voucher incentive program, brought forward rebates for electric trucks and buses. But when we think about school buses, it is the case that they are unique not only as to the opportunity, but also the challenges. So when we think about it, we see a very significant investment from the federal government, first of all, that we intend to leverage toward the achievement of this goal. As I had answered earlier, there's a big investment from the federal government. But also we see opportunities through this Clean Green Schools initiative to advance additional investments, as well as a fundamental shift as to how these buses are purchased and amortized over time. It's going to require a few changes, but I would say one that is not only necessary, but a huge health benefit opportunity for our students as well.
Okay, that's great. I'm going to, Ms. Doreen, I may come right back to you. Mr. Mulvaney, some questions for you. There has been some consternation from some renewable energy developers watching your office move, especially in light of the Heritage Wind project, and are very concerned that when you receive a suggestion from Wildlife Division of DEC, you are taking it as gospel and kind of stopping projects in their tracks or cutting them back or paring them back. Can you give us the exact order of operation of what happens when you receive a recommendation from DEC, how that impacts your decisions, and whether you feel your office is moving along at the right pace to make sure we're reaching our goals?
Thanks for the question, Senator. The office, as a part of the office regulations, we have established a hearing process which is based on the DEC hearing framework, which has been in place for over 40 years. So the office essentially implements that hearing process. And in a case of Heritage Wind, which I believe that the decision speaks for itself, and I don't want to necessarily on this meeting get into the specifics of it. A significant and substantive issue raised as a part of the hearing process, and that's really based on a project-specific and site-specific wildlife natural resource impact. And again, given that this decision might still go through an appeal process, I respectfully have to limit my response to, I'm going to ask you to go back to the decision, and I would be happy to answer any specific question you might have about the decision.
Yeah, I will just say generally, I think that your office was created because projects aren't moving fast enough. Our goals are really hard to reach as it is. And I'll speak for myself. We're hoping that you'll be able to move things faster. A backlog of 63 projects is quite eye-popping, and we're hoping that you'll be able to move with all deliberate speed. And we want to help you in any way to be able to do that.
So as a general matter, Senator, as long as a developer can address major issues and concerns raised by local government and host communities, and there is no significant and substantive issue raised during the whole hearing process, I'll go on the record to say that we would like to issue those final permits in less than 8 months. In cases that actually we have any of those issues, we are going to use the full statutory deadline that we have to issue final permits. As I mentioned, Senator, the office at this point has met all statutory and regulatory deadlines and milestones, including this pipeline of 63 applications.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, I'm going to end just with 2 points. I just want to ask you to address to see if there's something that you're thinking about in performing your job. 2 points that I've found to be particularly frustrating in just the daily life and trying to make sure our state is in sync with the goals that we've set. One is I'm finding that when people are making rehabbing their homes or building homes, that the experts and the contractors they're talking to are not advising them on green options. In other words, you ask your plumber, what can I do? And they say, here's the latest type of gas boiler. Sometimes a heat pump is not even something that is entertained or not seen as reliable. And I think when you lose that point of decision, you lose 10 years of that person, not burning fossil fuels every day that he or she doesn't have to. And the second thing is with state purchasing, it's just very odd to have SUNY build a dorm with a gas hookup with the Long Island Railroad to buy a diesel engine. So with respect to people's daily lives in their homes and respect to SUNY purchasing, I'm not getting the sense that the state is viewing everything with the sustainability and green lens that the CLCPA requires to reach its goals.
Thank you, Senator. I would agree that we need to apply the same pace and urgency in our buildings as we have demonstrated to do so in our power generation sector. I would agree with you because of the scale that we need to hit to decarbonize our 6 million buildings across our state. So I know you're aware, but when we invest money in workforce development, we do so through this lens that we need more people advancing building decarbonization and electrification in an informed and responsible manner. So I know I had a great tour of one of our training partnerships as an example for heat pump training programs that really is necessary to be expanded at the scale commensurate with the objective. And similarly, to your point, we need to lead by example as a state. That's one core principle of the Climate Act and one that I know we all take very seriously. And we need to take seriously with every decision we make, to your example, as a SUNY system and broadly as agencies as well. So we do know Governor Hochul has set forth a very direct agenda with respect to green procurement by state agencies. And it is something that I believe is central to the needs that are inherent within the Climate Act.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Krueger.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Yes, before we go to our next questioner, during this past conversation, we've been joined by our Chair of ENCON, Assemblyman Engelbright, our Chair of Agriculture, Assemblywoman Lopardo, also Assemblywoman Cook and Assemblywoman McMahon. And now we go to the ranker on energy, Assemblyman Palmisano.
And right before you start, sorry, if I would might, Senator Pete Harkins joined us, Senator Leroy Comrie, Senator, I think Jim Tedesco wasn't here earlier, and no doubt some others who already have their hands up who have also joined. Thank you.
Is it okay to go?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. First comment I had real quick for President Harris, just a couple quick things. First on the CAC comment period, I first strongly believe that comment period needs to be extended beyond 120 days for something as far reaching and impactful as the CLCPA is going to have on our overall economy and our residents. 4 months is not enough. I would argue we probably need a year, but minimally 9 months to get full input from across the spectrum on this far-reaching act. And also, well, I'm hoping that NYSERDA, you guys will release your E3 study that was made to determine your cost-benefit analysis. So now to my questions. I was glad to see my colleagues, Chairman Parker and Cusick, talk about costs, and I'm wondering about the costs. The fact of the matter is our constituents, farmers, families, seniors are going to take it on the chin. That's a fact. And I hear often talk about affordability and reliability coming from obviously the PSC and NYSERDA, but I don't see that. I see a lot of action more on clean, green, and renewable. I guess my first area is, do you even consider the impact to the ratepayers and on these programs? For example, I know in the 3-year strategic plan from 2021 to 2024, NYSERDA had anticipated commitments of $12.7 billion, which would have to be approved by the PSC. That's going to go right to the ratepayer. And this is on top of the $3.4 billion that was put in place as a June 30th Clean Energy Fund quarterly report. So on that front, do you even take into consideration the cost to ratepayers on that front? And then on the other front, relative to electrification? I mean, everyone talked about electrification, how great that is. But the fact of the matter is, there are studies in, I think, in the CAC report that talked about $20,000 to $50,000 for conversion costs. Consumer Energy Alliance talked about $35,000. Others are saying more. How do we quantify the impact this is going to have and tell people that they're going to have to pay $35,000 to convert their homes over to be electrified? So in 2030, when their gas boiler goes, they're not going to be able to replace it with a gas boiler. How do you expect and justify the amount of this is going to cost us? And I know you always say the benefits outweigh the costs, which I wholeheartedly disagree with. Not when New York only contributes 0.5% of the total carbon emissions globally. When China, which has 29%, continues to build coal plants and increase their carbon emissions by 9% in the first quarter of last year. So how do you address the cost issue a little bit more, especially on the electrification, $35,000? The public has no idea this is about to hit them. So how do you address that issue?
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you for the thoughtful questions. And just to double back and to ensure you're aware, the study that you had referenced actually was a critical foundation for the scoping plan that was issued in draft form at the end of the year and the integration analysis that accompanied it. So the study you referenced is available on the Climate Act website. And if I'll be glad to follow up with a link just so you can have it for a reference. And also with respect to the comment period, of course, we are excited about the engagement we are about to undertake directly with the public. And I would agree with you that we, of course, need to maintain the schedule established for the final scoping plan. But to the extent that we need to extend a comment deadline to accommodate additional public feedback, we're certainly open to doing so. So just to make sure I close those out. On the issue of cost, I rest assured, these issues are central to everything that we are doing. The benefit cost assessment that you referenced, it's looking at societal benefits versus societal costs. And that's critical in the most macro senses, i.e., is this worth doing? I am very confident that the answer to that is yes, on balance. And when we look at individual programs, I couldn't agree more that we need to look very carefully at the impact on people. People who in many cases are stretched to pay the bills that they have today. So when we think about what we're doing, one thing I would like to build on is the scale of the commitment that we are making as a state. And when we think about the scale that we are committing to as a state and as a globe, what we see is a huge movement that can improve costs significantly, technology costs, like we've seen with solar as an example, which have been reduced significantly, almost an order of magnitude over time. And we need to see those same cost reductions with other technologies for those exact reasons you point out. And we need to scrutinize carefully the incremental costs for every decision we make. A great example is NYSERDA's Clean Energy Fund, which is actually designed to reduce over time ratepayer impacts of these collections. And the Public Service Commission's order, which authorized the Clean Energy Fund through 2025, confirmed that. So I would say I agree with you. And as every decision is made, it will be central to our considerations.
Thank you. I was going to talk a little bit about reliability, but I want to skip to another area issue too, because there's been a lot of talk about electric vehicles and how great this is going to be for our state, for our environment. But are you taking into account the intensiveness, energy intensiveness, the effort that has to go into mining these rare earth materials? Particularly 70% of the cobalt comes from the Republic of Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, which is having serious human rights and environmental issues with children dying, mines collapsing, they're dying and they're being maimed. Don't we have an obligation, instead of just pushing electric vehicles? I mean, when 70% of the cobalt, which is made into these electric vehicles, is coming from there, where there are lawsuits, and again, where there are children dying, where there are children being maimed and individuals being maimed, and this is a poor country, and they're being, taken advantage of by this. Don't we have a responsibility? Because we always talk about climate justice and economic justice for disadvantaged communities. This is something that it's almost like, from my perspective, looking at this, like the end justifies the means. And the fact of the matter is there's a major problem. The same thing with lithium, and China controls the market on lithium. Let's talk about the solar panels. They control the solar market. Then you're going to have a major, they're going to control our whole market. But I'm very, very concerned about this child labor and these children being exploited in the Republic of Congo, where 70% of the cobalt is coming from. How are you addressing that issue? Isn't that going to be addressed?
Yes, you're identifying what is in fact a global issue with some of the materials that are precursors to the technologies that we are utilizing now. And we certainly are not alone in those concerns, which I share with you as well. We see actually movement from the federal government as well to address some of these issues, but as a general matter, it speaks to not only equity in the most global of senses, but also security. And in this instance, this is where innovation really comes in. And this is why NYSERDA is committing $800 million under the Clean Energy Fund to the topic of innovation, because we need better solutions, to your point, that minimize impacts, but also create new solutions technologically to address the needs inherent within the Climate Act. I would say also, just generally, the private market is responding to this challenge as well, with new technologies, new sources, and frankly, new chemistries that can address some of the points you had made.
Well, I think that's a really big issue with mining these materials, and the fact that China controls the market, and again, what's going on in the Republic of Congo, the 7% of the cobalt and what's happening over there. I want to get to the reliability issue. I don't hear a lot of talk about reliability coming out of the CAC. The most important thing we have to have is reliability. I know there's provisions in the CLCPA to say if there's a question about reliability, to put the brakes on, and I would urge you to pay attention to that, because I think that's a big issue. Even the NYSO's expressed concerns. And the fact of the matter is, when we talk about a full electrification, when 60% of the people in New York State heat their homes with natural gas, it's like 94% in Western New York. With the freezing temperatures we have, how can we sit there and say we're going to rely on the solar and wind when we don't have the storage capacity to provide heat and lights to our families, to our small businesses, to our manufacturers who rely on that? I think there's a tremendous reliability issue here. And the heat pumps, from everything I'm reading about it, they don't do well in Arctic or cold temperatures where the North Country below zero, or in the Western New York. I mean, that's a problem, but reliability is an important issue that needs to be addressed. I think you absolutely need to keep an eye on that, because if we can't meet our reliability needs, then we shouldn't be moving forward with this. And that goes back to that, the reliability and the affordability for people. And how do you address the reliability? Because the costs, affordability and reliability is a big issue. People need to have lights on, the heat on, because otherwise if people can't heat, they're going to die.
Not
Thank
sure he's
you.
giving you time to answer. You may need to get him the answer offline.
Well, I think reliability is a good answer for everybody, given the far-reaching impact of this, Madam Chair, and the time we have. And I think President Harris, being the co-chair of the CAC, should be able to answer the members of this body about reliability, which is a key component of our energy committee.
She should, but she's run out of time, unfortunately, with your questions.
Right. This is a reminder for
sorry.
questioners to leave time for the answer to your question on, we'll now, we've been joined by Assemblyman Dillon, and we'll turn it over to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Assembly Member. Our next questioner is Pat Ritchie, the ranker. Hi, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you. President Harris, I'd just like to start off by saying I appreciate your statement that you're going to look at the impact on people. Many of the people that I represent right now are struggling. And so this extra cost, honestly, they're not going to be able to do anything to offset that. Home heating costs are up 20 to 30% this winter. And we have already had in my district multiple days of 20 to 30 below zero. There was a mention of heat pumps a few minutes ago. I have a constituent who just bought a new heat pump and invested in it, and the heat pump will not work because the temperature is so cold. So either for NYSERDA or PSC, can you tell me what is causing the huge spike with regards to heating costs, and is there anything that can be done immediately to help homeowners?
Certainly. Chair Christian, maybe would you like me to start with that?
Yeah, I can follow up that. Yeah.
Okay, certainly. So we certainly do need and continue to prioritize affordability, and to the prior question, reliability in every decision that we make. Certainly we at NYSERDA have a number of programs that are focused on just that, which is bringing forward solutions to help address people's challenges with bills and other, I would say, adoption of technologies that really can help them in the long term, not only from a cost perspective, but again, from a decarbonization perspective as well. When we talk about heat pumps, I need to say, heat pumps work in cold climates. They work in Northern Europe as an example, where it's even colder than it is here today at a scale which is commensurate with the scale that we really need to achieve as a state to achieve the Climate Act goals. But it is the case that we need installations that are smart, that are coupled with highly efficient homes, and technologies that are designed to work in cold climates like upstate New York in particular. So for your particular constituent, I would hope they would reach out directly to NYSERDA, as we're happy to help with the solutions that are needed to achieve that objective. Generally, though, with respect to the variability, and I would say the challenges of fluctuating prices, it is largely the function of the grid that we have today, which is highly reliant on natural gas and volatile prices that come from forces far outside of New York. So ultimately, one primary goal of the future that we see is to address some of those issues with volatility in prices. The adoption of electrification technologies and a highly clean localized grid can really help in that respect. And it is a future that we see as beneficial for reasons as described, including the question of stable pricing that people can plan around. Chair Christian, anything you would want to add?
I think you've done a great job of capturing the global perspective of it. And I want to, I think it's important to recognize that this is truly a global issue. Energy costs in Europe right now are among the highest they've been for a variety of reasons, some of which are supply-based, some are political in nature. But ultimately, there are two sides to the cost conversation. There's the cost of the commodity itself, and then there's the cost of the infrastructure needed to bring that commodity to that person's home, be it natural gas, electricity, whatnot. Looking at what the Public Service Commission regulates, we regulate investments in that infrastructure, and thinking through where those have been over the last few years. I think back to 2021 in particular, given the quantity of dollars utilities have requested, and I look at the approvals that the PSC has provided, ultimately, when you compare the two, the PSC has approved cost increases of 8% of what the utilities originally requested. So we've done a fairly aggressive job of keeping costs for infrastructure in line, and that's a role that the commission and staff will continue to have and hold. But again, from an affordability perspective, I also want to reinforce the existence of the various energy affordability programs that exist within the state, many of which have been expanded in response to the hardships individual consumers are experiencing as a result of the pandemic. So in addition to maintaining a posture where we're rigorously reviewing the costs for the infrastructure needed on an ongoing basis as a core responsibility of our role, we're also ensuring that those in need have the resources with which to continue and maintain the service upon which they rely.
Okay, and just as a follow-up to the Assemblyman's question, what is the state doing to ensure that the reliability of the energy system will not be impacted by the provisions under the CLCPA? I don't know if you want to address that.
Yeah, I can take
Sort of
that.
wants to.
Okay.
Well, I'll take this one. I mean, again, in terms of, that is the core function of the Public Service Commission, one of the core functions to ensure reliability. Again, the draft scoping plan has been released. A final plan, as you all know, has not been finalized. So the exact steps and actions we will be taking to meet the goals have not been fully defined. We have a clear path on where we need to go with respect to installing renewable energy. And as has been stated by President Harris, we're well on our way to meeting those goals for 2030. The key is then establishing the infrastructure and system to ensure the reliability is met. So that is at the forefront of our work. That's ever present in our thinking and our approach, and is a key priority and something that will not go unaddressed as we move forward.
Okay, I'm going to kind of change directions here. My next question is about the 500 million for the development of offshore wind ports, manufacturing, supply chain infrastructure. Can you tell me where the money will be used and where the wind turbines will be located?
Certainly. This year's executive budget from Governor Hochul includes a $500 million line item for the provision of investments in New York's port infrastructure. That is anticipated to be expended over a period of 5 years, just for clarity, because it is the case that these ports will take a number of years to be developed and advanced and ultimately serve the industry. So New York, under the Climate Act, has the largest offshore wind goal in the nation. And what we are seeing is really the manifestation of the achievement of that goal, with significant investments by the private sector in our ports, in supply chain activities, and in jobs that are really bringing forward what I would say is a once in a generation industry right here in New York. So the governor's commitment is really intended to build on what we're seeing. We already have 5 ports that are serving the industry, and we know we can, with this investment, achieve not only a number of additional ports or expanded ports serving the industry, but we expect 3-to-1 leverage by the private sector with that investment. And it could be coupled with what we see are significant investments from the federal government as well. So what we expect to see are new activities advancing across the state and thousands of jobs to support it.
Okay, can I
I'm
just
sorry,
sorry, can
yeah.
I follow up with one question? So
Certainly.
if you have a community that is totally opposed, is that something you're going to work with the community? How will that play out?
Well, certainly when it comes to projects and ports, is your
Right.
question both?
Mhm.
Certainly. We take very seriously not only community engagement, but community support for projects. We actually at NYSERDA have a team that is their exclusive job to work directly with host communities to help to ensure that they have the tools and resources needed to engage fully in processes like the siting offices processes and beyond. And what we see are communities that are raising their hand to host projects in those communities that need additional help. That's what we're here to do, to help make projects sited responsibly that we can all support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Yes, we've been joined by Assemblyman Walzak, Assemblywoman Septimo, Assemblyman Eric Dalan. And I go to our ranker on NCON, Assemblyman Smolin.
Thank you very much, Chair. What I'd like to do is go to the questions that I'll ask President Harris and Chair Christian. I'll state the questions, then we'll come back and answer them or have a dialogue about them. For President Harris, why are we betting on air source heat pumps for new construction when their efficiency at -5 degrees is suspect? Second question, for hydrogen production in New York, where does the electricity actually come from and what is the conversion efficiency rate? Third question, why are we betting on electric school buses versus converting to clean diesel technology? Fourth question, what is the cost estimate of the hydropower Quebec line, which will bring electricity from Canada to New York City? For Chair Christian, will you pledge to help publish the full results of the broadband map in real time? And lastly, can you please explain the rate hike agreement that postpones the 7-mile Albany Loop pipeline? Are we still on the screen here?
I'm
Okay, great.
here. I'm here. I'm just making sure I have all of these written down. I
Sure.
will hopefully.
Just circling back to you, President Harris, can you talk to me more about air source heat pumps for new construction? You know, we live in the North Country, -5 degrees. Aren't these new air source heat pumps for super low temperatures very expensive?
So with respect to cold climate heat pumps and heat pumps in general, we see this as a critical technology to help to address issues with emissions and the utilization of natural gas in heating and in some instances, other activities taking place in homes. So when we look at Governor Hochul's 2 Million Homes initiative, we are focusing on new construction, first of all, in the first instance, with the goal to really bring forward electrification technologies in the timeframe of 2027 in the out year for the new construction homes. When we look at what is actually true on the issue of cost, in new construction, it's a very modest increase on the order of a couple of % as to the capital cost of systems like this in new homes. And that is why we want to start there. Because we know we can achieve these objectives in these new construction activities where the cost differential is rather insignificant at the scale of a new home. It is also the case that we need to build these homes, to your question, in a form that is what we would say electrification ready. And by that, we mean the homes need to be built with a very high level of efficiency and a very, what we say is robust shell, so that we are limiting really the need to heat and cool the home in the first instance. But what we see in very cold climates is high efficiency and high effectiveness of this technology as a general matter with those preconditions in mind.
So moving on, for hydrogen, where does the electricity, where is it actually going to come from? And what is the conversion efficiency rate for that hydrogen?
So there's quite a rainbow of hydrogen technologies. When we talk about hydrogen, we are looking primarily at green hydrogen, which is created by electrolysis, actually. It's the electricity, essentially the electrolysis of water using renewable electricity. And another technology that you might hear is pink hydrogen, which is from nuclear derived electricity, as an example. When we think about this technology, it does not have associated greenhouse gas emissions, which we see as a huge benefit given our goals. And as to the efficiency, my understanding is it's around 80% to directly answer your question with respect to the energy efficiency of that electrolysis process.
Okay, and you know, as we deal with this mandate on electric buses for schools, wouldn't an interim step for some people in, say, the upstate areas of the North Country be to convert to clean diesel technology so they could have, you know, a energy density to make sure that they wouldn't overload the grid before it's ready to handle this? This is only 3 years away.
Yes, we certainly have invested in clean diesel school buses as and through existing initiatives. We also, however, see a future where the electrification of school buses can improve significantly air quality results and ultimately cost results as well for school districts for those same reasons that we really talked about with respect to homeowners and the need, again, for a reliable and I would say a stable cost of operating those buses as well. So, you know, it's a question of scale. When we look at the scale of our bus fleet, we see a huge opportunity for cost efficiency and specifically as battery costs are coming down over time.
Well, speaking of scale on buses, what is the cost estimates for a clean diesel bus today versus an electric bus today?
So we are actually looking at cost premiums. You know, I should get back to you on that. I want to make sure I quote it exactly correctly. I would have to give you a ballpark, sir. So yeah. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you for that, because costs do matter. Speaking of that, what is the cost estimate for the hydropower Quebec line to bring electricity from Canada to New York City?
Yes, so we have a filing before the Public Service Commission right now, which is subject to public comments through the next week or so. And in that filing, we did produce a very robust assessment of costs. And I think the most relevant cost for you for this purpose would be the projected ratepayer impacts of these projects, which together would be about $2 a month for an average residential consumer.
How much is it going to cost to construct the line?
The estimate from the company was on the order of $3 billion. The company developing the TDI developing the actual transmission line.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair Christian, I'm very interested in broadband for our rural citizens. Are we going to be able to get the results of the broadband mapping project in real time so we can see where to invest the federal and state dollars that are coming to upstate New York?
So if it's okay with you, I'd like to actually piggyback off of something President Harris just said about EVs to discuss another benefit.
No, sir. I'm focused on.
Okay, broadband it is.
For the record.
So the mapping initiative is going to be released this May. So we'll have that available. And just to be clear, the initiative is not a snapshot. It's going to represent a snapshot in time, but it will be continuously updated throughout several years to ensure that we see progress on where work is needed as that map is deployed. I've been made aware that some counties have actually requested access to the map early. And yeah, we're looking over whether that can be done. But ultimately our goal is to have the map deployed on time, and everything seems to be moving with that goal in mind. Additionally, I believe we're going to be having several public hearings, the first of which is going to be before the end of this month. I'll double check the date and get back to you, but we should be holding at least 8 such hearings to discuss the map and the details within it. And so the broadband initiative is moving along, and we expect it to yield some significant benefits in the near and the long term.
Great. Yeah, on behalf of all those counties, please get them the information as it comes in real time. Many of them are doing broadband studies themselves, and they could really use that help from the state.
Of course.
Can you please explain the rate hike agreement that postpones the 7-mile Albany Loop pipeline?
Okay, so the Albany Loop pipeline in question you're referring to, I believe, was the proposed reliability project that NIMO presented in its most recent rate case. The project was supposed to be about 7 miles of gas mains to connect one end of the existing gas transmission loop in Albany, I think in the town of Bethlehem, to another part of the loop in the town of Troy. Ultimately, NIMO agreed to withdraw that as part of the settlement agreement that was made with several other parties as part of their rate filing. It was accepted by the other parties and ultimately approved by the Public Services Commission in our most recent session. Yeah, that's the background of the case.
Okay, so no pipeline, which means no gas, which until our full electrification takes hold, then the people in that area have to pay more essentially. So, okay.
Actually, sorry, sir, that's not actually the case. Sorry, I should have expanded on that a little bit. The purpose of the proposed infrastructure was a reliability need. As we've done in other rate cases, we've asked utilities to investigate alternatives. And in this settlement agreement, other alternatives were proposed that would allow for continued service at the same quality, the same safety, the same reliability, but at a lower cost. So those initiatives are actually taking place. I can get back to you with the details on what those actual things are, but ultimately the need for the loop was determined by NIMO to be unnecessary as a result of those discussions through the settlement process put forward by the PSC. So
thank you. We've been joined by Assemblywoman Glick, and we'll send it back to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman. All right, we have now finished the chair and ranker period, unless Helene or myself jump in at some point. So now people are going to 6 minutes in total to ask their questions of the 3 representatives. I'm sorry, Assemblyman Ra, I didn't mean to diss you in that either. I see you raising your hand down there. Take it up with Helene. And the next speaker is Senator Brad Hoylman, who just walked away from his chair. Come back, Brad Hoylman, come back.
I'm back, sorry. It was very bright in my office. This is thank you, Madam Chair. This is for President Harris. Just a quick couple of questions about the NYSERDA grant program. You may or may not know there are 2 fossil fuel energy generation plants being proposed for one of the largest residential developments in my district, and in fact, the entire city, Stuytown Peter Cooper Village, which is owned by Blackstone, the private equity firm that is heavily invested in fossil fuels to the tune of $20 billion. Stuytown has over 11,000 apartments, over 20,000 residents, and Blackstone has proposed 2 what are called combined heat and power plants, CHP plants, which while they generate steam and electricity, they burn fossil fuel, natural gas. And the power plants have been subject to a great deal of concern from the community and elected officials because of the health and environmental consequences for this neighborhood, which already has the 2nd highest levels of air pollutants, according to city data, and is located directly across the street from the 14th Street Con Edison 660 megawatt power plant. But my question is, in July of 2018, clearly before your time, NYSERDA awarded $1.5 million in grants through the Clean Energy Fund to this project. So I ask, as we make strides to meet our CLCPA mandates, why would we be providing public funds for clean energy to new fossil fuel infrastructure? And secondly, is there any ability to end the disbursement of this grant that's being awarded as the project meets certain milestones, given the mismatch between the mission of the Clean Energy Fund and the environmental impact of a fossil fuel plant like this?
Certainly, thank you for that question. And I am aware, as you point out, that this was an award from NYSERDA back before the adoption of the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. I think I had been told it was around 2017, which is roughly consistent with your recollection. In general, first of all, these types of programs have been evolved, certainly with the adoption of the Climate Act, which sets forth parameters that change the nature of NYSERDA's investments along with many others. So we certainly are transitioning programs and have transitioned programs like that and other legacy programs to really focus on the resources and the technologies that are part of the climate agenda of the state. As a general matter, first of all, this is a contractual commitment of NYSERDA, and it is not one that we would renege on for the reasons of market certainty, certainly, and adherence to our contractual requirements. However, as a general matter, is not an area that we're investing in under the Climate Act. And for what it's worth, there are benefits of this type of an installation, certainly that we hope will be afforded through this installation, notably with respect to efficiency and reduction in energy consumption.
Well, given what we know now and what we've embraced as a state through a constitutional amendment and through amazing path-breaking legislation like the CLCPA, is it worth us taking a look at these types of grants to see if we can claw them back? I mean, is a commitment that endangers the future of our planet really one that we should honor?
Well, we're always looking for opportunities to improve installations like the one that you're referencing. And I will note, obviously, that the project itself will be subject to the provisions within the Climate Act with respect to emissions and the like as well. But as a general matter, we have pivoted, focusing on electrification, and that's really the focus of our investments as described here today.
Could I get a commitment from you to look at this particular award, see how much has been distributed, and make a determination whether it's still worthy of future disbursements? Or are we just giving them a blank check, even with the strides we've made in recent years on curbing fossil fuel emissions?
You have my commitment that we will certainly look at the project and its evolution and development to maximize all of the provisions I just described, specifically emissions reductions, efficiency improvements, and the like in light of the Climate Act. You have my commitment to do that.
Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Assemblywoman.
We do have our Ways and Means ranker, Assemblyman Ra, who will get 10 minutes now before we go on to the other members.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it. I do quickly just want to point out with regard to the PSC, I know the senator had raised it earlier. The town of Hempstead did appoint their commissioners for the, just last week, actually, for the South Nassau Water Authority. So they are moving forward. Commissioner Chair, just some further questions regarding that. I do represent also a portion of the northern part and with the whole New York American water issue. I know there were some reservations within, within the department regarding the sale that was approved. I'm just wondering, going forward now, everybody knows that the key to all of this is the the property tax burden that is being imposed on the ratepayers. I know that was obviously an obstacle with regard to the sale. It's something that until there's some type of municipal entity really doesn't go away. So I'm just wondering how the department is moving forward with, the transition to a new owner, with it looming that perhaps these areas are all going to get broken up both on the south and northern part of their holdings.
Okay, so, ultimately, the department is ready and able to assist in any further consideration on what the next steps will be it municipalization or some other action. We're monitoring the status of this initiative, and ultimately we'll be in communication with the various representatives to understand their goals and intent and what next steps will and should be. I think ultimately, to the point you made, the customers have been long burdened by high costs of the water that they use daily. And again, these costs have been driven largely by taxes and have nothing to do with the provision of water. So one of the things that, if I'm remembering properly, the agreement includes a rate freeze that will be immediate. So that'll be a very much assistance to the customers in establishing some relief and protections. But ultimately, whether municipalization actually happens, I believe that decision is up to the local municipalities themselves. But whatever choice is made, ultimately, the Public Service Commission is here to support that choice and provide assistance as needed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we certainly would appreciate, that continued partnership as we move forward with this, in both the northern and southern areas. I think what the ratepayers want is pretty clear, but we also appreciate that this is complex, and there are differing solutions as to how we're actually going to do it, whether it's in some areas, perhaps neighboring entities that may take over pieces of it, and others just, a brand new entity, and, who owns what and all that stuff. So thank you for that. The other thing I wanted to talk about, this proposal regarding disallowing utilities from covering the cost of the first 100 feet of natural gas infrastructure. I assume this is to kind of discourage new national gas hookups for homes.
So, yeah, I can't speak to I'm trying to remember the exact language in the legislature, forgive me. But the 100-foot rule you speak of is something that was established at the very onset of utility development as we know of today. And it's long been seen as an incentive to help customers, particularly new homes that don't have gas service, connect to the grid by making it easier. So what the 100-foot rule ultimately allows is that first 100 feet of service between the gas main and your home would be covered for free. That rule is a vestige of previous policies designed specifically to expand and accelerate the growth of our gas use within the state. Given the passage of the CLCPA, given the direction that we're moving as a state towards significant reductions in emissions and also the need to electrify, one would ask the question, and I think this dovetails onto a question previously asked about incentivizing infrastructure that emits, should this continue? And ultimately, the legislation is attempting to bring in line public service law with the greater goals of the CLCPA by eliminating this de facto subsidy of providing natural gas.
Yeah, so I think, I can appreciate that, but, as some of my colleagues have mentioned, when we look at this whole thing, we can't completely look at it in a vacuum. So, what are we at this point, if you're taking a home that maybe is utilizing something that is much less clean right now than natural gas, and we're taking, we're disincentivizing them to switching to something that's cleaner, seems to me that, certainly I get that that's the long-term goal, but I mean, aren't we perhaps keeping a home on something that is less clean and less green by not allowing them to get a natural gas hookup, which we know many residents want to get, both in terms of affordability and in terms of it being cleaner than what they may be currently heating their homes with.
That argument is exactly an argument I have made myself in the past when I was an advocate for the environmental community. And in the past, that argument is 100% accurate. Where we are today, though, things have changed significantly. Today, and there's several studies which I'm more than happy to share with you, done by a variety of different organizations. It's been shown time and time again that natural gas as an intermediate step actually increases our costs over time. The ability to convert an individual from oil to electric is actually far more cost effective if done directly, rather than first transitioning to natural gas. So I think President Harris has said this earlier. President Harris said this earlier in her comments, that NYSERDA is constantly looking at incentives to readjust and realign them with needs. And I know I'm confident that provision of incentives to encourage those customers not using natural gas, using dirtier fuels, converting them to electric is likely going to be a significant priority and a significant funding area going forward. So I don't believe those customers are going to be left without. And I believe those are actually the ripest customers for conversion to electrification over the next few years.
Thank you, Chair. And please, I would appreciate if you can send over any of those studies to me.
Absolutely. Happy to do so.
Thank you. I will yield back the rest of my time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank
Back
you.
to the Senate.
Thank you very much. Our next is Michelle Hinchy, Agriculture Chair. Hi.
Hello, thank you very much, Madam Chair. My first question is for Mr. Muvani. We are seeing large-scale solar projects being targeted on farmland because it is easier and it's cheaper, and especially happening with predatory practices. So building off of Assemblymember Cusik's comments or questions, I believe you answered that you would come up with solutions to protect farmland. Can you talk about what regulations you have implemented to protect farmland and therefore our food supply today?
Sure. Thanks, Senator. As I mentioned in my earlier comment, the office recognizes the importance of preserving our most productive farmland, consistent with New York State constitutions. And as far as I know, for the first time in New York State, we have established a regulatory framework to study the impacts of renewable energy development on farmland. So in our Exhibit 15, as a part of the regulations, we have established a set of requirements that to be provided that would enable the office to review the proposed facility and make determinations on a case-by-case basis. The regulations is based on a hierarchy of avoid, minimize, or mitigate significant adverse impacts to farmland resources to the maximum extent practicable. I don't want to go through the entire regulatory process, but just to outline a few steps, the office staff work very closely with my colleagues from the Department of Ag and Market and with applicants to avoid significant impacts to farmland before an application is submitted. As a part of Exhibit 15, an applicant is required to provide an agricultural plan, which they need to outline specific steps that they will take to minimize or mitigate impacts. We have requirement to comply with Ag and Market construction standards. We have specific requirements for compliance with decommissioning and restoring the site, again, consistent with Department of Ag and Market, and also a requirement that have an on-site agricultural inspector to make sure that during the construction, we don't make a permanent damage. So I believe that the regulation process that we have in place at this point will provide enough information for the office to take this in the context of case-by-case and project-specific review and approval process. And again, if we look at the list of projects that they have been approved by the office so far, none of those applications have significant adverse impacts to farmland.
So I would argue that that's actually incorrect, because my second question is the fact that when I look across my district, which is a lot of farmland, as you know, for I represent 5 rural counties, what we're seeing is there's actually very little care for regional impacts, specifically around farmland, but general regional impacts. For example, in the town of Coxsackie alone, one town in Greene County, there are 10 solar projects cited. 2 have been approved, and the 2 of them take up 9% of the land of that town. In Montgomery County, we are seeing several multi-thousand-acre projects being proposed in neighboring towns, all farmland. So what we're doing is we're setting up these areas to effectively be dead counties. And so it would seem to me that the regulations that are in place right now are not working. But also I'd like to ask, on that regional perspective, what is your agency doing to look regionally to ensure that, I agree, we need more solar development, and we needed it 5 years ago, if not longer. But what are we doing to look at the regional impacts of communities so that we're not disproportionately impacting very specific regions, as I'm describing to you now across my district? And it's happening all over upstate New York.
So, Senator, 2 points. On point 1, those projects that you're referencing are not permitted under Office of Renewable Energy citing regulatory scheme or statutory scheme. So, and so point 1, and point 2 is like, at this point, as I mentioned, the regulations that we have are adopted, promulgated last year and still like new. I'm not aware, again, as I said, any of those projects to be reviewed and permitted under Executive Order 94C. With respect to the second question, with respect to evaluating cumulative impacts of this project, yes, I share the same concern that we have to look at the proposed pipeline, and we have to look at project-specific and site-specific impact, as well as look at the cumulative impact of each and every one of those projects. So this is part of, as I mentioned, our regulatory scheme already that we will be requiring, and will be conducting a thorough evaluation on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to working with you on that, because what we're seeing playing out right now is kind of antithetical to saving our food supply, and also making sure that our upstate towns are still viable. I know I have very little time left, but for the sake of possibly having an answer for Mr. Christian, curious any details on the Connect All initiative that the governor has outlined. Really excited about that. But what we've seen historically is broadband money that has been allocated goes to kind of further build out or protecting urban areas and less of the last mile. So can you, in very quick seconds, describe how that will go to more upstate areas?
Yes, we're using the funds to pinpoint where broadband investments need to be made. And we're also supporting a $30 a month permanent broadband subsidy for low-income households. So in addition to doing infrastructure where it's needed most, we'll be providing funds to individuals who need it to get that broadband service.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Assemblyman Epstein.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you all for being here and sticking with us now. Just a couple hours in, we might have some more time to go. So I wanted to just follow up on Senator Hoylman's point about the 2 proposed CHP plants that are going to be in our district. That this Stuytown is now proposed, especially across the street from Con Ed. What can we do now, since it doesn't comply with their CLCPA goals, to ensure that those plants won't come online?
Well, Assembly Member, I would say that my answer with respect, I must say I'm not 100% confident that NYSERDA is involved in the second project, which I can seek to confirm here. But as a general matter, these projects will need to advance consistent with the CLCPA with respect to, specifically with respect to emissions goals and the like. So there's a question of fuel eligibility as it exists moving forward, and then emissions considerations, which are both going to be critical, I would say, with these types of projects moving forward. That said, I would say, if to the extent that I would make the same commitment to you that I had made earlier, which is we will strongly engage to improve those projects to the extent possible, should they both be supported by NYSERDA.
And
As
so-
to the permitting, of course, that would be a different question altogether.
Yes. Yeah, obviously the DEC will talk to them more about
Yes.
that, but I just want to make sure that we have your commitment that we will be engaged in a conversation because our community really opposes those projects.
Yes.
And so I want to talk to PSC just for a second because I wanted to, we've had a, concern around utility issues and utility shutoffs, that the moratorium's expired. How many people do you know are now behind on their utilities and risk a shutoff? And the second question is, in the context of that, in the context of the pandemic, I'm wondering what the logic and the rationale was for a rate hike for people who are obviously struggling already, which, can push people further into poverty.
Okay, I'll try to answer your first question. So the exact number of people, I don't have that available at this time. I do know that there's about 1.7 billion, that's billion with a B, that is owed. And I'm pretty sure that's over 1 million customers, but I'll have to get that number verified and get back to you on that. In terms of addressing this issue, first off, there's a number of protections already in place. I'm sure you're already familiar with the Home Energy Fair Practices Act, FPA, that already has provisions for deferred payments and other protections to ensure that disconnect doesn't happen. Specifically during winter when people need heat, we have provisions in place to ensure they don't lose that heat. So that's kind of a founding principle. The pandemic has resulted in the creation of several additional protections. One of which is bill payment assistance programs, where we're actually providing funds to help individuals pay their bills. The second being a moratorium on customer shutoffs.
But the moratorium doesn't exist anymore. It expired, right?
Correct, but that
so I just want to know what we're going
that's-
forward. I only have a few minutes. I just want to. So I just want to know what we're doing going forward to protect people from shutoffs, and I really do want to know the logic to a rate hike in the middle of this.
Okay, so to answer what we're doing going forward, we've already moved forward to raise the budget for the energy affordability policy program. So that went up, I want to say by 50% from 200 odd million to a little over $350 million. And that's expanded eligibility for individuals who can be a part of that program as well. And to address your other question about rate hikes in a period of where people are having affordability issues, it's a delicate balance. Ultimately, and I recognize the sensitivity. We all at the Commission and in Department of Public Service recognize that. But I want to highlight, again, when we look at what utilities have requested, meaning this is the ideal, what they think they need to fund infrastructure growth, I think the order of magnitude of that request was well in excess of $400 million. Ultimately, the Public Service Commission in 2021 roughly approved 8% of that in terms of rate increases. So I want to stand firm with my previous assertion that we have done everything in our power as an agency to mitigate the impacts on rates to customers by aggressively reviewing and triaging what is needed when it's needed most.
So I want to be able to move on because I don't want to run out of time here. So I just want to move on to charging infrastructure. Two things. One is just spending government dollars on non-publicly available charging stations that require a paywall. Two is really making sure that we're putting chargers in, places across the state, both, fast chargers and level 2 chargers. And then the three is like having usable websites for consumers so they know where to charge their vehicle. So example is, if I'm going and my district's in Manhattan, so if I go to NYSERDA's website to find out where there's a charger available, it doesn't give me any information about whether it's going to cost me $5 or $50 to charge my car because there might be a paywall. How can we get this information to the consumer so they can have good choices about being able to charge their vehicles?
Okay, I will need to.
I was assuming that was for me, but please.
No, well, I was going to punt it.
It's for both of you probably right now, right?
But I'll say with it quickly. The EV Make Ready program, I believe, includes many of the things you have just mentioned. I will personally need to re-review it. It's been a little while. And
it doesn't. It basically, you can basically have a paywall. We can pay for a paywall. So a private garage, a paywall we basically allow private developers, companies and buildings to do that. So I know I'm out of time. I really would like to know, can we get a website that works for the consumer? And can we ensure that going forward, our government dollars will be used for publicly available charging stations across our state so the public can actually feel comfortable buying EV cars?
Thank you. That is
The
something
answer-
we've spoken about. And
The answer is
certainly have
either
ideas.
yes or no, and if we could have a quick yes or no, and then move to the Senate.
Yes, the answer is yes, and
Okay, so
specifically
now we're
with
gonna
the
move
federal
on to the
government.
Senate.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, we just have to keep rolling. And our next senator will be Senator May.
Thank you so much. I have a few questions for each person on the panel. The first one about for the PSC, I'm interested in the Connect All initiative. It's exciting. It's great that the governor and the president want to pour a lot of money into getting everyone connected. But we also know that the United States has higher costs for internet connectivity and cell service than a lot of other countries do. And it's because of consolidation and lack of competition. So I want to know if you support robust efforts to promote municipal networks or communications union districts like they use in Vermont to bring the cost down for end users and promote access and economic opportunity.
So I assume that was directed to me. I unfortunately am uncomfortable answering that question in part because it's something that if it were to appear before the commission, my answer may bias the direction of that. But what I will say is if that is presented as an option to the commission, it's something we would certainly consider.
Okay, thank you. And then for the NYSERDA president, I'm really disappointed that this governor is continuing the practice of sweeping funds from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative into the general fund instead of earmarking them for projects specifically aimed at addressing climate change, for example. What is your feeling about that? And would you support, I have a bill that passed through the Energy Committee to prevent that from happening. Are you in support of that?
Thank you, Senator. It is the case that we have the transfer specifically for green energy tax credits as part of the fund transfers that you're referencing. And the good news there is that is used to support technologies like solar adoption, which I think we would all agree is critical to our decarbonization goals. And then obviously the second piece that you're well familiar with is the transfer to the DEC Environmental Protection Fund. That is to support projects that have been identified for clean energy initiatives. So certainly I'm sure Commissioner Sagos would be glad to talk about the utilization of those funds as such. However, as a general matter, I am pleased to say that I can say that these are commitments that are consistent with the Climate Act and with revenues of 167 million or more projected under RGGI, we have a complement of programs that I'm particularly proud of this year.
But isn't it true that 23 million of that were taken out of the environmental side of things in the budget?
It's true. It's certainly solar adoption is in line with the RGGI regulations. So in my view, it is in alignment both with the Climate Act and the RGGI regulations as well.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question, which is about industries developing in upstate New York. We want to encourage that, but I'm very concerned that our freshwater lakes, which are an increasingly rare resource around the world, because they have immense cooling capacities, I'm concerned that they're going to be increasing targets for very energy intensive industries like Bitcoin mining that don't result in big job gains or major benefits to local economies, but really use that resource and contribute to greenhouse gas emissions. Are there discussions about regulating energy demand with respect to the public benefit that comes from new projects?
Well, certainly, I'll just say briefly, we at NYSERDA do not have a regulatory role regarding the industry. However, I will say that with any new or growing industry, and cryptocurrency included within it, we certainly need to make sure this development complies with the Climate Act, full stop. And so we need to look at balance at economic development, job opportunities, and other benefits, but to also align with our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay. And then finally, I have a question for Mr. Movini from the Office of Renewable Energy Siting. You talked about robust public process in making siting decisions, and that's wonderful. But I am hearing about predatory practices by solar and wind developers who require non-disclosure agreements and otherwise strong-arm landowners and their neighbors to prevent open discussion of their proposals. Are you aware of this? Is this something you're able to do anything about?
I'm not aware of that. I would appreciate if we can discuss offline. I certainly wanted to take this very seriously at ORAS. So yeah, please let me know. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Go to Assemblywoman Lunsford.
Thank you very much. My first question is for Mr. Christian. Earlier, you mentioned burying utility lines, which is speaking my language. And I am wondering if you can tell us a little bit more about that project, about projected costs and timelines, and how we could leverage that to bury broadband fiber at the same time.
So to be respectful of your time, I'm not in a position to answer that question to the level of detail I suspect you would want. I'm sure you know that burying these lines is an important part for ensuring reliability. Exactly how we're going to go about doing it, again, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be part of that work and investigation. Happy to keep you appraised as we move forward with that. But I can't provide much more details than that at this time. I'm sorry.
Please do. That is an important issue for me in my district. So I would be very interested in learning how we can be supportive of that. For whoever can appropriately answer this question, I am wondering if we have any actual measurable projections on what our energy needs will be over the next 5, 10, 15 years as we electrify vehicles, as more people convert their homes to electricity, and how confident we are that our grid can grow at the rate we need to support that broader energy goal as it balloons.
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member. This is the topic actually that was in part of our integration analysis, and so I'm wanting to give you as many details as I can. When we look at the future, again, our 2050 future under the Climate Act, we see even with aggressively managed load, i.e. Efficiency to the maximum extent possible, we see electric consumption doubling and the peak load nearly doubling by 2050. And because of this electrification, we also will see a future where that peak occurs in the winter rather than in the summer. So it is a fundamentally different grid, certainly when we get to 2050. And I can say, as part of the assessment under the integration analysis, we're well positioned to ensure a reliable grid in that 2050 future, not just with the resources that we have today, but also with new technologies that we see even being adopted in Europe as an example, such as long duration energy storage and green hydrogen is something we discussed today, all of which can be utilized to help ensure a reliable, resilient grid in those future years.
Thank you. And to piggyback a little bit off of Senator Hinchy's questions about preserving our farmland, would there be any reasons we could not leverage our brownfields to serve as land for solar expansion?
Is that a question for me or President Harris?
Whoever is most appropriately suited to answer that.
Doran, do you want to go first and then I'll go next?
Of course, certainly. It's also a topic we are spending a lot of time on both with our New York Sun program and with the Build Ready program that puts NYSERDA in the seat of developer advancing projects on underutilized land. And both have a strong disposition to utilize those lands, such as brownfields, for solar development, both with incentives and with identification. So if you have any brownfields in mind, send them our way. We'd love to take a look at them.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just add, if I may, very quickly, the office is not in the business of necessarily advocating or promoting where renewable energy projects can be deployed, but the Executive Law 94C provides that any facility that is proposed on underutilized sites, and generally describing it like landfills, brownfield, the office is required to issue a final siting permit within 6 months. And that's, from my perspective, that would be in practice an encouragement for developing this type of facilities in New York State.
All right, thank you very much, and I'll yield back my time.
Thank you. A couple of my senators went off to committee meetings, so I think the next up is Senator Borrello.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, are you there, Senator Borrello? I don't see him responding. Let's move to Senator Jordan. I see her.
Okay, thank you. So this question is for Mr. Movani. I have celebrated with certain municipalities in my district in their ribbon cuttings for solar fields because they wanted them. And there are other municipalities in my district that are fighting against large solar fields. How is ORIS handling the siting of large solar fields in municipalities where they really aren't wanted and don't fit in with their zoning laws? The localities I'm speaking of look at this as an overreach of big government and not accepting the will and the vision of the local government and the people that live there. How is ORIS handling this?
Thanks for the question, Senator. We have the best communities in New York State, and they deserve the best form of government and the best public servant. So from my perspective, which I experienced this very specific issue you just raised firsthand throughout my career, I believe that the key to a successful siting process is prepared local government and well-informed communities. Building local support for major renewable energy facilities is just as important as getting ORIS approvals, if not more important. And the Executive Law 94C and its implementing regulations provide multiple opportunities for local governments and for meaningful engagement with local government and public participation. Just really to outline a few provisions that we have in our statute and in the regulations. One is no application will be deemed complete by the office without proof of meaningful engagement with local governments and having meaningful public participation. Second is the office requires applicants to reach out to local government and communities, as I mentioned before, an application is submitted, so we can discuss the scope of the projects and for applicant to learn more about specific issues and concerns at the local level and try to address. Next part of that would be each applicant is required to provide funding so that local governments and communities can participate in the siting process. The office is required to put together a draft permit, which is based on an application that would be submitted. One of the specific exhibits that we have in our application would be outlining steps that an applicant has taken to engage with local government and address their issues so as with our local community members. So I can go on and on about the subsequent step in the process, but we believe that local government participation and community engagement in this whole process is super important, and we are taking it very seriously in our application review and issuing final permits for these facilities.
That's all well and good, and I understand the process. I've been watching a town go through this process, and it's been a back and forth between the solar company and the officials in the town, as well as many, many residents who are against it. And they feel that this is still just going to come down on them, whether they want it or not. And, they're looking at trying to get an acceptable plan. However, it's really something that's not wanted in this small, rural, scenic town. And, in the end, is 94C going to just knock out what the local government and most of the residents want?
So I think, again, as the final decision maker of this office, I cannot, without, knowing all the information and based on basically all the information and require specific findings that we have on the fact to make a general statement that, yes, we will or we will not. I mean, that, as I mentioned, this is something that we will consider on a case by case and based on the project specific facts, containing all the necessary site specific conditions and concerns, and in light of CLCPA targets and environmental benefits of these facilities.
Right. So in the end, what you're saying is you will consider all of this, but in the end, you have the final say.
We have stuff like, Executive Law 94C provides that Office of Renewable Energy Siting can only issue a final siting permit if the proposed facility would comply with all applicable local laws and regulations. In making that determination, Office may elect not to apply in whole or in part any local laws if Office can make a finding that unreasonably burdensome in view of CLCPA targets and environmental benefits of the facility. So we will, fully comply with our statute and regulations. As I mentioned, this is something that I believe we are going to be able to evaluate and make appropriate determination on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, even when local zoning laws say that 10 acres, you can't have a solar farm more than 10 acres, and yet there's hundreds of acres proposed. I would think that would be an automatic, no for a solar field larger than 10 acres.
I'm afraid
As I
we're
mentioned,
out of
Senator,
time.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you answer that as a yes/no question for the senator?
Unfortunately, as much as I wanted to answer yes or no, that's not a yes or no answer.
All right, so we'll need
Thank
to
you.
take that offline, or maybe someone else will ask it later. Thank you very much. Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Go to Assemblywoman Kellis.
Hi, good morning. I'm just going to jump right in given time constraints. Two quick comments. One to Chair Christian. I very much appreciate the EV Make Ready program. My one concern is the focus on incentivizing private investments, which is pretty much what we've done with our broadband up to now. And there has been a difficulty, of course, given their for-profit model, to get to the most rural areas. So I'd love to see this program also incentivize nonprofits and municipal governments from participating in this. And to President Harris, with all due respect with respect to RGGI, follow up to Senator May's comments, the existence of the tax credits predate the CLCPA and RGGI. So in pulling 23 million every year, totaling over 200 million to date from RGGI does deprive disadvantaged communities of significant funds in direct investments that is required by the CLCPA that was created after these credits were put in place. So I just wanted to make that point. And then back to Chair Christian. How many jobs, if any, has cryptocurrency mining projects created in New York State?
I do not know the answer to that question. As I stated earlier, we do not regulate the mining activities themselves nor cryptocurrency. Our regulation extends only to power production in that context. But I'm not aware of the number of jobs that industry has created in New York.
Right, but part of the review of the application is what the benefit is to the community. So if it is using a significant amount of energy, it is increasing ratepayers, but it's not making any jobs. That would be a consideration, would it not?
Yes, I believe so. Again, I'd have to look at those directly. The issue with cryptocurrency, to my knowledge, is largely its potential effects on our emissions portfolio overall. And that's where much of my attention has been paid in understanding the issue and figuring out what engagement and actions the PSC can actually take on that matter. But to the specific level of number of jobs created or things like characteristics like that, I'm simply not as informed.
Yeah, I would love to see a more comprehensive evaluation, given that we only have so much renewable energy we can produce. We have so much energy demand. Any energy demand that's consumed, what benefits it gives back to the community are really important. And if it's a very small amount of jobs for the amount of energy it uses, I think that's really important. But thank you so much. And to President Harris, what is the status of our renewable energy to meet existing demands? And has there been an assessment to see if renewables can meet needs, our existing needs, plus the cryptocurrency as it expands right now? By the end of this year, I think the estimate is about 1.5 gigawatts of energy will be used for cryptocurrency mining, which fuels about 800,000 homes. So just giving a scope of it.
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member. I would say in the first instance, your question had asked how much renewable is serving New York now. Is that
yes, correct?
So most recently, our most recent progress report indicates about 27% of our electricity is renewable that serves New York.
So same as last year, about 4% of that being from solar and wind, most of that being from hydroelectric to date.
That's correct.
Okay.
With respect to the impact of crypto on load and notably as to the utilization of renewables, it's for the exact reasons that I described earlier. The fact that when we look at new industries, we certainly look at their sort of on balance, what they offer with respect to energy efficiency, back to the things you know better than many on proof of work versus proof of stake as a good example in crypto terms, but also how many jobs, what is the economic development opportunity associated with it? Because it is true, just sort of back of the envelope, there could be a very significant impact on New York's load resulting from crypto, depending on the penetration of the resource.
Great, thank you. And back to Chair Christian, has the PSC examined any next use possibilities for natural gas infrastructure to lower the costs of decommissioning those facilities, like using the pipes for hydrogen distribution or for even broadband fiber lines, for example?
Yes, we are investigating different options for reusing different types of infrastructure aligned with the needs of the clean energy future envisioned by the CLCPA. Those are ongoing. I want to cite the Power Grid study, which was released, I want to say last year, as an example of a study that we've recently done on that matter. And I think over the next few years, you're going to see quite a few more highlighting different opportunities in the form of white papers or studies, either directly from DPS or in partnership with other agencies.
Wonderful, and I will check that out. So I want to, one more comment and one more question. It would be really helpful, I think, to have a study to see where sufficient excess solar, wind, and water power exists. I'll repeat that, to have a study to see where sufficient excess solar, wind, and water power exists to do the generation of hydrogen in a green way with renewable energy infrastructure. I'd love to see that put in place. I'm a little concerned if we do massive expansion of hydrogen, that we do that, we make sure it's renewable energy from renewable energy. And then the one question,
sorry, excuse me, Assemblywoman. Yep, you used your question time up.
I will ask privately offline. Thank you so much.
That's fine. So we turn it over to back to the Senate.
Good catch, Helene. Thank you. Next to Senator George Borrello, who we did find. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. This is question is directed toward President Harris. Thank you very much for joining us here. I have major concerns with the idea of building offshore wind in our freshwater lakes, Lake Erie and Lake Ontario. When I posed the question previously to the head of NYSERDA about the study that was underway that NYSERDA was sponsoring, he actually wasn't aware of it, quite frankly. So it was very troubling to me that there is a study underway, and I've heard nothing about the study. I wonder if you could update me on where we are with this offshore wind study for the Great Lakes, particularly Lake Erie and Lake Ontario, and where we are in that process right now with that study.
Certainly. We have been hard at work in advancing the study that was actually required by Public Service Commission order in 2020. We anticipate actually delivering that study over the summer to the commission to the public for consideration according to the schedule laid out in the order. We have been hard at work really looking at the resource from multiple factors. I'd say it's known as a feasibility study. So it's an initial screening of the potential that it may prepare or may provide. As part of it, we have had a number of public meetings and have engaged with a number of stakeholders one-on-one. I'd personally be glad to meet with you directly if you have specific questions. But I would say the level of engagement has been extensive throughout the year. And I personally am looking forward to the study's findings as well as any next steps it may recommend.
Thank you. I did participate in some of those public meetings. I do have some concerns, though. I looked at the list of people that are working on this study, and I don't see anybody that actually has any interest outside of green energy, quite frankly. You've got a lot of engineers and people that are involved in green energy, and potentially people that are representing companies that could profit from an offshore wind project in Lake Erie. But I don't see anybody that knows anything about hydrology, about waterfowl or the ecology of the lake. I don't see anybody that actually knows about our fisheries which are critically important to our area, and certainly the fact that we have 11 million people that draw their drinking water out of Lake Erie alone. So how can you make a fair assessment to deliver to the PSC if you don't have a balanced approach to who's analyzing this information?
Totally agree. This study is comprehensive in the sense that it's evaluating, to your point, environmental, maritime, economic, social issues, as well as the economic opportunity and of course the grid opportunity as well. We have a series of consultants that are working with us, including those that are experts in the fields that you had identified. And I want you to know, when we think about the resource, we are doing so comprehensively.
Well, I'd like to see a list of those consultants, because nobody on the list of people that appears in the study are actually anything other than experts on green energy. And that is very troubling, because they obviously have I would consider a slanted view of how what the outcome of this should be. And let me also say that we don't know what's at the bottom of Lake Erie, but I can tell you it's nothing good, and it's been covered up. Our industrial past, the fact that Lake Erie was declared a dead lake in the 1970s because of the toxic waste that was dumped into it for decades. The last thing I think we need to do is dig up the bottom of that lake and release those toxins back into the drinking water of 11 million people. So the fact that you have people that are essentially only pro this project on this study is very troubling, and I would seriously ask you to strongly consider changing out some of these folks so we have a more balanced approach. But I appreciate your response, though. And
thank
but,
you. And we
we'll
will
move on
follow up.
quickly to another topic here. Right now, Western New York, where I live, used to actually be energy independent. And until the closing of the two power plants in Western New York, we now import power from some of the dirtiest old-fashioned coal plants in America, like places like Homer City, Pennsylvania. So how do you rectify the fact that New York is now importing more power than it ever has from some of the dirtiest sources of power in America? How are you going to become either whether it's 70 by 30 or 100% renewable if we're building more pipelines, if you will, to import power instead of just saying we're actually going to truly be renewable? How does that work? How does that work when we're building new power lines right now to dirty old-fashioned coal plants?
Thank you, Senator. One thing that we look at every year is actually what is contributing to our consumption. That's the goal of the Climate Act, is how are we consuming energy here in New York. So we do import in two ways. We import primarily from Quebec, which is primarily hydropower, as one would expect, renewable hydropower. I think that was about 7% of our load that was served by renewables from Quebec. And then we do import about 6% of our load from PJM to our south and to our west. And ultimately, that is reflected in the achievement of our goals. This is all embodied in our accounting. And as the mix of resources in Pennsylvania shifts, so will our accounting thereof. As of now, I think it's actually the majority is natural gas and nuclear with a smaller amount of coal. But
Well,
so
the
you
bottom-
know, this is all accounted for.
Right, but the bottom line is it's a shell game. You're importing power and saying we're green here at the source. That's the power. That's the troubling part. That's not a real commitment to actually doing it. It's actually a commitment to pretend that we're doing it. But thank you anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly.
Next, we have Assemblyman Otis.
Thank you, Helene. And I have a few hot issues, and I'm going to move quickly. Chairman Christian, I would thank you for your testimony. Would like to offer some help in terms of promoting a multi-agency discussion about broadband and digital equity. And it sort of goes like this. A lot of the emphasis has been on broadband mapping and what we're going to do in terms of broadband deployment. But to reach those excluded from the digital world, digital literacy, we need to be upgrading our commitment to digital inclusion programs, a model that is being used successfully on a grassroots level in New York State and around the country, and would like to, I think the obvious point is, and there's a survey that is going on now by a different state agency, I think, to analyze where we have gaps. But people that really are not digitally, have digital access can't really participate to that. We need to be able to reach those folks. So I make an offer. I am chair of the Science and Technology Committee in the Assembly to try and work with a few of the state agencies to try and promote the digital inclusion model and get that more robustly in your broadband analysis. And I'll take comments from either of you on that, since you both nodded, and then I'll move on to some other topics.
Yeah, I'll start. I welcome the opportunity to engage in that. Anything we can do to increase awareness and engagement is something I want to prioritize. So I'd be happy to talk about this further with you and see where it goes.
That is great. That is great. Moving to the cryptocurrency proof of work mining issue. You know, the issue, it points up something that we're going to have to keep a track on, which is unanticipated energy demands that really throw away our ability to meet our climate change goals. And, you know, in the same way that the federal government outlawed gas guzzlers many years ago, we need to look at activities to see if the efficiency paradigm is being applied to new activities. And clearly, in the cryptocurrency world, there are efficient ways to do authentication, and there are inefficient ways to do authentication. And so, Chairman Christian, on that issue, one piece of this is the Public Service Commission currently regulates after the meter, when the energy is produced and it in the grid and into customers. Could you give some thought to looking at whether we should do legislation that would give Public Service Commission some purview over the behind the meter activity, whether it's for proof of work, mining, or other kinds of things that we don't even anticipate now, to make sure that as a state, we're on top of energy uses that could be inefficient?
So you've raised some important points, and I can't comment on the need for regulation or legislation or even what shape or form that should take. I'm I'm not in a position to make comments on that, unfortunately. What I can say is we are looking at the crypto issue, as I mentioned earlier. Your statement about the difference between, I want to say it's proof of stake versus proof of, I forget what the analogy is, but yes, there's a difference in energy intensity, but there's also a concern that one is not as robust in from a security perspective. So ultimately, from my perspective, I look at crypto as one of many different industries that are in New York. In terms of our authority to regulate the mining itself, again, we do not have that authority. However, the authority we do have extends to our ability to minimize the rate impacts that such companies may have on our customers. And you'll forgive me, I'm trying to recall a specific example from some documents I've read recently, but I know in some municipal areas, crypto mining has accounted for almost 33% of the utilities load. And in those areas, we have authorized or we have worked with utilities to put forward changes in rates that will minimize the negative impacts on the residents of those communities as crypto mining comes into play.
That's great. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have limited time, and I want to hit one more topic with President Harris. We're actually having a hearing on November 10th on EV charging stations, and hopefully both of your agencies will participate in that, because there's a good story to tell in terms of some of the rollout. But to follow up on Assemblyman Epstein's comments, there is a big concern about the lack of public access to charging locations and the lack of visibility of charging stations as an impediment to people having a comfort level to buy electric vehicles. So we'd like to have a more in-depth discussion about the deployment process in a visible way, and get any comments from you today on that, but hopefully see you on November 10th. And one other topic, which I'm going to not let you talk about EV charging stations, but solar on schools. It seems that NYSERDA has had a program for many years for solar on schools. It seems underutilized. It seems that we should be pressing that more, because we could do a lot more on rooftops at school buildings.
Thank you, Assemblyman, and back to the Senate.
Oops, thank you very much. And I think we are up to Senator Sue Serino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is for Chair Christian, and I apologize if this was already asked, but my office has been getting countless calls from frustrated energy consumers who are being hit with massive bills due to billing errors. And my understanding is that some of the electric companies may have switched their billing vendors, so consumers were not getting bills for months and getting hit with a huge bill later. Like there was an example of somebody that their bill was $300 every month, and then they got hit with a bill that was thousands of dollars. And a lot of folks are living paycheck to paycheck. And you know, I understand that some people are getting the payment plans and the like, but this is incredibly unnerving, and that this has occurred on the scale it seems to have happened on. So, you know, like I said, a lot of my folks live on fixed incomes, and it's just not acceptable. So what is the PSC doing on this issue in regards to consumer protection? And what's your response to the folks who are really struggling because of this issue?
So first off, you know, we take seriously any energy providers' efforts to serve customers in New York, and we've had over the history of the PSC several proceedings discussing the role, oversight, and existence of ESCOs, energy service companies in the state. So that's an ongoing matter. That's a high priority commission that we aggressively look towards and monitor. You know, we investigate claims aggressively. So if any customers have issues with energy service companies, happy to investigate those if they notify us. Unfortunately, that's usually how we discover there are issues. We are notified. Regarding though you didn't say this, I'm wondering if your question also relates to an ongoing billing issue with certain customers in Central Hudson service territory. Is that okay? So that's another issue that we are very much aware of. In fact, I have two friends who have been personally affected by that, who've shared some of their trials and tribulations with me. So we've definitely looked into that. We know Central Hudson is working to correct the issue. And I believe in the intermediate phase, they have suspended late payment charges, and they are absolutely not disconnecting customers for non-payment. So, the two priority things to focus on, those have been dealt with. In terms of addressing the situation going forward, our staff is going to continue to monitor the situation until the billing issue is itself addressed. And ultimately, customers that are affected by this, we're ensuring that provisions allow for them to make periodic payments and not a big lump sum payments. I know it would be a shock to me if I didn't get a bill for several months, and then I did, and it was 5 times higher than what I would have expected for a single month. So we're trying to ensure that customers are protected in that way. And, we're working with Central Hudson and the other providers to ensure that those protections are in place and that customers can manage the situation as it develops.
And I just hope it gets done soon, as I'm sure you do too, because the calls that we're getting are just, folks are devastated, and especially now with the cost of everything rising. And I used to get calls a lot from seniors, which we still do, but now we're actually getting them from young families too that are just panicking. So it's something that I'm glad that you're aware of, and sounds like you're working on. And so that's great. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly. Yes.
Assemblyman Carroll.
Thank you so much, Chair Weinstein, and thank you, Chair Christian and President Harris and Executive Director Movani for your testimony today. What I am interested in and concerned about is New York reaching its goals set forth in the CLCPA. As you all are very aware of, we get about 6% of our energy in New York State from wind and solar. The only reason we're not pumping more carbon into the air is because of generational hydroelectric dams in upstate New York, very old nuclear power in Lake Ontario. And I know that we're going to have a lot of new renewables come online in the next few years. However, I don't believe it will be enough. And I want to ask all of you, why are we handcuffing the New York Power Authority? Why in this budget are we not saying, let's open up the doors? We have interconnectivity issues throughout the state where we've got solar and we've got wind and we're not getting it downstate. Why don't we use the power of NYPA to get it downstate? We've got projects that are having trouble getting off the ground. Why aren't we allowing NYPA to own and operate generation stations over 25 megawatts? This seems completely counter to the CLCPA. And then it's just mind-boggling that still in 2022, we are subsidizing fossil fuels at $1.5 billion. When we could be putting that money, again, into NYPA to get us to reach our goals. So I get that that's a compound question, but we have got 6% wind and solar. I don't think that we're going to reach those goals of 70% just with Long Island wind.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I appreciate it, and I'll save you my optimism about the pipeline of projects, but suffice it to say, I feel really good about where we're positioned now with the projects that are moving forward. However, it is also true, and I do agree that it's going to take all hands on deck, including the force that is NYPA, to help us responsibly and timely reach our goals, for sure. So we see great private market response to the demand that we've established through the Climate Act. And I'm particularly encouraged by the roles that NYPA is playing now, notably with respect to transmission development as a great example, involvement in a number of notable projects across the state, as well as owning and operating renewables for their public customers as well.
But Ms. Harris, why not, right? So why is it, if it's good for the goose, why not the gander? If it's good for public entities, why aren't we unleashing NYPA into the private market, into the residential market?
So my point of view is we have a significant market response from the private sector in renewable energy development. In fact, a pipeline far in excess of our goals at this point. And my point of view is that NYPA is serving an equally critical role in the roles that they have assumed already.
So what, but what, I mean, and maybe I'm ignorant, and I'm ignorant to lots of things. Why are we coming up with arbitrary caps on NYPA? Why can't they own and operate renewable generation over 25 megawatts? Why aren't we letting them have a jump ball, so to speak, for interconnectivity so that we can actually connect the power downstate? Because these are huge problems right now, and NYPA right now can't do anything. Why wouldn't we? If I'll take your premise that the private market is chock full of pipeline-ready projects, well, why don't we let NYPA jump into that stream and be a player?
So as I see it, the private market is doing what it should, and the public sector is doing what it should at the scale we need to reach our goals.
So are you saying that you think that it is appropriate for NYPA to play no larger role than it currently has, as it is, written out in legislation and policy?
What I would say is the framework that we have built is working well. That would be my point of view as to my assessment of the market.
And you believe that the private market is going to continue to build out enough renewable resources to meet the goals of the CLCPA?
I believe that the private market is, as we speak, building the portfolio, as I said, as we speak, to get to 63% by 2030.
I mean, Ms. Harris, to be perfectly fair, that number, I've been in the assembly for 6 years now. This is my 6th budget. That number's been at 6% these 6 years I've been here, which is not a tremendously long period of time. However, we don't have many more years left. We've got 8 years to build out a tremendous amount, and we've done almost nothing in 6. If we didn't have Robert Moses built hydro in this state, we would be nowhere. If we didn't have the hydro from Quebec possibly coming down to New York City, we would be buying dirty fossil fuel from Pennsylvania. I mean, I feel like your optimism is very rose-colored, and it seems completely counterintuitive and counterproductive to not say, let's at least unleash NYPA so that we have all hands on deck, like you said we must have, because it doesn't seem like the private sector really is building enough renewable energy to meet the goals that the legislature set out.
Thank you, Assemblyman. We move to the Senate.
Thank you very much. We move to Senator Tom O'Mara, who is the ranker on finance, and so he gets 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Kruger and Chairwoman Weinstein, for your excellent work on these hearings. I want to follow up on where Assemblyman Carroll left off, and I'm looking right now at the New York ISO fuel mix chart. Assemblyman Carroll is right on point. Currently, there's 51% of our energy being supplied by natural gas, which is 18% of it, and 33% of it is dual fuel, which is natural gas and other fossil fuels. Hydro is about 18%, nuclear is about 22%. Wind is 6.5%, and other, which includes solar, is less than 2%. We are talking about grandiose plans in this climate Green New Deal that we're working on. And frankly, I'm stunned, Ms. Harris, by just hundreds of billions of dollars of costs rolling off your tongue like it's nothing. We are nowhere close to being able to meet these demands. Already on our utility bills, between a variety of charges such as the SBC, the RPS, ZECs, MFCs, CES, RECs, ORECs, making up a substantial portion of the delivery cost to utilities to ratepayers across New York State. Now with the new transmission lines that you're talking about, the TDI and the clean path, the tier 4 ratepayer costs on these are going to add, from my understanding, although you're all hiding it very well from the public, the additional cost of ratepayers to get electricity downstate. Upstate ratepayers are going to be paying residentially 5% or more increases on their utility bills. Businesses up to 20% or more on their utility bills. Can you explain to me how this is in any ways feasible or rational to do on upstate New York ratepayers to get electricity to downstate where it's needed?
Thank you, Senator. I'll try to build on my prior statements in the hopes that, perhaps it may make sense for Chair Christian to also weigh in as to his and the Commission's oversight of issues of cost, which I assure you I share the strong disposition to take them seriously in every decision that is made. And notably, the Commission should speak to that as to the robustness of our assessments. But as a general matter, what we see generally is an investment in the transition that the Climate Act necessitates. And I would say that the world requires as a general matter. And when we look at the benefits of these investments, they outweigh the costs. So when we look at it on a societal basis.
What are the societal benefits you generally talk about that are going to cost us hundreds of billions of dollars? When we account for in New York State 0.4% of global emissions, that when we eliminate those to zero, which I'm in support of going towards and getting to in a reasonable and rational process that we can afford and not devastate our economy and the affordability of New York State in the process. We need to do it in a rational way. That 0.4%, if we eliminate it completely, will have no impact on the global climate that is causing the major disasters that we deal with, that we're trying to address with our clean energy programs. We should be putting money into resiliency rather than this clean energy pie in the sky, because we're going to have no impact on what the global climate is on New York State by eliminating our 0.4% of emissions.
Thank you, Senator. To directly answer your question, when we look at benefits, we're looking at, of course, avoided greenhouse gas emissions in the first instance, but also health co-benefits to society. So by that, we talk literally about life. What are we saving in light of people's health and in their lives themselves? And of course, when we look at benefits, we look at economic benefits. To your point, when we deliver renewables from upstate New York into New York City, it comes with a substantial investment in jobs and infrastructure that we aim to benefit New Yorkers as much as possible, certainly. So we do need resilience. I completely agree with you. We need to protect our infrastructure in our state against the threat of climate change, and we are investing as such as well. Would it be useful for the commissioner or the chair to address the issue of ratepayer impacts though, Senator?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Senator O'Mara. So I mentioned earlier in my testimony during the Q&A that the department aggressively reviews the rate cases provided by the utilities to examine the rate impacts on customers. And I highlighted when compared to what the original request was to what was finally approved, those rate impacts were significantly lower than what was originally presented by the utility. So as an agency, we take it very seriously what the costs are going to be. But as I was hearing your argument earlier against the idea of pursuing renewable energy.
No, I'm not against pursuing renewable energy.
Oh, I misheard. I'm sorry.
I'm all for it. I'm for pursuing it on a rational and feasible basis, not at a breakneck speed that's going to devastate our economy and crush affordability of New York State.
I see. So a few things to be clear then. What we at the commission are moving forward with and what Doreen and others are doing as well, we're doing it in response to the fact that the CLCPA is a law, and we have to comply with that law, and we have to do so in the most in accordance with the requirements of the law, which set a timeline for certain metrics, 70% by 2030, 100% emissions free by 2050. As President Harris and I have stated previously, we have the infrastructure investments. Sorry, let me rephrase that. The plans to get to 70% or 63% have already been moving forward. We have those in place and that will be deployed. Moving forward, the getting from that 70% to 100% is going to be a challenge. And that's a challenge that cannot and should not be downplayed. And it'll require a wholesale rethinking in not just the nature of the grid as we know it today, but our relationship with energy as a whole. There are many, many potential pathways to getting to that destination. But what you see coming from our agency, the DPS, and from NYSERDA as well, the effort is to identify the least cost pathway to get there based on the technology and practices that are commercially available today. The goal is not to present a pie in the sky, hopeful, optimistic view. The goal is to present realistically what is possible with what we have today and what can we accomplish tomorrow. And there are a variety of reports that have been prepared and documented.
I firmly
Happy to
disagree
discuss
that
those
we
at
have the
length.
technology innovation to be able to get there today, and these goals we have set are unreasonable. But if I can just change gears with the 2 minutes I have left, why are we approving a TDI pipeline to come down the Hudson River with Hydro-Quebec Power and not have an interconnect on that somewhere along the Hudson River for upstate New York Power to be able to get into or take power out of that in upstate New York?
Thank you, Senator. Actually, the point you just made is one reason why we have advanced two projects for the Public Service Commission's consideration. In large part, we see them as highly complementary to one another, where we have the Clean Path New York project bringing upstate wind and solar and hydro into the city, and the Champlain Hudson Power Express bringing in wind and hydro from Canada into the city, collectively making a significant impact on one of our hardest to make renewable grids in our state. So we see them as complementary, and we see them as an opportunity for the private market to participate, no matter the geography.
Well, I disagree on the lack of an interconnect on the TDI, because that would certainly add to the goals of what we have of redistributing power from upstate to downstate. Now, one last question on all the surcharges that are on the utility bills that I listed at the outset, collecting what will ultimately be billions and billions of dollars from ratepayers on the utility bills. Why do we not have any independent audit of these charges being collected and how both the Public Service Commission and NYSERDA is expending those or intending to expend those? If you could address, do you have concerns with having an independent audit of those funds?
Sorry, sir, was that question for me or President Harris?
For both of you, I believe, auditing of these massive amounts of dollars that are being collected off ratepayers' bills, an independent audit of those.
Okay, I will have to get back to you on that, Senator. Fundamentally, I don't have a problem with transparency and oversight. Where I need to get more aware of is the totality of the process. I know I've met with NYSERDA on a number of occasions to discuss these funds. And ultimately, that's an ongoing process that the commission engages in. I'm not entirely sure if it meets the requirements that you have in mind, but I'm open to having that conversation and discussing that further.
Well, I don't believe it does, but my time is up. But one last just comment in the light of
Tom, why don't you take it offline with them?
Just 30 seconds, please, Madam Chair. We're grouping all these witnesses together. It's very difficult to get points in that are extremely important. And we talk about transparency. We need transparency for the public of New York State on what these costs of this green energy plan is going to be, because it's all being whitewashed. It's not being disclosed publicly, and people are going to be shocked when they're hitting the pocketbook with these unrealistic expenses and goals.
Thank you. All right, back to the Assembly, Helene Weinstein.
We've been joined by a number of members, Assemblyman Abenanti, Assemblyman Pretlow, and Assembly Jonathan Rivera, and we go to Assemblyman Zoran Mamdani for 6 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chair Weinstein. I'll just jump straight into it to make use of the time. We have a target of reducing greenhouse emissions 85% by 2050 and a zero emissions grid by 2040. And we've also heard today that there is not a clear plan to meet these goals. We heard earlier from NYSERDA and PSC that we are only on track for 63% by 2030, the majority of which is Champlain Hudson Power Express, which is not new renewable generation, and that we also don't have a clear plan to phase out peakers. And while the governor has said that she wants New York to lead the country in renewable energy, we are still stuck at just 6% for wind and solar. I do not understand how all of these facts can exist alongside your statement, President Harris, that, quote, the private market is doing what it should and the public sector is doing what it should at the scale we need. Why doesn't the state itself directly build new renewables as outlined in the Build Public Renewables Act?
Thank you, Assemblymember. Certainly, as I have communicated and as I strongly believe, we are poised to meet or exceed 70% renewables by 2030. And if that is a year not far from now, I am well aware of it. And I believe that we as a state and the private sector have combined forces to bring forth projects and resources to bear to reach or exceed that goal. So I believe strongly that we are on the right track and that we have the preconditions to achieve the goals of the Climate Act.
But at the very least, why not allow the state to compete on a level playing field with capital?
I believe strongly that the state has taken the roles that are most rational and allow the scale to be achieved in ways that are, as I said, indicative of the private-public partnerships that are necessary to achieve these objectives.
So I think my core concern, and I know this is one shared by many of my colleagues, is that currently we have a hand tied behind our back with regards to what NYPA is authorized to do. At this very time, the governor has proposed a policy change that would allow investor-owned gas utilities to build district heating, to build heating loops, geothermal, and yet we're not equipping our own public utility to do the same thing. And it makes no sense to me, given that NYPA is such a successful entity, and yet we are not even allowing it to compete with capital that we know from so many different instances does not actually serve our constituents in the way that it should with regards to the quality of service as well as the price of service.
So the roles that NYPA is taking today, I would say, are hugely impactful toward the achievement of our goals. The partnerships specifically that they have forged in the realm of transmission and the leadership that they are showing is absolutely instrumental, including partnering with a number of the private sector development companies like Clean Path New York, as an example, to tie into one of the statements that you had made. So NYPA is playing a role. It's playing, in my view, a very critical role today.
Okay, thank you, President Harris.
Thank
I
you.
want to move over to the issue of a statewide gas ban. The governor has laid out a timeline for 2027. And do you believe that this timeline meets the urgency of the climate crisis?
Thanks for that question. I will say the governor's proposal is not a gas ban. So just for clarity, the proposed legislation is not a gas ban directly. It is an objective to require zero greenhouse gas emission buildings by 2027. So how will we do that? As I have described, we have a really exciting package, first starting with building codes related to on-site emissions requirements for new construction and renovation of buildings. We see appliance standards as critical to improving efficiency, and we see benchmarking as an opportunity to have a better, to the points made, transparency around buildings compared to one another. So generally, this 2 million homes will be achieved through a variety of means, as I have just described.
So President Harris, what are your thoughts about the incorporation of Assemblywoman Gallagher and Senator Kavanaugh's All-Electric Building Act, which would end gas use in new construction in immediate effect?
So what we have learned, thank you for pointing that out. Over the past year, we've been very hard at work, advised notably by a number of sector-specific advisory panels, and we take very seriously the expertise that they bring to bear on the objectives of the Climate Act. And specific to this 2 million buildings initiative that I had just described, it may be the case that in some subsectors, we are able to accelerate earlier than 2027. Single family construction as an example, perhaps where it may make sense. But what we have learned is this is the pace that we need to achieve the goals of the Climate Act. And starting in this sector is a really smart thing to do as well.
So I thank you for your answers. I very firmly disagree in terms of the pace that is required by the climate crisis, and very much believe that we really do need to compete with capital and authorize NYPA to do so in its most effective way. But thank you for your time, and I thank all of the other panelists for theirs as well. I give back my 9 seconds. Thank you.
We'll take your 9 seconds. Thank you very much. Next, we have Senator Brizport.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And President Harris, I'd like to just circle back again to the Build Public Renewables Act, just because I am listening, I'm hearing what you're saying to my colleagues about, your opinions on where we are with the public sector and the private sector. But I'm just curious of the reasoning of why we would put this handicap on the public part, the public sector of the industry. And because it seems to me that if it were true, if you truly did believe that we were on track to meet these goals, that in the same way that NYPA is handicapped and prevented from expanding, the private sector could also be handicapped. That we could say that no new private sector companies could come into the sector and build. That we could say that the current companies that are building out renewable energy could be capped and would need to present no new projects to you. I mean, do you feel the same way? In the same way that NYPA is not allowed to expand, do you feel like right now we could cap it at exactly what's going on in the private sector and say we don't need any new projects than what's been presented?
Thank you, Senator. I am definitely not saying we're where we need to be with respect to private sector involvement in this transformation. We really are at the beginning of this significant change from 2022 to 2050, and we need all sectors to be contributing fully and beyond power generation, of course, and beyond. What I am saying specifically is the private sector has responded fully and completely to the objectives that we have set forth for renewable power generation projects.
I'm just sorry, respectfully, President Harris, are we at the beginning, like you said, or have they responded fully? Are we at the beginning, or like, do we need?
What I wanted to convey is that there are many sectors of our economy that we need to decarbonize. Power generation is sort of the leader, if you will. And in that instance, the private market has responded fully. In fact, this year alone, we have almost 20 projects last year alone, almost 20 projects that entered construction, large scale renewable projects. And that's very much the resources that we are looking for to decarbonize our grid. My point was that we need the private sector to both build on that success and enter other sectors at that same scale.
But I was just not hearing a response to like parity between the public sector and the private sector. Why should it be that the private sector is allowed to do more than it currently can do, but NYPA cannot do more than it currently does, excuse me.
As I had indicated, it is the case that NYPA is playing a critically important role and a substantial role at that in partnering and building transmission projects and serving their customers with renewables. So that is a very expansive role and a hugely necessary one for our state.
But President, I'm not asking about the current role they play. As the question is whether or not it's about the disparity between the fact that NYPA is disallowed from playing a larger role, whereas the private sector is not. The private sector is free to build out as many new projects for renewable energy as it would like, right? A new solar company wants to come into New York and build out an array in 2 or 3 years, they're allowed to do that. The private sector can continue to expand. NYPA is not.
Understood. Well, certainly I would say NYPA does have an expansion that could be advanced with their existing customer base as an example of places that NYPA could and should be supporting moving forward. when I speak to renewable power generation at scale, I want to be clear, NYSERDA plays a critical role there too, from a public sector perspective, by establishing the procurement goals, by running competitive solicitations and contracting with those private entities to build projects. So in that way, it's very complementary with NYPA's role as well.
I'm still, thank you. I'm just still not hearing the opposition to allowing them, like the option to, for NYPA to build new public energy. What is the opposition? Is there something we should know about NYPA that you're not telling us? Like what is the opposition to allowing NYPA to have a greater leeway in building out these projects?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not intending to to avoid your question. My view is that NYPA is playing a very significant role as it is in serving their customers and in transmission development.
But I'm asking why they can't do more. And so when I hear you say they're doing enough currently, you're saying that they should not do more. I'm hearing that you're saying that NYPA should not do more, should not be more involved than it currently is. So why? Why should NYPA not be allowed to do more than it currently is?
Because fundamentally, I believe the scope of what they're delivering is already significant. That's the reason.
Okay, thank you. I will see the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Hold on.
Thank you. Back to the Assembly.
We've been joined by Assemblyman McDonald, and we go to Assemblyman Burdick.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein and Chair Kruger, and to the panelists. And first, just some housekeeping. I would just ask that the chairs kindly share with the members the contact information of panelists so we can contact them offline. Also, any studies and reports that are being provided, if they could be shared with the members. To President Harris, first, I completely agree with the views of my colleagues that NYPA authority should be expanded. Some studies and document requests, it would be very helpful if you could provide us energy use projections, how they will be met, including the growing renewable portion. Second, the state's investment, both private and public, in meeting CLCPA. We obviously can find the public portion in the budget, but you refer a lot to the private sector in meeting CLCPA. So I still am concerned that the state's investment is insufficient. But with that said, I'd appreciate whatever estimates of both public and private investment is being provided. Also would appreciate receiving the studies that have been requested regarding electrification as a better path than natural gas as an interim step, which would be more expensive. I'll set out all my questions and then have you answer. How does NYSERDA collaborate with other state agencies to set its own goals, their goals for meeting CLCPA, and who follows through on them? Next is there consideration being given to discontinuing the practice of transferring regional greenhouse gas initiative funds to the general fund? Questions for Chair Christian. Hardening the grid. I think it's great that New York State rates high in meeting metrics. Have those metrics been ramped up to recognize that major storm events are occurring much more frequently? And if so, how are those updated metrics implemented in the utilities capital plans? You referred to varying lines. Will there be grants for pilot programs for municipalities? Community choice aggregation is one of the tools to achieve CLCPA goals. Sustainable Westchester CCA program is the first and largest in the state, and they've made great efforts to build it, but there's a great deal of uncertainty around community solar incentives, and the pause on opt-out solar approvals has had serious adverse impacts. Please let us know when we can expect approvals for the opt-out. Last is BPS was working on a significant revision in regulations pertaining to CCA programs to remove obstacles. I have missed it, but we started requesting this 3 years ago, and as I understand, it still hasn't been issued. Please advise when this will be issued or whether statutory authority is needed. So I guess first, President Harris.
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member. I'll try to be brief to leave time for Chair Christian as well. But I think your first question really had to do with the implementation of the Climate Act by other agencies as well. So it's important to note that we are all bound by the provisions within the Climate Act as to our decisions. Section 7 of the CLCPA is a great example of it. And in her State of the State, Governor Hochul committed to issue a new executive order on green procurement for state government, which is in line with the CLCPA. And that is a very transparent and accountable process to measure our progress and the commitments that we need to do as state agencies and lead by example. Your second question, a great example of partnership, you had asked about it. I'd really love to mention our partnership with Homes and Community Renewal, who helped to co-chair one of the advisory panels, and subsequently in their capital plan have made substantial commitments to investing in building decarbonization and electrification for their portfolio of projects. So it's a great
I'm sorry,
example.
but could you move to the other question?
Yep. With respect to the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, this year's operating plan does include the transfer, as has been in prior years, for programs related to solar tax credits and the Environmental Protection Fund, both in line with the Climate Act. Chair Christian?
Thank you, President
Yep,
Harris.
thank you. And Chair Christian?
Yes, regarding your two questions, the first related to metrics. The metrics used are largely based on outages, number of outages that occur, number of customers that are affected, length of those outages. So they are largely independent of changing weather, and in fact, continuing to perform well with those metrics in spite of increasing weather is actually a fairly commendable thing to point out. Ultimately,
and
we've increased
varying
our own
lines.
standards to ensure reliability during storms and require that emergency response plans be updated regularly and reviewed and approved by the PSC annually.
Okay.
Your
and
next
varying
question
lines.
regarding community choice aggregation.
Yep.
As you probably know, we moved forward with a statewide plan in, I believe, 2016. And in 2020, we moved forward with a Long Island version of that. We have an ongoing effort now that we believe should be in place by this summer to discuss the benefits, ramifications, and potential rollout of a opt-out CCA for the state. And we can speak to more details on that as your pleasure.
Okay, and then I'll just follow up with
Thank
you
you.
if I could.
If we
on
can
that
get
last
written
question.
responses, Assemblyman Burdick, the time is up. If we can get written responses to the many questions that Chris posed, and we will share them with all the members on the panel
Thank you.
to the Senate.
Thank you. I believe I'm the last senator in line. I always try to just clean up everyone. So I'm a little concerned about some of the questions you were asked, and I just want to double check the facts by asking you to answer or confirm my understanding that actually electrification is going to save ratepayers money over the current system. The stronger our electric grid and options for renewable energy are, the lower we're expecting the rates to be on ratepayers. Is that true? I guess it's PSC.
So I don't remember stating that the way you just stated it, but ultimately, as we move towards a grid that is based largely on renewable energy, we avoid a pitfall that has long plagued the energy sector of this country, and that's significant swings in the cost of the commodity. I did not experience the Iran oil crisis in the 70s directly, but anecdotally, I know that affected the lives and livelihood of many of my family, and I'm sure many of you as well. By moving to renewables, we can avoid the significant impacts a similar occurrence like that may create. So that's one of the many potential benefits. Additionally, keep in mind, the transition to renewable energy is not simply we're going to build more renewables and call it a day. This is a multi-pronged approach that's changing the nature of the grid and, as I said earlier, our relationship with it. Historically, the electric grid, as it's been designed, has been designed as a largely to respond to whatever we demand of it. Whether I'm turning on one light or 200 lights, the grid needs to be available to provide that service. two-way communication between users and the grid. We're limited to whatever the meter reader would read at the end of the month. The litany of proposals that are being put forward include I don't want to use the term smart grid. I feel like that's been used a lot, but it will make the grid smarter, more intelligent, and much more flexible. And instead of it being purely responsive to whatever our needs may be, the grid and individual customers will be able to communicate with each other to adjust as needed. So one hypothetical scenario that I would, to illustrate this point, if we have an abundance of wind, we can send price signals to individuals, letting them know, hey, there's a lot of wind, power is cheap. You could run your high energy intensive appliances now, or we could send signals to battery storage facilities, letting them know now is the time to charge. The point is, in the past, when the grid was first established and run, these capabilities were not there. So we're not only increasing the amount of renewables, we're increasing our ability to utilize those renewables effectively and affordably. And ultimately, yes, in the near term, there will be costs to make this transition happen. But one thing I would be remiss if I did not mention, the grid is already fairly old. So the costs to maintain the grid are already there and is something that should not be ignored. What we're talking about doing today is not to simply rebuild the grid as it was, but to take the opportunity where the grid needs to be replaced and upgraded and maintained, and instead of replacing it with something similar, replacing it with something that's more suitable for this future that we envision.
Thank you. Thank you. Follow up, I think probably also for you, discussion about, are we really ready for EVs and EV buses? And won't that increase the cost or risks over utilizing our electric grid? My understanding is EVs are actually cheaper to own, much cheaper to fuel. And I just can't imagine a storyline where we're going to use up our capacity for electricity because we shift to electric vehicles. Am I right or wrong?
I would agree with your view that, I would disagree with the view that adding EVs to the mix is going to utilize the grid in a way that would hamper our ability to move towards our 70-30 goals. Ultimately, and again, I can think of at least 3 different studies that would support this, one from Union of Concerned Scientists, another from EDF, and another from RMI, but multiple organizations support the view that EVs can actually serve as a hedge. The example I mentioned earlier, where we have an abundance of renewables, again, you can't turn the renewables on or off. They're simply there when they're there. The sun shines, the wind blows. That will not always tie up with when demand is needed. The EVs, whether they be a bus or a personal vehicle or some other form, when not in use, can serve as a balancing agent, allowing us to capture that energy when it otherwise would not be utilized because it's overabundant, and then potentially put that energy back into the grid in times of greatest needs. So I view EVs as technically and materially an asset to our future grid. And I'd be hard pressed to imagine a future without them.
Thank you. And I believe that Dr. Harris explained about heat pumps earlier, that there is no problem in very cold climate for utilizing heat pumps. Was that correct? Did I hear you correctly?
Thank you, Senator. And so my specific point was that heat pumps can work effectively in cold climates, and in fact do work well in cold climates at a significant scale in Northern Europe, as an example. But it is the case that they need to be engineered, sized, and designed appropriately, and that the building itself, in the case of many, their home, needs to also be as efficient as possible, i.e. insulated and resilient in its design. So yes, that is my statement.
Okay, sticking with NYSERDA. So NYSERDA did a benefit cost study for the Climate Action Council, estimating the state needs to spend at least $10 billion a year through 2030 and more after that to fund all the policies necessary to meet our legally mandated climate targets. Can you tell me what the state's currently spending annually toward that $10 billion and how much new money for climate mitigation is included in this year's executive budget?
Well, certainly. So it is the case that when we look, as an administration of Governor Hochul's, we take climate change very seriously, and we are pursuing an aggressive climate agenda, as was indicated in her stated state and in her executive budget, which includes investments across all sectors of our economy. So I would say, first of all, it is a top priority from a budgetary perspective, but notably, it is also the case, and as has been discussed at length in this hearing, that there are also other levers, including off-budget funding that is being committed toward the achievement of the Climate Act goals. When we look at it generally, this year alone, we are expected to commit over $30 billion off budget to achieve Climate Act goals, primarily in the power generation sector, but also in transport and in buildings. And then, of course, we have many other levers we can achieve. The 2 million buildings as a great example of a legislative agenda to help achieve our goals as well.
But if I were to ask you for a master list of how much money is being spent related to climate change, could you pull that out of the budget for us?
With respect to the budget, certainly, but I would probably also want to include the off-budget list,
Good,
Senator.
off budget as well. Yes, thank you.
Happy to provide that.
Okay, I will be happy to share it with everyone in Senate and Assembly. This came up once, but I just want to clarify. So the executive budget proposal needs to be consistent with Section 7 of the CLCPA. And I mean, that's by law. So and you talked about the governor going to do an executive order on an assortment of things related to that. What happens if something in the budget language doesn't jive with CLCPA? Who's the arbiter of getting that fixed? Uh-oh, I stumped everyone.
Well, I'm thinking to myself, of course, as I'm thinking about the executive budget, I haven't seen any signal to the otherwise. So I'm thinking about it from a legal perspective. Of course, I would imagine in that instance, if there were something out of alignment, it would be resolved through the budget process and raised accordingly.
Okay. And then just finally, does the executive budget adhere to the mandate that at least 35% of clean energy spending be dedicated to benefit environmental justice and disadvantaged communities?
Well, certainly with the frameworks that we are required under the Climate Act, when we think about the 35 and 40% consideration, as you had pointed it out, it is with respect to our collective investments in clean energy. So to the extent that we have agency investments, they certainly do comply. And when I think about the provisions within the budget, I would say the same. The Bond Act is a great example of it, but also as we implement at NYSERDA our programs under the Clean Energy Fund and beyond.
And I'm going to cede back the rest of my time. Thank you very much for your testimony today, Assemblywoman Weinstein.
Yes, we have, I think, about 10 Assembly members. So just interrupt me as we go through the list if any senators get added. So we'll go to Assemblywoman Barrett.
Thank you. Thank you all for your leadership and your patience. I'm going to, there's been a lot of very specific and detailed information. So I have one specific question for Chair Christian, and that is about what you're doing with cell phone service. I know, broadband has been a huge priority, but I can't drive from my Albany office to my Hudson office without losing phone calls multiple times. So I want to know where that is on the radar screen. And then I have a sort of philosophical question for all three of you to, get your perspectives on this. the legislation that we passed is called Climate Leadership, which we all know what that means, and Community Protection Act. We are a home rule state, and I'd really like to understand from all the leadership of all three of your offices how you view and prioritize and balance the community protection piece with the climate leadership as we move forward. So whatever order you want to do this in, please. You've got 4 minutes and 52 seconds to finish up. So it's all yours.
Why don't I start out? So your first question concerns wireless telecommunications. So ultimately, I'm trying to remember the specific date, but I know in sometime in the mid-90s, public service law was modified to give the commission regulation of wireless service. It was previously limited to federal law, limited by federal law. So ultimately, we know how important it is. It's definitely a priority of the work that we're doing, particularly in rural areas. Wireless companies do come to the commission and department staff regularly for assistance related to their networks and service. I'm thinking out loud here, and one potential option may be to pursue something similar to the broadband map mentioned earlier to identify areas where investments are needed. Not committing to doing that right now, but I'd like to look at the issue further, follow up with you, and maybe have a discussion on what form that may take. Regarding the CLCPA, execution of the CLCPA from the commission perspective largely takes the form within rate cases. We've had several rate cases over the past few months, most recently the NIMO rate case in which the Albany Loop project, that was a part of that. We discussed that earlier today. But ultimately, we have taken a variety of steps within the rate case to try to align with the CLCPA. We've been prioritizing the removal the removal of leak-prone pipes. We've developed enhanced methane detection systems and programs. We're discontinuing the marketing of natural gas efforts. That lines up with the 100-foot rule that we were talking about earlier, and also providing educational information to customers and industry about alternative options for heating and pathways for reducing emissions. We also have prioritized energy efficiency and demand response as part of the effort to minimize capital projects that may be necessary for larger investments. These are fairly low-hanging fruit investments, so to speak, that can address many issues. Now, related to the second part of your question on the CLCPA, how do we ensure that the benefits actually accrue in disadvantaged communities? That the definition for disadvantaged communities is being developed. I know with a recent meeting, an interim area has been set and established, but once that definition is established, we'll be in a much better position to laser focus those benefits. And
so sorry to interrupt, but I mean, the definition, are we just, I mean, how does a rural community that is actually potentially disadvantaged by one of these sites end up being part of the conversation if it's not sort of the classic part of your definition of community, a community in need and what you're protecting? That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here.
I see. I think I'm going to need to follow up with you a little bit on that one.
Okay.
In part, again, much of what we are doing, particularly with the broadband initiative, much of that focus from an infrastructure perspective is actually going to be targeted at rural communities. So that's something that we already have a fairly clear need on. In terms of the CLCPA, I think one of the broader concerns that has been addressed in the meetings has been how broadly do we define what a disadvantaged community is? Once that definition has been codified, I think we'll be in a better position to answer the question you posed. But until then, I don't want to speculate and potentially misdirect and mislead.
Mr. Mavani?
Please.
I mentioned this earlier that office recognizes that public participation is a critical part of Executive Law 94C, and the regulations provide local government and host communities with increased transparency and protection over major siting concerns. The regulations provide local governments and public to participate in the deciding process through multiple opportunities, including pre-application consultation, which is a mandatory consultation that the office will not deem any application complete without proof of meaningful engagement with local government and host community members. The office provides, the new siting process provides local government and community members with funding to participate in the administrative hearing. And also those groups, they have an opportunity to participate in the whole administrative hearing and raise significant and substantive issues, and that office will take into consideration in making final decision for those projects.
Can I get President Harris, or maybe do we have to do this offline?
If you could do that offline, that would be
okay.
Helpful, and we'll circulate any answer. I just want to remind the chairs, commissioners, that any answers that are sent to members offline need to also be sent to my office and Senator Krueger's office, so we can circulate to all of the members the answers to the questions. So next we'll go to Assemblywoman Gonzalez Rojas.
Great, thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Krueger may have touched on this a bit, but I want to just dig in a little bit more. The 2022 Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, their operating plan transfers over $50 million to the Clean Energy Fund and the Long Island Power Authority. Are these programs that the funds are supporting, are they in compliance with the environmental justice spending requirements, particularly as we have not yet completed that definition? How is that spending meeting those needs and requirements? And then what percentage of the RGGI funds are currently directed to the environmental justice and low to moderate income communities? And what does that look like? Again, even in a point where they're not fully defined, but we have to start mapping out those investments, and I want to hear more about that.
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member. I'm wanting to make sure I convey the fact that every decision that we make, including our RGGI operating plan that was just approved by our board, is consistent with the Climate Act. And in fact, the operating plan that was just approved contemplates over 40% of those funds to benefit disadvantaged communities, according to the definition that we are aware of, and that per the prior point that the Climate Justice Working Group is advancing soon for public comment as well. So it is central within the RGGI operating plan. It's central within the Clean Energy Fund and beyond. I'm particularly excited actually this year about some of the initiatives that were part of the operating plan, notably Clean Energy Hubs as an example of a program that is designed to build regional and local capacity within disadvantaged communities to improve not only engagement, but also the acquisition of these services that we had just described. But certainly beyond that, we continue to invest in our workforce, in our communities, consistent with the Climate Act.
Great. And this question is for the PSC. I'm hearing from residents throughout the city who are receiving what it feels like surprise bills. I know other members have raised this, the costs from companies like Con Edison. A colleague, in fact, sent me a copy of their Con Ed bill where they had combined gas and electricity charges of over $800 for a 34-day billing period between December 15th of 2021 and January 18th. So this is like their last bill. The combined delivery charges alone for this colleague was over $550, and the supply charges were upward of $300, which I understand is not regulated. And I know that Con Edison is proposing higher rates in 2023 that would increase overall customer electric bills by 11% and gas bills by over 18%. So can you explain how we get to our CLCPA goals while ensuring that our working class ratepayers aren't bearing the brunt of hundreds of dollars of electricity and gas costs in the process?
Thank you. I'll start from the back and work my way forward. So in terms of consumer protections, as I mentioned earlier, we have the backbone of the Home Energy Fair Practices Act, serving as the foundation from which many consumer protections in the state are founded. And that allows for deferred compensation agreements. It has provisions on how and when you can shut a customer off. For example, customers cannot lose their heating service for non-payment during the heating season. So these things are about protecting safety and ensuring people have the ability and options to pay at a later date in time if they're hit with significant bills. On top of the existing provisions of the HEFPA, were certain COVID-19 emergency provisions enacted about shut-off moratoriums. Those have since lapsed, but ultimately, even though they did lapse, they provided some protection for a good deal of time, and we still have the underlying HEFPA upon which we rely from a consumer protection perspective. Now, that is in addition to, I said this earlier, forgive me, I'm trying to remember the exact numbers. We have a significant increase in funding for our energy affordability programs. We increased the budget from roughly $230 million to around $360 odd million. So we've taken steps to not only protect consumers, but provide them with funding for affordability issues. The second part of your question related to rates, and I want to highlight just in 2021, when we look at what utilities originally requested at their preliminary rate request and what was actually provided at the end, ultimately, the department provided roughly 8% of what that initial request was. I'm not saying this is something that will continue going forward, nor am I claiming that this will apply to Con Ed. You cited those numbers earlier. But I do want to use that as a reference point that what you originally see at the very beginning of a rate case is not always what you end up with. And to make the counterpoint, we've had some instances where utilities have requested rate increases and we've decided that their requests were too low and they needed even higher numbers. But ultimately, the goal of the commission is to ensure the main pillars of our regulation, our obligations are met through regulation. That's safety, affordability, reliability, and environmentally appropriate service. And it is a balance. We must maintain the health and well-being of the system, and these investments are with that goal in mind. But we try to ensure that the investments are affordable and needed for customers.
$800 doesn't feel affordable for a, small family. So I just want to name that.
Thank you. And now we'll move to Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein. And thank you, President Harris and Chair Christian and Mr. Movani for your testimony today and for the great work that you're doing. I have many questions, but I'm going to try and narrow it down since I only have 3 minutes or 6 minutes, I guess. So the first question I have is to Mr. Movani. I know that the survey has been, or the mapping survey has been launched. What is the response rate so far, and what are you doing to market the broadband survey such that we get a truly complete picture of not just where the gaps are, but where the gaps in meeting a standard service level are?
Thanks for the question. I think Chair Christian would be better suited to answer that question.
Yeah, thank you. So the broadband survey is underway. We anticipate its completion in the next few months. And at that point, what you'll have is a map highlighting in real time what is going on from a broadband perspective within the state. So we'll know areas where broadband is available, yes or no. We'll also know the speed of the broadband and the general availability of the service and what services are available to consumers.
Excuse me for interrupting. What is the response rate been so far to the survey? Are you getting people responding to it? Because I don't think it's well publicized. That's my question.
Okay, I can't speak to the response rate. I do know that responses have been coming in fairly steadily. I can check with staff, and that's something I can follow up with you after the call.
Thank you, because our broadband initiative is really dependent on getting those maps right, and that's going to be dependent on getting input from people across the state. So my second question is probably directed at President Harris. What role do you see for waste to energy systems, specifically anaerobic digesters, as part of the renewable energy mix in New York State?
Yes, thank you. Nice to see you again, Assembly Member. So there's a couple things embedded within that question. First of all, what constitutes renewable? It has been a focus previously as to sort of what counts towards 70 by 30 according to the Climate Act. But and in that realm, those types of facilities certainly are not eligible per the Climate Act. However, as we look at our carbon accounting as part of the Climate Act, I would say an open question will be fundamentally where waste fits into the broader planning beyond 2030 of the state. We had a waste panel that was actually established as part of the advisory process. And I would say that panel did look at digesters as a means to reduce emissions. But the key was that they needed to have beneficial uses collectively. So this is going to be one that is considered over the coming year, as I said, as we look beyond 2030 into the broader goals of the Climate Act.
Okay, terrific, thank you. Then of the programs that are proposed for EV charging, we've talked a lot about how important it is to really get that EV charging infrastructure expanded across the state. It occurs to me that consumers are used to fueling their cars at a gas station, and that the big opportunity is to get the private sector to be willing to add to their product mix at gas stations and convenience stores, charging stations. So my question is, of the programs that are proposed for EV charging infrastructure, which of those programs would support gas stations and convenience store owners to make the investment to add EV fast chargers to their product mix?
So I'll take that one. So the program itself is open to all, not necessarily specific to any particular industry. So gas stations, convenience stores, Walmarts, whatever it may be. If they have an interest in providing that, there are existing programs through utilities throughout the state that they can pursue to install that infrastructure. And those programs have long existed. The New Make Ready program, which was announced in 2020, it calls for 50,000 additional charging stations, 50,000 in total charging stations by 2025. With the goal of that, we're providing $700 million, of which $200 million is going to go towards low-income communities. And in terms of where those locations are going to be deployed and allocated, we're looking at both ensuring that access is a prime consideration wherever they're going. So we don't want any issues where a charging station is deployed and it's used once a month or something like that. An underutilized station is an ineffective station, ultimately. So the siting of these things will be based on need, based on where cars are deployed and where people are going. And that's an evolving and fluid situation that will change over time. But the funding is available and individuals can pursue installations.
My understanding is that one of the reasons why the private sector, particularly the small gas stations and convenience stores, have been reluctant to make their own private investment is that the demand charges, because we're still at the beginning of the adoption curve, the mainstream adoption curve, that for EVs to begin with, that the demand charges associated with the businesses will go up because of an infrequent use right now of an EV charging station at a gas station, for example. Obviously a larger venue like a Walmart or a mall is going to have more traffic. There's more cars that will be there. But as I said, the consumer behavior links fueling their car to going to a Stewart's, for example. And
thank you,
the demand charges are a
Assemblywoman.
problem. Thank you,
We're
Chair
going to
Weinstein.
move on to Assemblywoman Fahey. If she is not here, we'll move on to Assemblyman
I'm not sure if you said, did you say
Oh,
take?
here's Assemblywoman Fahey.
Did you say, oh, I'm sorry, I missed the last few minutes. I had to step out with my son. But I just want to say, echo very much the comments that you've heard today regarding EV infrastructure and the need for some very, very serious speed on that. I also have the bill on electric buses and the electric school buses, I should say, although I want to see transportation as well taken care of. I know you've answered a number of these questions today, so I'm just going to echo the comments on those. And I think getting the infrastructure ready is just absolutely critically important. Broadband continues to definitely be an issue in the district as well. And I'm going to turn it back over, and I know I'll shock the chair with this, but I'm going to turn over the remainder of my time as we've been multitasking. But I do appreciate the all the comments that have been made today and want to continue to work with you. Oh, last comment. I also really appreciate Doreen Harris, NYSERDA, I really appreciate you as president mentioning the appliance bill as well and energy appliances. We talk so much about infrastructure, we talk about building efficiencies, all very needed. But as you know, I had the bill on vampire electronics a couple of years ago, and I've worked very closely with your shop and have a couple of related bills to that. So small appliances, large appliances, all of that adds up, and I don't think we can be aggressive enough. So look forward to continuing to work as well as on carbon removal initiatives. So, but I'll turn that back to the chair, and thank you so much for the opportunity here.
Sure. Assemblyman Lemondas.
Lamondes, thank you.
Lamondes, sorry.
It's okay. My question is for President Harris. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate the opportunity to interact with you. I have three short questions. The first one is, does NYSERDA envision a complete phase out of nuclear power over the next decade or two? Number one. Number two is, will NYSERDA respond to the, if you have not already, the October 14th, 21 New York Independent System Operator letter? And to date, I am told that there has been no response to that letter. So if you could tell me, will that letter be responded to and when? And third, if you could clarify NYSERDA's position on the impacts of wood burning for upstate New York residents who often by the thousands either heat completely with wood or offset their energy costs with wood, and recognizing that wood is a renewable resource, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I believe your second question related to perhaps a petition that the independent power producers had filed with the Public Service Commission. And in that instance, I think I would probably ask Chair Christian to weigh in as to the status of that petition, if that was your question.
Yes.
Okay, let me try the first and the third, and then Chair Christian, if that's okay.
Yep, perfect.
Great. With respect to nuclear power generation, first notably, it is the case that we are implementing the program for the zero emission credits as authorized by the Public Service Commission in support of the upstate nuclear fleet, and will continue to do so according to the contracts that we have signed. With respect to the longer term assessment, I will say that the draft scoping plan that is out for public comment now does include the continued operation of that fleet toward our broader 2040 and 2050 goals. So I would just say as a baseline condition, that was certainly the assumptions that had been made. Chair Christian, do you want to go next on the IPME petition, and then I'll talk about wood briefly?
Yeah, I fear I'm at a position where I'm not in a good place to comment on that right now. I'm happy to follow up with you, but again, it's a petition coming before the commission, and this may not be the best venue to comment on that, the specific items on that. But happy to follow up.
No, but I won't know that she's here.
They'll rename.
Okay, so as long you will follow up though?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. And then on the question of wood burning, just for absolute clarity, there is nothing in the scoping plan that would contemplate a ban on wood burning at all. Instead, there is an assessment of electrification, certainly for heating, that may result in a reduction in wood burning, particularly upstate. But as a general matter, there is no assumption of a ban of any sort.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So now we go to Assemblywoman Buttonshaw. Is she here? Then we'll go to Assemblywoman Septimo. There we go.
Hi there. Thank you so much.
Good, Amanda.
And thank you to the presenters who have been here and spent so much time with us this morning and this afternoon. I will be brief. To Ms. Doreen Harris, I wanted to just come back to the idea that RGGI dollars being pulled into the general fund are aligned with the CLCPA. First, I know you'd mentioned before that because of the solar credit program, that it would sort of still work. The notion of a credit, the notion of someone receiving a tax credit means that they would have to spend money up front. And when you're talking about environmental communities, many of which are low income, people are just not don't have the capacity to do that kind of spending up front. And so thinking about how you're imagining that the solar credit program will balance 35% of those dollars coming back to that community when that's the reality.
I do appreciate the question, and I think certainly looked at in isolation, it is the case that there are so many pieces coming together to bring forward the solar goals, and in fact, the expanded solar goals as identified by Governor Hochul last year. It is the case that we need all hands on deck, as with many things. And when I think about tax credits, it's a piece of a bigger puzzle that collectively can aid in achieving our solar goals, which are integrated with our goals to provide 35 to 40% of benefits to disadvantaged communities.
Okay, so great. So I think I'm happy that that was the answer, because I think it really underscores the idea that there is no way to really guarantee that those solar credit dollars will make it back into the communities. If that money stays in RGGI as it is, that's $8 million going to environmental justice communities, guaranteed, right? Because that's what the law says. If you raid the fund and move it into the solar credit program, then you're removing the guarantee that those $8 million would go to those communities. And that is cause for alarm for me, already asking environmental justice communities to shoulder more burden by removing resources that are guaranteed from them. And secondly, I think just specifically to talk about RGGI rating, RGGI is a program that was created after the solar credit program. And so the idea that RGGI funding is being pulled into the general fund to pay for a program that existed before its existence sort of undercuts the point of RGGI existing at all. And I think kind of violates the spirit of why you create a new program. And so ultimately really want to urge you all to reconsider this RGGI raid for your 21-day and 30-day amendments, because I think raiding RGGI funds, is going to cost environmental justice communities at least $8 million. And this was just a really bad habit of the last administration to kind of repurpose this funding over and over. And we'd love to see that really end now. And I will yield the rest of my time to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go, I see Assemblywoman Buttonshaw is on camera. So to you. Somehow, Marianne, you're speaking, but we try again. We couldn't hear you. Can you speak? We're not hearing you. I think we're going to actually have to skip you. You may have to log out and log back in. So why don't you do that, and we'll go to Assembly. Yeah, when it's done, the hearing. So why don't you log out, log back in, and we'll go to Assemblywoman Glick. Is she available? There's Deborah. Great. You're on, Deborah.
Thanks so much. We have enforced ADD by having our tablets on one table and our desktops over here. The question that I have, and maybe it's going back to the renewable sightings. We made some changes to accelerate the ability for these larger projects to come online. I know my colleagues who represent areas where there's a lot of farmland at threat, and I agree with their concerns wholeheartedly. I may represent Lower Manhattan, but my folks like to eat too. They have become friendly with a lot of farmers, and those concerns are raised directly with my constituents. One of the issues that I don't think has been discussed is what is the review, these projects, in order to keep the solar array safe from the incursions of vegetation, have, use, according to what I've been told, a great deal of herbicides. And there are projects that are near other viable land, and there are concerns about water quality and groundwater spoilage, for lack of a better word. And I'm wondering whether there's any part of the review, it's not a secret review. That may have been for smaller projects, but the larger projects are on a modified review. Do you include any review around what materials will be used and whether or not those will migrate into groundwater and damage streams or other, or the water supply of neighboring farms and ranches, or just people's wells?
I suppose that's questions for me.
Yes, indeed.
Sure. Very, very good question. So from, as I mentioned earlier, the office must consider the environment and consider all pertaining social, economic, public health, safety, and local input in making a final decision about these projects. We promulgated a comprehensive set of regulations to address major siting concerns and potential adverse impacts of these facilities to allow us to evaluate, to receive the necessary information to make appropriate findings and evaluate and make decisions accordingly. So on the list of items that you just mentioned, I can just tell you all of those are covered by our regulations, including potential impacts to water resources, doing certain surveys pre and post construction to make sure that we are not potentially contaminating any local public resources and water resources. I can go on, and with respect to just public health and safety, is a paramount concern of this office. We take that very seriously, and we look at it in the context of site by site, project by project specific, and in light of the CLCPA targets and the environmental benefits of these facilities. So I certainly respectfully refer you to the regulations that are posted on our website, and I would be happy to answer any additional questions you might have.
Well, one other question on that. These facilities, for their own security, have very large, high fences. I would think to keep out people, but also to keep out wildlife that might come over the, into their area. but in some instances, those rather industrial, what is without going to your website, can you give me some idea of how far they have to be from individual homes? Because I've heard that there are some places where somebody has bought up parcels and assembles a large parcel, and it's isolating people's homes, and and they feel like they are in prison because they have chain link fences all along the opposite road from them. Is there some buffer distance from private residences that are required?
So yes, we have setback requirements in our regulations as like the absolute minimum safety requirements. And in case, if I remember correctly, is 200 feet from any public residence. We look at the local laws and consider all the, again, the project specific and site specific factors. And we reserve the right to adjust that minimum setback requirement on a case by case basis.
Well, I appreciate that, but I would suggest that that may not be sufficient for private residences. Thank you.
We move on to, let's see if Assemblywoman Banshan is, if we're able to hear her now. Maybe you have a different device that you can try and just let your office call my office if we're able to hear you. So we're going to go to Assemblyman Anderson.
Yep. Thank you so much, Chairwoman Weinstein, and thank you, President Harris and the rest of our folks who are on tonight's panel. My first question is for PSC. In terms of regulating utility companies, it looks like you guys put in the executive budget an additional 4 full-time employees for support investigations of utility performance and enforcement. What does that exactly amount to, those 4 employment positions, in the face of constituents that may face higher than normal electric bills, and working through some of those issues? That's my first question. My second question for you, Chair Christian, is utility companies often provide utility to public housing developments, but yet there is no liaising between the public housing authorities and instances in that respect. So I'm just wondering, with the additional staffing that you all have proposed in the budget, will there be better liaising or dedicated liaising between the residents of public housing developments that are provided utility and the company? My questions for, I'm just going to shoot them all out because we have a limited time. My questions for President Harris, just sort of want to drill down a little further on the question that my colleague, Mr. Mamdani, asked about the New York Power Authority. It looks like there's additional funding, there's a decrease in funding to NYPA proposed in the governor's budget, but I'm just wondering what measures are being put in place to ensure the growth of NYPA and the expansion of NYPA, given the limited scope that NYPA has currently. And then I'll pause to get answers from Chairman Richards, and then President Harris, and then I have my last set of questions for NYSERDA.
Okay, so I will move quickly. So the executive budget increase that you're seeing this year, if approved, would allow us to hire 37 new full-time employees. And to reiterate, that's the highest increase we've had since 2014. And that actually restores us to the staffing level we had a few years ago. So this will definitely help us address a number of the new priority areas created by the passage of the CLCPA, particularly with deployment of renewables, deployment of CLCPA policy, resilience, oversight, enhancement, so on and so forth. To address your specific question regarding customer outreach and helping consumers, as it is today, our agency staff, our consumer services unit does that outreach, and they represent roughly 20% of our agency staff. And a portion of that allotment of 37 would likely go towards that group. We're working out exactly those allocations.
I'm sorry, but Chairman Richardson, what do you mean that group? Are you speaking specifically about public housing residents getting liaisoning support?
So sorry, it's Christian, by the way.
Christian, I'm sorry, Christian. Sorry.
It's okay, that's fine. I'll answer that question next in a moment. But no, I'm not talking specifically to public housing. This is our consumer services unit that's applicable to all customers for all utilities throughout the state. Specific to public housing, this is a subject near and dear to me specifically because of my time with the New York City Housing Authority in years past. There is a liaison, or there should be liaisons already in place between the utilities, specifically NYPA and the New York City Housing Authority. I believe these are still in place. If not,
I can assure you they're not. I've had gas outages as well as power outages in the short year and a half that I've been in office. And getting PSEG LI on the phone, for example, for those units has been frustrating, just to say the least.
Oh, I see. Okay. So this is something I'm very interested in following up with you on. And if you're comfortable having a conversation after this meeting, would love to understand the concern and which public housing authorities in question. I think there may be disparate experiences across the state, and I'd love to better understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And really quickly for President Harris, my two questions for you.
Thank you, Assembly Member. I apologize. There was one question with respect to NYPA that I'd be glad to take.
Yes. Oh, okay. So then let me just throw my NYSERDA in really quickly. Offshore wind projects that are projected to take place in and around the Rockaway Peninsula, just off the shores of it. I'm not hearing much from NYSERDA about MWBE contracting and hiring requirements, and it's definitely concerning. So I just want to know what the goals are and how the agency plans to reach it. So those NYPA and then the MWBE for offshore wind.
Certainly. Well, on the NYPA part, I would have to defer you to NYPA, refer you to NYPA, sorry, just because I don't have particular expertise with respect to the transfers that are typical for NYPA into the state budget. So I'll leave it at that. On the offshore wind front, we have an incredibly strong commitment, and in fact, a contractual one that the developers engage and to the extent possible contract with MWBE. So I'd be glad also to understand the source of that information, as it is very much not consistent with our objectives.
Thank you. So we think we have Assemblywoman Bunchon has gotten the tech help up to redo the computer. So Marianne, let's hold our
Yes.
fingers crossed.
Can you hear me?
Definitely. Okay,
All
you're
right.
on.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your chairs, to our panelists. Many of my colleagues have brought the questions up concerning rate increases, the wood burning, to just name a few that reflect in my district. However, I do have two questions. Delivering quality and reliable internet access to all New Yorkers is a priority. However, I've heard from my small companies in the district that provide this service, and they have stated that the PSC filings have become complicated and detailed to the point that they either have to hire an outside consultant or dedicate staff to meet the needs of these filing deadlines. Can you advise me if there's any plans to assist our small businesses with this overwhelming task, as well as the overlapping of federal filings so that they could merge together? And I'll give my second question regarding solar energy. Our solar goals are commendable, but I have concerns about the conversion of our much needed productive farmland to solar industrial parks. So my question is, how many state-owned properties currently host or are being considered to host industrial solar parks, as well as with the new New York Sun program, do we prioritize utilizing developed and or urban suburban properties over our farmlands? Thank you.
So I'll start with your first question regarding internet filings. So generally speaking, the process that we have, the process we have has been in place for a very, very long time. I don't know the exact length of that time, but ultimately it's a uniform process that all utilities must comply with, be it Con Edison or a smaller telecom company. I'm not entirely sure what the issue is as it was presented to you. However, I am curious to learn more about the problems they encountered in the process and see if it's possible we could have discussions with those affected and come up with a way to streamline that process in some way. I know that our offices do assist companies in developing their proposals, so that's potentially an option that we could pursue. But ultimately, I feel like a follow-up would be the best way to address that issue that you've raised today regarding.
So I guess I just want to ask, so you haven't required more filings for these companies over the
No,
last?
the filing process is fairly consistent and uniform for everyone.
So
under-
it hasn't become more detailed or complex?
No,
Okay.
no.
Thank you.
No problem.
And with respect to your question about state-owned properties, in fact, I would say that that is a central consideration of our Build Ready program that NYSERDA is implementing and looking at what is deemed underutilized sites for solar installations. And in fact, we had worked very closely with OGS and others to sort of winnow down state-owned fleet properties, for consideration, and are advancing a number of sites now through that process. And in addition to your question around our broader goals, as a general matter, it will serve us all well to site solar on underutilized land. And that is.
So how much,
actually-
so again, how much state property at this point is being utilized for solar?
Yeah,
industrial?
I apologize. I will have to get back to you with the exact metric, but I'm remembering dozens, if not more, that we were looking at. I just don't have the installation numbers, which we'll get back to you.
And as you're aware, the question revolves around the concern of the farmers in my area that, so again, do we prioritize developed property and in urban and rural and suburban settings over our rural farms, or is there no priorities?
There are certainly priorities both in our New York Sun program with programs that are, or subsets that are focused on brownfields, landfills, rooftops, and the like as examples. And then further through our large scale renewables program, we actually provide a framework that preferentially benefits developers who avoid those lands altogether as well. And certainly a great partnership with the Department of Agriculture and Markets in that respect.
Okay, so again, would it be 50% that you see moving towards developed, or are you moving more towards the farm properties? Or you're gonna have to get back to me.
I would
That'd
have
be
to,
great.
yeah, I don't.
Thank you. I
Thank
look
you.
forward to that and others, so thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna call on Assemblywoman Griffin. She was having some connection problems, so she may be on her phone, so let's see if that works.
Okay, this is Judy Griffin. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Judy. Yeah, we can hear
Okay,
you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will try to be brief. My first question is to Chair Christian of the PSC. Following up on Senator Kaminsky and Assemblymember Ra's statements or questions about the legislation we passed to lay the framework for the municipalization of water. I just wondered, now that it's moving along, commissioners have been chosen, it seems that to move it forward, there's going to be a need for an allocation of funding. And I wondered what your thoughts are on that. It seems like that should be laid aside, or we should request that be laid aside. So I just want your feedback on that.
Yeah, I regret that I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question.
Okay.
Yeah, but from the perspective of the PSC and just my understanding of the process, the recent order we established kind of lays out a framework and a study which can be done to enable municipalization. But in terms of the specifics behind it and the mechanics of it, again, that's something that the local authorities and the organizations established with that goal in mind. I think it's the North Shore Water Authority and the South Nassau County Water Authority. Ultimately, the decision to move forward with that would be in their hands. But I can't speak to that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. And then another question related to that is, during this time, Liberty purchased New York American Water, and I know that part of this legislation was there was a freeze on rates, but I just wondered, does anything change because it was bought out by a new company, or is PSC still going to be able to impose that rate, the freeze and hikes and rate hikes?
I'm sorry, impose I'm having trouble hearing you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully, maybe you'll hear me now. I'm wondering with part of that agreement was there was there was a rate freeze and any more rate hikes to American Water customers who are now Liberty customers. And I just wondered, with the new company that bought American Water, is that rate freeze still in effect?
Yes, absolutely. That was a condition of the purchase, and that is in effect. Yes.
Okay, very good. And then I just have one question for Chair Harris of NYSERDA. And that question is, back in the fall, we had an NCON hearing, and I asked questions about New York Solar does not give incentives or rebates to Long Island solar customers. And this has really negatively impacted the solar market on Long Island. And I just wondered, are there any plans to provide for any incentives or any rebates for Long Island customers?
Certainly. Thanks for the question. I would say, as a general matter, Long Island is well ahead of the curve with respect to solar deployment. In fact, I think the number I had seen recently was over 750 megawatts of solar deployed across Long Island. So, as a general matter, really good progress there. And I would say beyond that, as we look to our 10 gigawatt goal that we are now we've now initiated with the Public Service Commission, I would say that the LIPA board and the LIPA team would generally look to contribute commensurately through their own programming that may be supported, through various means is probably the best way to put it.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. I'll concede the rest of my time. Okay, thanks.
We will go to Assemblyman Wozniak.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair. Madam President, nice to see you and converse with you again. Appreciate all the answers today. You told Assemblywoman Lunsford that we're looking at double peak and double overall for electricity usage in New York State. Was that right? Did I hear that right?
Approximately, yes. That's a 2050 number, but yes.
Is there any kind of idea or perspective of the breakdown of industrial versus homeowner? Would we anticipate the majority of that would be on the homeowner?
Can you expand on that question? I want to make sure I answer it factually.
Yeah, if you're doubling the overall electricity usage in New York State, how much of that would be on industrial purposes?
Got it. My recollection is it was actually a fairly even split. The integration analysis that we produced provided a split between residential and then commercial and industrial. And if I recall, I think it's about half and half.
Pretty even. Okay. What and I've asked some of these questions before, but you probably have some more numbers these days. What number of homes in New York State have 100 amp service or less? Do we have any perspective on that?
Yes, yeah, thank you for that question. I know we had talked about this a year ago or thereabouts, or maybe less, and it is something we've been working on carefully because, as you had indicated, and we agree, electrifying homes is going to potentially necessitate upgrades to fully electrify. So the panels that may be existing may need to be upgraded to have 200 amp service, and in some cases even more, depending on how much electrification we're talking about, particularly of vehicles. And as I believe my team has shared with you, but I have now further confirmed, it looks like on average, we are looking at a need for an upgrade of about a quarter of our building stock to that type of service. So again, it would be about a quarter that might have under 200 amp service now that would need to be upgraded.
Okay, so you're operating under the idea that 200 amp service is going to be suitable for most homeowners in New York State?
That's correct. The higher amperages would be necessary, perhaps if you had more than one vehicle to charge at a time or other heavy, high load needs.
And maybe you know this answer, Madam President, or maybe we have to tap one of your colleagues here. What would the average cost for a homeowner to upgrade from 100 amp to 200 amp service look like?
So I think I would have to ask a colleague for that. When we look at the broader needs for electrification, I look at it on a full capital cost basis, which would include both the upgrades as well as the provision, in this case, of heat pump technology to electrify the heating and cooling. So unless Chair Christian has anything to add, that's the general, I look at it collectively rather than the very specific cost of the upgrade.
Okay, if we're gonna collect them, then I guess you've got the upgrade of insulation in order to make heat pumps even marginally feasible for the purpose of heating, at least air source heat pumps, right? You've got the upgrade of a 100 amp to 200 amp service for at least a quarter or 25% of New York State homeowners. You've got the upgrade of the transmission lines, possibly, that could be increasing the capacity for each neighborhood to be able to handle all of those doubles in amperage service to those neighborhoods. When you total all that up, what does it look like for the individual homeowner in those 25% cases?
Yes, so the metric that I had wanted to reference that I had earlier was really with respect to new construction, assembly member. So if you're looking for a sort of a retrofit cost, I probably shouldn't attempt an answer, but if you're interested in sort of what is a new electrified home cost on a capital cost basis versus one utilizing gas for heating, I'd be glad to provide that.
Yeah, I think, and honestly, this would be some suggestion or direction back to you. I think given population trends and the fact that we lost 500,000 people in the last 2 years, we're really not looking at a whole lot of new builds in New York State. I think retrofit, especially when you're talking about poor and disparaged New Yorkers, is probably the best way to look. We have a really old housing stock in the district that I represent, and it's not dissimilar than most districts in upstate New York, where we'll be looking at shifting from those gas appliances that run pretty cheaply and large efficiently to heat homes, especially. And if you're shifting that home to $10,000 or $15,000 worth of heat pump technology, $5,000 in National Grid upgrades for the service to that home, the internal guts to electrify, and then we haven't even begun talking about the cost of installation of new insulation that we're buying from China. You can see that tally can get up. I mean, I've heard figures anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 for this 25% of New York homes that you're talking about. Am I in the right ballpark here?
Yeah, I would say that it very much, as you have accurately identified, and on the basis of my personal experience, it does very much depend on the nature of the fuel that you are currently using. And so For me, in a rural area where the predominant heat source is oil or propane, it actually makes much more economic sense in the very near term to electrify my home. And then as those costs come down, we get closer to parity and have reached parity for other natural gas customers as well. But the capital cost of this equipment roughly is in line, as I understand it, with your estimates.
Thank you for that. I do appreciate it. I'm going to jump geopolitical real quick. I think most of us realize that China is not a really excellent climate partner when it comes to all of the goals that we've set forth. I think many of us wish that they would jump on board. Is there anything the CLCPA, our statute, the governor has presented that will require us or will prohibit us from buying all of these products, from insulation to mini splits to all of the technology, heat pumps, wind, solar, all of those things? Anything to prohibit us from purchasing those from China?
Certainly the Buy America provisions from last year's budget is a good example of something that we're working now to implement, really looking at our domestic supply chain and fundamentally what areas, as to your point, of the foundational equipment we could and should support, not only from New York, but frankly, from the US. And I know President Biden is in, his policies in Buy American are quite similar. So I would say with respect to renewables, we're hard at work in that regard.
Thank you for the time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We go to Assemblyman Brown.
Thank you, Chair. My question is really for any of the three panelists. Just to put it into context, my district, District 12, has the Northport Power Plant. I could actually hit it in a stone's throw from my house. And I had two questions that relate to, as we move towards an all-electric economy, my question is, how are we going to bridge the tax base for host communities that rely on those property taxes to subsidize the school districts? Last year, in the One House bill, there was some money that was set aside for that school district, East Northport School District, and some others to help lessen the blow from a recent tax certiorari case. And what is the long-term plan where, if we're replacing the so-called dinosaur plants with alternative energy, there is, as far as I know, no taxes that are going to stem from offshore wind or solar installations. So how do we make up the difference, and how do we help host communities make that transition to an all-electric economy? That's my first question. And I might as well just get my second question out too. As an owner of an electric vehicle, I do appreciate the fact that gas-powered vehicles pay gas tax, which help subsidize the repairs on our highways. And as more and more electric vehicles are put on the road, how are we going to make up the differential in the gas tax? That's for any of the panelists.
Certainly. Well, on the first topic, it is true that there are a few different work streams that are underway around the transition, as we call it, to clean energy. Your particular example is one that I think is likely going to be true for other communities as well. In fact, the Just Transition Working Group had focused on this point directly over the past year or more. So the ESD program, the Electric Generation Facility Cessation Mitigation Program, is a good example of a framework that is helpful, at least in the first instance, to ensure what I would say will allow the transition to occur in a more equitable way by providing economic development opportunities in those communities. It is also the case that we at NYSERDA, and really to help these communities in this transition, have developed a site reuse toolkit to aid the communities in navigating the site reuse questions and frankly, to determine the best productive new use for retiring infrastructure as well.
So President Harris, I appreciate that. And I also recognize the fact that there's a gigantic substation that's next to the power plant, and the reuse and redevelopment, of that is very important to our community. So I look forward to, being involved with those discussions along with my senator colleague.
Yes, thank you. And certainly hope to engage with you directly if there are opportunities to do so. On the tax question, this has actually been a significant point of discussion among the Climate Action Council members, and specifically the Transportation Advisory Panel, which includes obviously my colleague and most expert on this topic, Commissioner Dominguez. However, I would say the final scoping plan is really going to be looking at what we call economy-wide strategies, because of the fact that there will be a necessary shifting of sort of the sources and uses of funds through this transition. This is indeed a national and a state issue together. And I would say also, as to the point with respect to federal interventions, the formula funding is an opportunity for us to advance, again, that economy-wide strategy as well.
Great. And my last question I have, I think, is more directed to Chair Christian. Assemblyman Thiel has a bill, it's LBDC number 13601-0600-1, which calls for the municipalization of LIPA. It never really sat well with me, and the more I got involved with the LIPA lawsuit, the recent one, why LIPA is not subject to the PSC. You want to take a stab at that and at the proposed municipalization and how you feel about the proposed municipalization?
Couple questions in there. So I don't feel one way or the other about the proposal. I know municipalization was first proposed, or most recently first proposed, in the wake of Tropical Storm Isaias. And that was viewed as an option to achieve a number of the objectives set out for reliability. Ultimately, and forgive me, I'm trying to remember the exact details here, but I believe the settlement with PSC&G Long Island ultimately achieved all the goals that were set forth at the beginning of that process. So, ultimately, if there's a choice to municipalize, as I've said with other instances, it would be a local choice. It would take several years and ultimately need to be vetted. And that's all I can really say to that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We have two members before we go to the panel of public. So we have Assemblyman Mike Tillow, and he'll be followed by Assemblyman Tague.
Thank you, Chairwoman. President Harris, just a question going back on something you said earlier today, quite a bit earlier. You said there are health benefits to the students that are riding electrical buses. Do you remember saying that?
Oh, definitely. Yep.
So I did some research here and talking to many of the bus mechanics and engine mechanics. And what they're telling me now is with the new standards in the diesel engines, that the air going into those engines are cleaner than the air coming out the backside. So is there something that we can do to maybe slow down the push of electric buses to help the schools get through this hump? And also not just the schools, but talking to local electric suppliers. It's going to take time to put these substations in, get the power to them. Is that a consideration?
Certainly. So I'm glad you're doing your research as well. So when I talk about the school bus proposal within the budget, I think it's important to note that there are a few different ways to advance this type of initiative. And the specific language is zero emission school buses. So just for clarity, I want you to know that, there could be multiple pathways to achieve that objective, depending on how, again, what technology is brought to bear fundamentally to achieve that zero emission framework. So with that said, I would say in the near term, as with many things, we see a future that points to electrification as the most direct and near-term opportunity. But with medium and heavy duty vehicles like buses, I would say there are other technologies that are advancing in parallel. So I think it could be the case that your specific question could be fulfilled in another way as well.
Okay, thank you for that. One other question, Madam President. You were talking about wood burning earlier, and I know in my district, we have a lot of people that burn wood. We have a lot of Amish families and communities that's all they use. And you said there was nothing in the policies or whatever we're going to do to stop that. Is there ever going to be a charge to them for burning wood?
So just to be clear, I'll say it again, our scoping plan does not contain any recommended actions related specifically at wood burning, and in fact, definitely does not include a ban or a proposed ban. As I had indicated, it is likely the case that residential wood use could decrease in the future along with efficiency improvements and electrification as described. And frankly, in some of these very cold climates in the northern part of our state, it could be needed to bolster a heat pump during periods of really, really cold temperatures. So as a general matter, that's the framework. There is no contemplated fee or anything of the sort related to wood burning.
Okay, I appreciate that. I'm not sure who to ask this question to, but as we continue to move forward with green energy, more electrification, when we're not putting any more pipelines in, when we're not putting any more fuel oil containment locations, what happens when the power goes out? What is the backup?
Well, I'll take, if you don't mind, I'll answer a little bit of this. So the goal of all of our efforts, and you've heard bits and drabs of this throughout my testimony today, is to make the system as reliable and as interconnected as possible. The existing grid as we have it, or as it was originally built, was very much a command and control grid, centralized power in one place, users of that power in another, and the power moved in one direction. What we're proposing is a grid that is far more interconnected, where power consumers are also power providers. So an individual with a solar on their roof, an EV in their garage, could as much use power from the grid and provide power back to the grid. So in systems where we do have outages, where a power plant isn't working or we're not providing enough power, that ecosystem of distributed resources envisioned for the future can provide that additional point of resiliency. So that's one. In addition to that, we are talking about making the grid itself much more robust. So I mentioned earlier an undergrounding study that we're pursuing, and that's going to help with making the lines less prone to storm damage. And then finally, with the individual homes themselves, and Doreen mentioned this earlier, we want to make sure that they're well insulated and that they can essentially use less energy when it is needed most. So if you imagine an older home, it's very leaky, you have that oil burner burning, you're using a lot of oil to keep that place warm, and much of that heat is going out the leaky gaps in the windows and the roof. By tightening those homes and making them airtight, you need significantly less energy to keep that same space warm. So there are a lot of things that are being built in right now from multiple perspectives. None of them by themselves is sufficient to meet our needs, but collectively they work together to create a system where we can not only use less energy, but create a more resilient grid that can take us to the future.
All right, I appreciate those answers. I know my time is up, so the executive director for renewable energy siting, I'll send you my question. So thank you, Madam Chair.
I would go to Assemblyman Teague, the last member with questions before we move on to the panel.
Well, thank you, Chairwoman, and I'd also like to thank Chairwoman Kruger, our ranker, Ed Ra, and Senate ranker, O'Mara. Thank you and your staffs. I know this is a tough job, and we're probably not even at halftime yet, so it's probably going to be another long night. But thank you very much to you folks and your staff for this hearing. I'm going to start off asking President Harris a couple questions, and please, if I've asked the wrong person, Mr. Christian or Mr. Mulvaney, please feel free to chime in. But we had a hearing earlier this year as well, and I think Assemblywoman Rojas and myself both asked a question that never got answered, and I'm going to ask it again. What is the definition of environmental justice community? And what is the what is the definition of a disadvantaged community? And I'm going to follow up to that. And how do we determine that those communities are indeed fit that definition? And then what do we do differently with those communities than we do with other communities?
Certainly, and I'm glad you've asked the question again so that we can make sure we get it answered. So the Climate Justice Working Group has certainly been hard at work over the course of the last year and beyond. First, to develop a draft set of criteria to identify what disadvantaged communities are. We called it an interim definition so that we could begin to direct our funds accordingly, consistent with the Climate Act objectives. So I would say in the first instance, there was a draft or an interim definition, which now actually has been advanced to a draft definition that will be subject to public comment over the course of 2022. And fundamentally, what we're talking about is a set of criteria that can allow us to look on a map and identify communities where we want to direct our investments and the benefits thereof. So there's a really long list of criteria that are indicators to help do so. And then specifically, there was a proposal to expand beyond that to include any low-income household, no matter where they live in the state, so that we captured even, the more rural communities where the draft criteria might not pick up. So I would say that is going to be the subject of public comment period very soon, 120 days. And my hope is at the end of the day, we have a very clear framework that we can all work from to direct these well-needed investments.
Okay, and then I have two other quick questions. Actually, one's more of a statement. We've talked a lot about wind power and solar today, and I think that Senator Hinchey, she and I, we represent much of the same area. I think she did a very good job of explaining the concerns that all of us have with the usage of farmland. So I'm not gonna get in that, but I've heard several times today that NYSERDA and the CLCPA put benefits of the investment, which you put in the billions of dollars, you put the benefits higher than the cost. But I have some concern there, because do we really know what the benefits are? I mean, can you sit here today and tell us what the benefits are? And to be quite honest, really, no one has knocked down a dollar amount to exactly what this is going to cost.
Yes, thank you for that question as well. So the framework that was part of the scoping plan is what we call a societal look at costs and benefits. And certainly this is on the basis of a well established body of work when we talk about what the benefits are. So generally by category, I think about them first in the realm of emissions reductions, central to the Climate Act, certainly. Second, health benefits that will come in the realm of better health overall, avoided hospitalizations and deaths resulting from these emissions. And then third, the economic benefits that will come from the investments as well. So I would say we worked very hard to ensure that through that assessment, we use not only the best body of literature and analysis, but also put it to bear on our own policy, which when collectively on a societal look was all added up, we saw significant net benefits through these investments.
I appreciate your time. I think this is to be continued. But I appreciate your time. Appreciate all of you for testifying today. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Senator Krueger, so.
Yes, the assembly is
assembly
complete.
is exhausted and has exhausted our list.
And the Senate is also exhausted our list. And as many people said, to be continued, because as I often am caught saying, if we don't address climate, pretty much everything else we care about becomes moot pretty quickly. So I want to thank all three of our panelists for spending so much time and so many thoughtful responses. And I think you have a better sense of where the concerns of the legislature lie. But I assure you that we want to work with you because we need to be successful and we need you to be successful. So I'm going to excuse you all and continue with the panel of non-governmental representatives. Of course, you can stay and listen. You can stay all day and night if you like. That's what we'll be doing.
Thank you for having us. I
thank you
really
very
appreciate
much.
it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'm going to read through the list of the non-governmental testifiers for this part of the hearing. And then just ask you each to, in the order I read your names, just then start to testify. You each have 3 minutes, and then all legislators have up to 3 minutes to ask questions of the panel. The Long Island Progressive Coalition, Ryan Madden Sustainability Organizer, the New York Geothermal Energy Organization, Bill Nowak, Executive Director, Food and Water Watch, Alex Beauchamp, Northeast Regional Director, Public Utility Law Project of New York, Richard Berkeley, Executive Director, and Sane Energy Project, Kim Frachek, Director. And just in the order I read you, you should start your 3 minutes of testimony.
Well, all right. Good afternoon at this point, everyone. Thanks for slogging through. My name is Ryan Madden with the Long Island Progressive Coalition. Long Island is on the front line of climate change, and we pay some of the highest electricity rates in the country. It is with the reality of the climate and energy crisis and our ongoing commitment to climate justice and energy democracy that we offer the following for inclusion in this year's budget. We join with hundreds of organizations across New York State in calling for the inclusion of a $15 billion investment in climate, jobs, and justice, a figure that represents the investments necessary to meet our goals under CLCPA, a figure that was most recently validated by New York State itself. The Climate Action Council recently adopted NYSERDA's estimate that we need a minimum of $10 billion annually, with increases every year starting now to maximize the benefits and reduce climate risk. The governor's budget includes a $1 billion increase to the Environmental Bond Act, along with other important climate spending, but it does not nearly reach the scale that we need. And without proper funds, we risk turning the CLCPA into a paper tiger. We will need to determine a long-term revenue stream to meet these figures over time, but this year must be the year that we acknowledge the reality of what's needed and commit to it. We must include the Long Island Power Authority Commission bill in this year's budget, along with a sufficient appropriation in order to staff and support it. The time to reimagine LIPA is long past due. Our utility and the systems of oversight around it have failed Long Island and the walkaways over and over again. It is time to end decades of failed public-private partnerships that have put profits over people. We need true public power. LIPA can save nearly $1 billion over the next decade through municipalization. It can lower rates, improve service for customers, invest in resilient infrastructure, and improve its crisis management with these resources. This commission process will develop the roadmap for the restructuring of LIPA so that it is led by those most impacted by decisions concerning our energy system. With the end of PSE&G's contract in 2025, there's no time to waste. We must also include the New York Build Public Renewables Act in this year's budget. Currently, NYPA is legally prohibited from owning more than 6 utility-scale generation facilities. BPRA would remove this limitation, allowing NYPA to scale up renewable energy generation faster, cheaper, and more efficiently, with workers and communities in mind in ways the private sector will never do. As the country's largest publicly owned energy provider, NYPA can take advantage of having some of the highest rated green bonds in the country to make the upfront investments that are necessary to put us on a track to meet our renewable mandates. This proposal is revenue neutral. And according to research by UPenn, BPRA could add up to $90 billion in the state's economy over the next decade and up to 51,000 sustained and largely union jobs. And finally, we must include funding in the budget to ensure that the Office of Renewable Energy Siting can hire an Indian nations liaison in order to facilitate consultation, provide a single point of contact for nations, developers, regulators, and others, and help guide conversations or mediate should applications of permitting plans become controversial. This will be crucial to ensure our build out of renewables does not impact or destroy Native nations' cultural resources, including marked and unmarked graves and former village and hunting sites, among others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Bill Nowak. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Geothermal Energy Organization, a nonprofit trade organization. We have about 300 paid members in 66 different companies. I'd like to speak in favor of including 4 bills that are currently before the legislature as part of the budget process. And primarily, I wanted to talk about 2 related to geothermal energy, the geothermal tax credit bill that would give a 25% tax credit up to $5,000 for geothermal installations, and that's sponsored by Senator Kennedy and Assemblymember Rivera, and also the sales tax exemption bill by Senator Sanders and Assemblymember Rivera. Both geothermal and solar access renewable energy and provide a host of economic and environmental benefits in line with New York's priorities. And we're looking to get parity with solar in terms of the way it is incentivized in New York at this point. There are 4 elements to the solar incentives: a federal tax credit, rebates, a state tax credit, and a sales tax exemption. And all 4 together make solar affordable. We did it on our house, and it took all 4 of those to make it affordable to us. Only 2 of the 4 are available currently for geothermal, the federal tax credit and the rebates. So we really need a state tax credit and the sales tax exemption. It was clear to all who watched the Climate Action Council process that it will be difficult to find the dollars necessary to make the transition to renewables affordable in New York State. There's only so much that ratepayers can pay through the system's benefits charge and other means. And I submit that a tax credit that utilizes the progressive income tax is the fairest available source of funds as we look to increase incentives. These 2 bills passed in 2015 unanimously with bipartisan sponsorship and support. And I salute all the legislators who are on the call who were part of that effort. The governor at that point vetoed them, saying they were outside the budget process, and NYSERDA hadn't yet completed its plans for electrification of the building stock. Neither of those apply at this point. We want to do it within the budget, and NYSERDA is clear on electrification as one of its main strategies. So we urge you to include these 2 bills. I also urge the Codes and Standards bill from Parker and Fahey, which would save consumer dollars and allow the codes to regulate greenhouse gas emissions. This is very important. I want to compliment the governor for her sunset on new construction that shows up in her budget. It sends a clear message that the end is near for fossil fuels, but it doesn't go quite far enough. We would like to see the Kavanaugh-Gallagher bill that sets the sunset date at 2024 included. It's just plain wrong at this point to build a building with fossil fuel heating systems that will last another 2 or 3 decades, spewing climate pollutants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next is Food and Water Watch.
Thank you, Senator. I'm Alex Beecham. I'm the Northeast Region Director at Food and Water Watch. We are a national environmental group focused on fighting for those things we can't live without: safe food, clean water, and a livable climate. I submitted written testimony. I'm going to try to just summarize it quickly. Like others, we were really excited that the governor put a gas ban in her executive budget, only to then be extraordinarily disappointed that the timeline is way, way, way too far out. We can't wait 5 years to put a ban on gas and other fossil fuels in new buildings. As Bill just pointed out, it's unconscionable to build any buildings reliant on fossil fuels right now. And there's no technical reason. This isn't even really a cost argument. There's no cost reason to wait till 2027. There is perhaps a political will issue here. Either we have the political will to stand up to the oil and gas industry and the real estate industry, or we don't. There is no policy reason to wait 5 years. We shouldn't do it. And I urge the legislature to adopt the timeline in the Kavanaugh-Gallagher All Electric Buildings Act, which sets the ban starting the final day of 2023. And I'll just say, there are always voices, there are always reactionary voices telling us to go slower. I've been to a million of these hearings. They're there always. There's always those folks saying, let's not go too fast. It might cost a little bit of money. Don't do it. And for those of us that really are concerned with the climate crisis, I think we ought to start asking ourselves, when is the last time they were right? Like, what is the last action this body or any legislature has done that was too fast, where we look back and say, you know what, we were wrong. We should have slowed down a little bit on that provision that moved us off fossil fuels. It has not happened. The reverse happens all the time, every year, year in, year out. So just to say, those reactionary voices are wrong. They always have been wrong. They'll be wrong in February of 2023 when we have this same hearing. And finally, I want to close. We're at Food and Water Watch strong supporters of the Build Public Renewables Act. Also, Assemblyman Carroll's bill is needed. We are not going to hit our renewable goals if we leave this up to the magic of the market. It's clear as day. What's also clear as day after this morning's exchange between multiple legislators and the administration is we're probably not on the verge of convincing them, right? So we are going to need leadership from the legislature to get this passed. I urge you to put it in both House budgets. It's very clear it's going to take real leadership on this side. And I'm hopeful that in a post-Cuomo world, that will be easier and we'll have a more independent legislature. You should push back and put that in both House budgets. And thanks so much for the time to speak.
Thank you. And Pulp? Are you here, Richard Berkeley?
And I will begin by unmuting myself. Thank you, Senator Krueger. And thank you, Assemblymember Weinstein and all of the members that are here today. I'm the Executive Director of the Public Utility Law Project of New York. We represent the interests of New York's low and fixed income consumers. And I want to talk to you about the most difficult crisis facing low and fixed income consumers right now. There are more than 1.3 million households, almost 4 million New Yorkers who are behind more than 60 days on their energy utility bills, for a total of more than $1.7 billion. There is no prospect that they will be able to pay those bills without use of some of the American Rescue Plan monies. We have contacted the governor and spoken to her energy team and have asked the governor to put in her budget $1.25 billion from the ARP money to buy down the arrears, which have increased by more than $1.25 billion since February of 2020. As you have seen in the budget, although we still have hope for the 30-day amendments, the governor has not responded. We therefore respectfully request that the legislature put $1.25 billion from the ARP funds into its House bills to deal with the arrears of all of your constituents. The second thing is that we have also asked for $200 million in tax credits. The simple fact of the matter is that the state only collects information on collections and arrears from energy utilities, and that is why we're asking for cash in the budget only for those utilities. However, we know that there are hundreds of millions of dollars of arrears in the water industry, and there is some unknown amount of arrears in telecom, telephone, and internet. Therefore, we ask for tax credits upon those entities showing proof of the arrears of their consumers and showing that they have forgiven dollar for dollar the debts of those consumers we believe that tax credits should be awarded to those companies to incentivize them to do this. There are a number of other things that are necessary to deal with this arrears crisis, but I tell you, the more than 100,000 families on Long Island, the more than 600,000 families in New York City, the more than 600,000 or 700,000 families around the rest of the state need your help, and they need it now. We were almost $700 million in arrears before the pandemic because the low-income program that you heard Chair Christian discuss earlier was insufficient and was not sufficiently reformed to meet the needs of New Yorkers. If we allow this arrears to be an anchor around the neck of all these New Yorkers, it will drown their communities in debt for at least the next decade. It took more than 10 years to recover from the Great Recession, and the amount of utility arrears, the job losses, as we all know, are far worse now than they were during the Great Recession. COVID also showed us the vital need for broadband, and we'll be working on that with you this year too. And I thank you for the time to come before you today and talk about the arrears crisis, because it is a defining moment, and I ask the legislature to lead as effectively as it did for tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kim Frazic, Sane Energy.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the opportunity to provide testimony today. In the 10 years, Sane Energy has been pushing for New York to move to a renewable economy. And despite the 2014 decision to ban fracking, many hard-fought battles by local communities to halt fracked gas infrastructure, the construction of fracked gas infrastructure has far outpaced the adoption of renewable solutions. The development of solar energy has really crawled along and has mostly benefited corporate giants like Goldman Sachs rather than local economies, thanks to Governor Cuomo's market-based approach to building out renewable infrastructure. We've heard a lot today from NYSERDA that the same magical market mechanism is still being pursued, which won't allow for a transition of justice if we prioritize shareholders over New Yorkers, while many legislators voice concern about their constituents in NYSERDA-designated disadvantaged communities. If we mandate that NYPA retrofits all public buildings, that would fill a hole that the private sector won't prioritize, and that would reflect in the societal benefits such as healthy, safe, and happy neighbors. We are encouraged that Governor Hochul's budget includes aspects of the Renewable Heat Now legislative package, including changes to our building codes, public service law, ban on fossil fuels in new construction, and incentives for geothermal. But overall, her budget fails to meet the dire climate moment we find ourselves in, and it falls short of meeting the goals of the CLCPA. And it does not measure up to the emphasis she placed on addressing the climate emergency in her State of the State. The science is clear. We must act now and with urgency to avoid climate catastrophe. This is why we're asking for the state legislature to include the Build Public Renewables Act, the All Electric Buildings Act, and all other parts of the Renewable Heat Now bill package in the one House budget. Banning fossil fuels in new construction building beginning in 2024 and allowing NYPA to build renewable energy at the scale the climate crisis demands will create tens of thousands of good paying union jobs. We have submitted more detailed written comment. We really need the legislature to really step up here. You know, Sane Energy was an intervener in the National Grid downstate rate hike cases from 2019 to 2021. And through this proceeding, we assess that the corporate giant aims to expand and extend the life of fracked gas and ignore state climate and environmental justice law. Instead of holding National Grid accountable, the New York State law, the Department of Public Service argued that the law didn't apply to rate cases. So local residents who got involved in the proceeding were floored that the company and the state agency could just blatantly ignore public comment and the law, causing them to feel angry and powerless. So we just really need you to take action with us, and we're here to work together as a team. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. And now we're going to take people, Senate, and then I'm going to call the Assembly members after, because I think I'm playing both roles at the moment. So Todd Kaminsky.
Thank you, Chair. I have a very quick question for Mr. Berkeley. Good to see you, Mr. Berkeley. Can you just quickly tell us what LIPA should be doing better? I mean that in every aspect you wish to address it in. What should we be doing to hold LIPA accountable, and what should it be doing better?
Thank you, Senator. A pleasure to see you too. Well, honestly, LIPA should be doing everything better, but let me give you a little more detail than that. It needs to be more accessible to the public. As you know, at every major storm, LIPA has been downgraded on its lack of ability to communicate to the public. It needs to work harder to do that. Number two, LIPA is apparently unable to run its computer system properly. And as you know, it had to back out of its upgraded outage management system during the storm because it didn't work. And they had not tested it, and they apparently, there's no way to determine whether or not they run the appropriate scenarios for those problems. It needs to also work better on lowering the cost of energy on Long Island. That's difficult. It needs to be involved more in promoting a renewable energy on Long Island and following what I like to say is Pulp's mantra, which is more green for less green. I think LIPA has come a long way, but I think it needs more community control than it has right now. And it needs to get rid of PSEG at some point in the future. I know that they say that they're doing better, but I don't believe that we've seen a private company come in to run LIPA, at least since Sandy, or even before Sandy, all the way back to the end of Shoreham, that has run the system properly. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for your work on behalf of hardworking Long Island ratepayers. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Assembly.
We'll go first to Assemblyman Mamdani, and then Kellis and Carol.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein. I promise it gets easier with time. I wanted to thank everyone on the panel for coming and giving testimony. I have 3 questions that I wanted to pose. I will just go through each of them right now. For Alex from Food and Water Watch, I wanted to know if you could answer, are you worried about the potential of the state weakening New York City's gas ban if we pass something at the state level that moves slower than what the council has already passed? For Richard Berkeley at Pulp, New York State received much higher than expected tax revenue and a significant amount of federal pandemic aid. Yet amidst this economic outlook, there are cuts to our climate projects and policies as proposed by the governor this year in her budget, including for your organization. How will the proposed $1 million cut to the Public Utility Law Project of New York affect your work? What will the impact be? And then for Kim from St. Energy Project, how has your work with local communities in New York City shown why we need the immediate inclusion of the Build Public Renewables Act and the All Electric Building Act in the budget?
Sure. So on the gas ban question, I am worried about it is the short answer. I mean, look, the state can and should go faster than what the city did, right? So if we pass the Gallagher-Kavanaugh bill, that's end of 2023. That's more aggressive than New York City. That is what the state should do. That said, if we fail in that somehow, that there is a long, and particularly on environmental issues, a long sordid history of the state preempting local laws or weakening local laws, everything from plastic bags to, you could go through one example after another. That must not happen here. So if it is slower, we ought to include language in whatever final negotiation that that allows cities, municipalities that want to move faster to do so. All that said, if we get the timeline right, none of that matters.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Assemblymember Mamdani. So the governor's never put funding in for Pulp, and occasionally when the legislature puts it in, as I thank the legislature for 40 years of supporting our organization that works on behalf of your constituents. Occasionally governors take our money out of the budget after the legislature has put it in if they disagree with us. But quite frankly, if we were to receive no funding from the state for the next fiscal year, the 1.3 million households who are in danger and teed up for shutoffs beginning in late May or early June will have no organization with legal service attorneys that is able to assist them on a basis of expertise like we have. We train all over the state, but when I say that in a good year, we train a couple of hundred attorneys, we are irreplaceable to assist your constituents as much as we want to train every attorney in the state and every not-for-profit group to help out low and fixed income New Yorkers. Thank you, Assemblyman.
Thank you, Rich.
And can I answer? I know that the time ran out, but just to respond to the question about the Build Public Renewables Act, I mean, we noted, we got several dozen people involved in the National Grid downstate rate case here at the Public Service Commission. And it was astounding to local residents who had never even heard of this process before, to see basically like how the sausage is made. And they were shocked that big, shareholder-based corporations were making decisions for their future and their health and safety and our climate, ignoring public comment. And people are all of a sudden like, what happens if we just own our power? And the New York Build Public Renewables Act, I think, is a slow and steady way to start moving us toward a different economic model, because it's clear that this economic model is not serving the climate.
Thank
and
you. The time has expired.
Okay.
Senator Krueger, do you have any more senators?
No, actually, so I'm just going to let you roll with the assembly members.
Okay, we have quite a few, but everybody is going to be very good and stick to the 3-minute time limit. So next we have Assemblyman Palmisano.
Sorry about that. Yes, my first question is for Mr. Nowick with the geothermal energy. I wanted to ask a question about air source heat pumps. I know a number of people, they might install an air source heat pump because of cost, or they might not have the space for an outdoor collector system. With that, comes with that is that sometimes they would, because they're not as efficient in colder temperatures, which we've been talking about, I understand. And so, temperatures lower than 4 degrees, it's my understanding some air source heat pumps have an automatic backup switch that would be for like a conventional power supply, like natural gas or something like else. Or how do you reconcile that with the CLCPA when you're talking about air source heat pumps?
Sure, and to be clear, I'm with the geothermal heat pump organization, but with air source, some people leave a gas or a wood burning system as supplemental, and that's not ideal. You also could have an electric resistance heater that's included within the air source system, and that could get you through the cold spell. We advocate for geothermal because the systems are going to get very inefficient when they go to electric resistance. So it really reduces the return you get on the amount of electricity you put in. So, to us, it's important that there be a really good percentage of geothermal heat pumps installed as part of moving forward. We need both.
What would be the cost of a geothermal heat pump? What's the cost of a geothermal heat pump?
It varies, I would say, for a typical house, similar to the solar system we installed here, which was $27,000 and wound up, with the various incentives, it wound up saving us money from day one. A geothermal system on a typical house.
How many families do you think could afford $27,000 or even $20,000 or $15,000?
Sir,
Yes.
I'm not sure you heard me. With the incentives, we were saving from day one. There were incentives that covered much of the cost, and the rest of it went to on-bill financing. We pay less. So any family, if the situation was similar to ours, it would have worked fine for that.
Okay, but you still have that upfront cost. Okay, thank you for your time. My next question is for Kim. I know you're for full electrification. You're advocating for that. With the costs that have been estimated, even the CAC estimated $20,000 to $50,000 in the report. The Consumer Energy Alliance has estimated $35,000. Which we talk about heat pumps, all insulation, the whole upgrades of the system. How can a family afford that? When you're talking about $35,000 per family, it doesn't seem like anyone's addressing that with the CAC anyway. What do you recommend to address those issues? Because that's a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, there's legislation on the table right now that NYGEO is working towards for making the geothermal and incentivized. Right now, our economy is so tilted to incentivize fossil fuels from being cheap and easy. But in fact, like I grew up in fracking country in Pennsylvania, so I know that this stuff is very expensive to operate. But the economy is slanted in the way that.
Thank you. I just want to. I just really want to remind colleagues, you can't ask a question as the clock runs down to 0 and expect an answer. But if questions go unanswered, please send the answers to the Assembly Chair of WAM email and the Senate Finance email, and we will distribute that to all members. Our next member to ask question, Assemblywoman Kellis.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I have questions for 3 people, so I'm just going to put it out there. And if you could all answer in the allotted period. My first is for Bill Nowak. My understanding is that the solar, incentives immediately cover upfront costs. So opposite of what my previous colleague said, can you clarify that? Second is what is in the budget for removal of the 100-foot and allowing for geothermal sufficient? So that's for Bill. For Richard, just a quick question with the removal of
Can the clock start working? Excuse me, Assembly Member. Somebody is on the timekeeper is on your side. Can we start the time clock? Thank you.
For Richard, I would love to know if, given the moratorium ended on the shutoffs for utilities, what you expect the impact would be, and whether or not the programs we already have in place are sufficient, or we will expect to see some major negative consequences. And third, for Alex Beauchamp, if you could just talk briefly about what the costs of not going fast enough would be. I loved your comments, but not doing it in 2024, what would be the infrastructure that would be built, the impact on people, EJ communities? If you could just talk about the impact of not doing it, that would be great. So start with Bill.
Okay, so in response, yeah, I'm glad you wanted to clarify that, because what we're paying on our solar system right now is less from day one, including the upfront costs. And the same thing could be true with the geothermal system that had the right incentives in place that I outlined, and that took into account the storage benefit that geothermal systems provide. Regarding the 100-foot rule, we are really glad to see in the governor's budget that they're looking to do away with that. I think it's going to be a process that is going to involve some negotiation. I know the legislature will be coming out with something shortly similar to that, and I think some good negotiations between those two bills will provide what we need. But it's just not fair at this point that gas systems are being subsidized for those upfront costs, but homeowners have to pay the cost of the piping for a geothermal system.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question, Assembly Member. So short answer is that our state's programs are insufficient to deal with the problem of arrears. For example, only 34 households out of more than 77,000 that have applied for utility arrears money in the ERAP program have received anything. It's only a couple of $1,000. As you know, OTDA has had a lot of problems with that. The water arrears money that came from the feds also is only $60 million. New York City alone has a $600 million residential water arrears. They can keep going, but we are working with the PSC to try and create new programs, but we need the assistance of the legislature. We should not have a situation where our existing consumer protection law, which will allow you to get a deferred payment agreement that can last 100 years, we shouldn't be in a position where we're creating generational debt for your constituents. We need to deal with it now in the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And Alex Beauchamp?
Yeah, I mean, I could go on forever, but since there's a time limit, it's worth knowing the Climate Action Council looked at that cost question and saw that, or calculated that the cost of not acting is $80 billion more than aggressive action to move off fossil fuels. That's before you even look at the vast benefits you'd get from acting swiftly and urgently on climate. And of course, that's dollars, right? The human cost is almost incalculable. And maybe with that horrible pronunciation, the time ran out.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We go to Assemblyman Carroll.
Thank you, Chair Weinstein, and thank you so much to all the advocates here today for your tireless support of not just public power and ratepayers, but for our environment. And none of what we've been able to accomplish these last number of years wouldn't have happened without all of you. So thank you. My question is, we just heard from NYSERDA and the PSC that the private sector is on the precipice of solving the needs of renewable energy, that we have so much in the pipeline that we are going to meet our goals and possibly exceed them. Now, I feel like that seems a little bit unlikely. But what are you all seeing out there? Are we actually on that precipice of building the amount of renewable energy we need to meet the goals of the CLCPA? Or have we just have a few large ribbon cuttings of some wind farms on Long Island, and we have interconnectivity issues upstate? We've got a lack of siting of, solar and wind projects to create the kind of diversity and connectivity and distribution needed. We have a lack of battery shortage, and that is why the bill that I carry, the Build Public Renewables, is so important, so that we actually use the heft of the state government to make sure that we meet these goals. So, is there anything that NYSERDA and the PSC were saying earlier is true? Or are these just large ribbon cuttings that look good in press releases?
Quick answer, Assembly Member, for the low income and fixed income community, no private developer is interested in building renewables for those groups, plain and simple, period.
Thank you, Rich.
Yeah, I think there's also some really important notions around community benefits and prevailing wage and union standards and stuff. It's like no private developer is going to do something on their own accord. Like they always have to be dragged across to ensure good community benefits, provide ownership stake in anything. So just the idea, this is a fundamental ideological divide in kind of time and like the status quo. Like the same people who have gotten us into this mess are going to now reap the benefits of this transition. BP is one of the stakeholders in an offshore wind farm. It's ludicrous. Like we need a different economic paradigm, and expanding NYPA is one of the ways that we can do that.
So in essence, Ryan, Rich, you're basically saying, look, at best, we're going to have an environmental justice catastrophe. Maybe we'll find some renewable power for wealthy folks downstate, but for poor folks throughout the state, it's business as usual, unless we do something transformational like build public renewables.
I would agree with that.
I would too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. We move on to Assemblyman Banktillo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for Alex, please. Can you hear me, Alex?
Yeah, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, right. Hey, as you were saying in your testimony, I read it, it says this, the legislation will require new buildings to install heat pumps that run on electricity in place of gas boilers and furnaces to heat, cool, and provide hot water by the end of 2023. My question, I guess, is up in our rural areas where we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the electricity to do that. And one of the things that we're pushing in our rural areas is helping individuals with mental illnesses through transitional homes, helping them get restarted. We're working on homes for our homeless. So in this situation, what do? Do we not build those facilities for those individuals because we don't have enough electricity, or do we move forward with what we have and get them started and get them in homes and then down the road change it back the other way?
Yeah, I obviously can't speak to the individual projects. I guess what I would say is that, we've been pretty proud of the coalition fighting for this bill, and proud especially that a lot of groups fighting really hard for the development of low-income housing, affordable housing, have been a big part of the campaign and don't see a gas ban as a barrier to the construction of affordable housing at all. The reality is that the cost picture is just not near what it was 5 or 10 years ago. We can do this now. The question is whether we're going to commit to do it or not. But there's nothing all that special about any given building, right? We have the ability to do this. We should just do it.
But we're looking at new construction. I know there's a project going on right now, and I know that's going to have gas in it. But if this was in place right now, that project wouldn't move forward and those individuals would not be in that house within a few months. So in that situation, what do you do? Do you?
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, not really, right? So we're talking about the permit level. So
So this is only for permanent individuals?
Yeah. Well, no. We're talking at the permit level, right? So
permit,
it's
okay.
the moment that a building goes in and tries to get the permit to build. So if you had that and we're like breaking ground tomorrow or January 1st, 2024 in this instance, it doesn't affect that, right? You're talking about, so that's the thing. There's already a long timeline, right? And no need to wait till 2027 to have newly permitted buildings make this transition. We ought to go much faster. But the example you're talking about, I believe, would not be covered under the legislation we're talking about in the first place.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good to know. I appreciate your input. And Madam Chair, thank you for the question.
Can we go to Assemblyman Burdick?
Thank you, chairs, and thank you, panelists. And I completely agree with Assemblymember Carroll's observation that without your advocacy, we would not be where we are, having made the strides that we have made, but also need to do much more. A question for Mr. Noack. I too am concerned about upfront costs for geothermal and, for that matter, any energy efficiency measures. Are there financing arrangements under which the savings on utility bills would more than cover the installment payments for the geothermal upgrades? I know that NYSERDA in the past has provided financing and incentives like that. And a question for Starshik, and apologies if I mispronounced your name. I share Assemblymember Carroll's concerns that we're not doing enough. That's one of the reasons I'm co-sponsor of those two bills. But during our discussion with NYSERDA, President Harris emphasized both the private and public investment to reach the CLCK goals. Similar question, you advocated an investment in all electric affordable housing. Do you see savings in utility bills helping to finance any part of that? So those are my two questions.
Sorry, I believe the first question was for me. Were both of them for me?
No, first one is for you, dealing with financing arrangements. Are they available for geothermal? Can the savings on the utilities help to cover installment costs on the financing?
Well, yes, there definitely is some financing available through NYSERDA at this point relative to on-bill financing and so forth. And certainly the savings, should be part of that. One of the things that folks really don't realize, we're spending a lot of money in the state on storage for electricity. Geothermal provides storage for heating, which means we're going to need to produce less electricity on the coldest days of the year and the hottest days of the year, for that matter, to cool. So they're really.
I'm sorry, if I could now switch over to Ms. Frischik so that she can answer that.
Your voice kind of went out. I couldn't quite hear.
So the question is whether savings on investment in all electric can help to finance the capital costs.
Well,
Similar question.
Yeah, I think that it can't just be like switch over to electric and voila, we have something. We have to actually change all of our codes, how everything is incentivized. And there's actual legislation out there that we all need you to really push, and that in the Renewable Heat Now bill package. So, it's not just we just want one thing and we expect that it's going to solve every problem, but we need those support bills in order to make electricity affordable and serve all New Yorkers so they can be happy, healthy, and clean.
Thank you. Let's see, Assemblywoman Warner.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Noack, my questions are for you because I'm a huge fan of geothermal. And so my question for you is, and you may have answered the first part of this earlier, and if so, I apologize for having missed it. What is the average cost of a retrofit for, say, a 1,500 square foot house?
Yeah, I think it is similar to what we had for the solar installation here, which was around $30,000 raw cost. And then when you get into the incentives, that took it down, you know, in the neighborhood of $10,000, which was paid off on a 15-year loan. So I think those similar kind of costs can apply for geothermal. I've heard anywhere from 25 to.
Okay, so around 30. And the budget includes a 25% credit. Is that the incentive?
It does not. The governor's budget did not include that. This is a bill that Senator Kennedy and Assemblymember Rivera have put forward. It is one that the legislature has passed in the past, and we're hoping you will include it in the one house budgets and negotiate for it to be in the final budget.
Okay, so a 25% credit would only take this down by $7,500. So that brings us to 22.5, if my math is correct. Is that, I mean, how many installations do we have across the state of geothermal today? And would a market price of 22.5 be sufficient to accelerate the adoption of this technology? And I you know, it's been a long time since I bought a furnace, so I don't know what the market rate is for this, but I think key to success here, and some of my colleagues have pointed this out, the key to success here is going to be getting to a price point that doesn't offer an advantage to stay on your fossil-based fuel system.
Exactly, and that's part of why we're putting this forward. But in addition to the state tax credit, as I mentioned, there is a federal tax credit and there are state rebates. What we're asking for is a state tax credit and a sales tax exemption that are going to bring that cost down in addition to those measures, which is what we already have for solar and which would work great in the geothermal sphere.
And are there, in your experience, so I am curious how many statewide do we have already? But in your experience, are there any restrictions or constraints, I should say, in terms of types of neighborhoods, types of communities, types of buildings where geothermal is not an option?
I don't think you can say that in terms of a whole neighborhood. In urban areas, permitting questions and into the amount of space you would have to drill. But at this point, we've got it down to where a 6-inch borehole is all you need to provide for a geothermal system. So in general, I would say no. There are parts of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. We'll move on to Assemblyman Epstein.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for sticking it out for this long day. Just to Richard Berkeley, just on the consequences of, these utility shutoffs. You said 77,000 people applied, 32,000 got some support. What are we looking at, and what's the risk to New Yorkers at this point? And I know we don't have a lot of time, so if you be quick, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Assembly Member. And that's 32 households, not 32,000.
Oh, wow.
A
Thank you.
teensy-weensy bit. As you know, OTDA screwed this up horribly, and I know the legislature is concerned. So the consequences are that you will have households that either need to declare bankruptcy to get out from under the utility bills, in which case the utilities will socialize that cost to all the other ratepayers. So small businesses that I know every member is concerned about will get a huge increase in their rates, and so will residential customers. And in New York City, where Con Edison is looking for a rate increase now that is 3 times the size of their last increase, I think that is going to be death to businesses.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And maybe to some of the other panelists, I really want to go see what you felt about what PSC, Public Service Commission, did. What I started saying about like electrifying the grid and getting charging infrastructure in place. At least my concerns are that I don't think they're doing enough. I mean, it's for someone who lives in New York City, who tries to figure out where I can plug in my car. It's not easy. It's impossible. And all the apps don't help. It's not. And I'm wondering if you feel like they're going down the right path, or do we need to do a course correct at this point?
If I can answer briefly, I think that you were right earlier when you said that people need to be able to find out how much it will cost at each of the electric charging stations. I'm aware that some of your colleagues in the legislature are thinking about legislation in that area to create something like a Schumer box for the costs at all the charging stations. And so I think that's something of value. I don't believe that we're moving quickly enough on electric charging stations, but quite honestly, right now, the state is not paying for those, the ratepayers are paying for them. And I think that the state needs to work with the transportation industry to get them to pay for things for their own business plans. Energy ratepayers pay for too much and they're not an endless piggy bank. But the things that we need, and as I always say, build more green for less green. The things that we need to achieve our decarbonization goal, ratepayers will pay for, but they shouldn't be subsidizing third-party industries.
Great. And I don't know, I just have 20 seconds. If anyone else wants to respond to that? Otherwise, I'll just give back my time.
Well, 11, okay. We move on to our next member, Assemblyman Otis.
Thank you all for your good advocacy and your good work. And we all have a big challenge in front of us. A lot of moving parts. Earlier this morning, there were a number of comments from a few of us posing questions about proof of work cryptocurrency mining, which many of us see as a major threat to all the other kinds of initiatives we're trying to deliver on in terms of climate change. In the limited time we have here, as many of you want to just weigh in and speak to your view of the magnitude of this particular energy using activity.
Yeah, I mean, the magnitude of the problem is enormous, as you allude to, and it's multifaceted in the sense that we need action from both the legislature and the governor. So, you know, starting with the Greenwich plant, there's action this administration can take to shut down some polluting facilities that are solely used to power proof of work cryptocurrency mining. She should do that. The administration should shut that down. But that's not enough, right? Because we know there are power plants sitting dormant all over the state that the industry can target. And that's the rationale to pass a moratorium bill. At Food and Water Watch, we're strongly supportive of that bill, Anna Kellis's moratorium on proof of work cryptocurrency, which we need desperately just from an emissions perspective, but also it's just good common sense. It's frankly how we ended up stopping fracking in New York, right? We took a pause, there was a moratorium, there was an extraordinarily lengthy generic environmental impact statement. This is like that, right? This is a brand new technology the state hadn't had before. We should take a similar approach. And instead, we've just allowed them to move ahead so far. We need a moratorium and we need the administration to stop the stuff that's already happening. But I'll pause here because I know others probably have thoughts.
A minute 6 left, go.
Yeah, Sane Energy Project is also in support of this legislation from Assemblymember Kellis. And, you know, it's almost like we've been playing whack-a-mole for so long with fossil fuel projects, and we have said no to fracking in New York. So why is my family getting fracked in Pennsylvania in order for the fracking industry to keep finding loopholes in New York State to keep up this shenanigans? Like, we should be saying no to fossil fuels. I mean, the planet is actually dying, and you know, this it's like we can't be sitting around and thinking about how we can like build new markets around fossil fuels anymore.
I would just add, Long Island Progressive Coalition also supports the moratorium, and you know, when we're talking about like transition for some of these places, they should, you know, first thing for peaker plants is looking at battery storage or renewable energy development. The idea that we're going to use precious electrons to like mine what is probably going to be the next huge bubble that causes an economic demise, like is it just feels like a silly gamble.
Right.
Thank you. All right, this is, I'm going to turn back to the Senate since this is the end of part 1 of our hearing, and Senator Krueger will be leading us through the longer part 2 of our hearing.
I just wanted to thank our panelists for being with us today. I'm sorry, Assemblywoman, you have another Assembly member trying to speak. Keith Brown, I believe. Were you trying to speak?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Chair. I wanted to get some questions in there.
Yes, I guess I saw your hand was up and then down. So
yep.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The question is for any of the panelists. Going back to my question I asked earlier with regard to LIPA and municipalization of it, how do we deal with the LIPA debt from the Shoreham Power Plant, in your opinion?
Ryan, do you want to take that?
Sure. I pause because I don't, there's no easy answer, right? I think that's part of what is really great about, and I believe you're already a co-sponsor of, Assemblyman, the LIPA Commission bill, is that like there needs a kind of dedicated restructuring of LIPA and a commitment to, one, ending the public-private partnership, committing to a true public power model, and then looking at other reforms around democratic management and governance of it, stakeholder engagement, et cetera. And I think one of the things about indebtedness is part of the purview of that commission. Like, I think, to my mind, there hasn't been a concerted, thoughtful, like, grappling with that in a real way in a long time. And like, I don't have anything else other than to suggest that this process could be a good means to discuss that, because yes, it's complicated and has like eluded a clean answer for decades. And so I welcome more thoughts about that in the interim, but I think that only stresses the urgency of this commission bill and the process it'll unfold with stakeholder engagement to grapple with such tough questions.
I agree, and I open it up because I've spoken to Assemblyman Thiel about it because it is my primary concern. So, Mr. Berkeley, any thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Assembly Member. LIPA is in the best place of any of the energy utilities to be municipalized because it owns its own plant, and that's the largest cost of going municipal. The intractable problem that the island and that LIPA face is that debt. And the only thing that you can do for now is to continue to work to refinance that debt as cheaply as possible. And then the other thing is to not allow the authority to continue refinancing that debt in perpetuity. Robert Moses taught us that a public authority can be eternal if you only allow it to refinance as much as it wants. That's not the right way forward for Long Island unless there are significant changes with the structure of LIPA.
Thank you. Real quick, is there any alternative energy technology that New York is not looking at that they should be looking at? It's for any of the panelists.
I'll jump in on that one. There are two things that New York is not, well, three things that New York is not doing that it should consider. First is tidal power, like they do in North Scotland. Second is run-of-river hydro. There's a lot of almost 2 gigawatts of untapped hydro that could be tapped by run-of-river. Those are the two big ones, really. I think pump storage is something that's a dirty word in the environmental community, but that's one of those things that unless batteries work better, we might end up going back to that and looking for a place we can do that without environmental damage to the state.
Okay, I am going to
Anybody else?
thank everyone else.
That's
No,
it, this panel.
time's
Oh.
up.
I can't see my clock.
Okay. All right,
right,
now
thank
I'm
you,
going
chairs.
to
Appreciate
thank
it.
the panelists for participating with us today. And I am going to close down part 1 of our 2-part hearing.